Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching a movie on what if Naruto was the lost son of Minato. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Morning sunlight fell in gentle shafts, illuminating the forest. Through the branches of the towering pines, fragments of the blue sky were visible. Along the same narrow path between the trees, two young men approached one another. One had his black hair swept back in a spiky manner, with the exception of a few bangs that framed his face and hung down to his chin. The other person's hair was as golden as the sunlight that surrounded them. He had spiky hair too, but his spikes were unkempt and protruded everywhere. To keep them out of his face, he wore a black headband with the ends hanging past his shoulders. There was one whose eyes were so dark that the pupils vanished. They were empty, like still pools where you could not tell where the bottom was because you could not see below the surface. One had eyes the color of the sky, utterly unambiguous and boundless. Again, you couldn't be certain where the bottom was in these pools even though it was easy to see into them. The dark-haired man had pale skin and angular, slender features that displayed a blank expression. He was dressed in a well-made dark blue yukata with the red and white fan, his family's emblem, embroidered on the shoulders. In addition, he had a metal plate on his forehead and a dark blue headband. Etched into it was a stylized leaf with a swirl in the center. At his left was a katana. With a calm and graceful gait, he strolled along the path, hardly even stirring the leaves of the bushes nearby. The blonde had two dark, almost whisker-like marks on each cheek, and her skin was, well, tan, at least compared to the pale one. He was chewing on a bit of dried foxtail grass, smiling. With each of his energetic strides, the bushy end of the grass bounced up and down. His yukata, which was made less skillfully, was orange and black and fastened with a plain black belt. Across the back was an emblazoned red swirl that ended in a leaping flame. He also carried a katana by his left side, and his right arm was crossed in front of him with the hand lightly resting on the hilt and the fingers tapping out a rhythmic beat in time with his footsteps. As though neither had seen the other, they drew nearer and went past one another, but each stopped after precisely 2 steps. Everybody knew the other had also stopped. None of them looked away. Neither one's expression altered. If anything, the black-haired boy's face grew more still and the blonde's smile widened. Should that even be conceivable? With a silent gesture, the dark-haired teenager reached for his katana's sheath and slid the blade out a little with his thumb. In an instant, the blonde's fingers went from tapping the handle of his sword to firmly gripping it, ready to draw. There was silence in the forest. The atmosphere was thick. Any second now. The two were not prepared for the unexpected way the tension broke. Between the two, a vivid yellow frog leapt onto a stone marker beside the path. The spell was broken when it croaked. Every young man let go of tense muscles. The dark-haired one smirked, and the blonde laughed, a loud, ringing sound, but neither turned. They just went back on their travels. The frog followed the blonde off the stone after peering between the retreating figures. The blonde stopped, out of the other's line of sight, and turned to face the frog. He said, "Well, come on," and the frog leapt powerfully to land on his head. "I expect Sensei wants me back." The frog remained silent, but it wasn't necessary for him to. The young man with black hair walked slowly down the path, lost in contemplation. How did that come about? Until they had passed each other, he hadn't given the blonde with the silly smile much thought. He had sensed something at that precise moment when they were closest, their shoulders nearly touching. It was unclear to him exactly what it was. It was strangely familiar at the same time. A murmur in the recesses of his thoughts. A sensation on his skin. A flame igniting in the depths of his abdomen. Suddenly, the air around him felt thick and heavy. Breathing had become difficult as it exerted pressure on his shoulders. After taking 2 more steps, he came to a stop. The blonde had stopped too, he knew. The sensation persisted. The blonde had not moved, had shown no signs of threat. Nevertheless, he was positive that the blonde posed a threat. In spite of the fact that he seemed otherwise, it was also wiser to exercise caution. He thus unfastened his katana from its sheath and bided his time. The source of the relief, though, was a frog. Of all things. And the sensation vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. The dark teen had to smirk at the blonde's laugh because it was so out of character for the sense of danger that had been present only moments before. It was the closest grin he had ever had. Even now, he could not help but grin at the thought. That chuckle. He gave himself a shake. How could he have known? Very likely, he would never see the odd teenager again. Furthermore, he wasn't positive that he would be laughing if he did. He put on an expressionless mask and carried on with his journey. The blonde and his sensei returned to the camp where they had spent the previous night. The man had his back against the trunk of the tree where he was waiting. The man's white hair was equally unkempt and spiky as the blonde's, but it was considerably longer, cascading down into a ponytail that nearly reached his knees. Oil was written on a broad metal band that he used to keep it off his face. He had 2 red marks that ran from his dark eyes down his cheeks to the line of his jaw. He had on a matching uwagi shirt, belted at the waist, and dark green pants. He covered that with a sleeveless dark red coat with 2 yellow circles around the shoulders. He was broad, shouldered and tall, standing at a height of over 6 feet without accounting for the height gain from his wooden clogs. He was now bent over his notebook, writing something down. By his side was his pack, ready to go. The man was given a rolling look by the blonde. His sensei was a highly accomplished ninja who possessed great power. He adhered to a strict code of honor, bravery, duty, and loyalty throughout his life. The teenager admired all of them. However, those dreadful books he wrote, and the research he did in order to write them. He called out, "Oi, Arrow! Senin," halting in front of the man. "You wanted me?" gesturing to the frog perched atop his head. Jiraiya, the man, didn't even raise his gaze. He declared, "Naruto, it's time to go." Getting his bag ready for departure wasn't too difficult for Naruto because he had packed it before leaving the camp that morning. Before he had a chance to reflect deeply on their destination and what awaited him upon their return. Prior to him totally losing his courage, he silently followed his sensei, walking submissively as he failed, to control his feelings. It was not usually his way to be silent and submissive, but this day was different. In all of his nearly 16 years, he had both looked forward to and dreaded this day. He was unsure of what to think or feel now that it was here. And he hoped it was a good omen after meeting that person earlier. Jiraiya raised her voice. "You're awfully quiet today." Next to his teacher, Naruto stepped up. He answered, "I have a lot on my mind." His sensei inquired, "Something happened on your walk?" Naruto called his frequent strolls walks. Jiraiya had always known he did more than just meander through the forest, but he had never been able to figure out what. Jiraiya tried to eavesdrop on Naruto, but he never gave out any information about them. With a slight pout on his face, Naruto glanced at the man standing next to him before turning back to face the road. He was aware that the frog had not communicated with the toad sage prior to being thanked and withdrawn. However, it was possible that the man had established a telepathic connection with his summons. "I encountered the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," he hesitantly uttered. He was not quite sure why he was reluctant to bring it up with Jiraiya. They hadn't even introduced themselves, so nothing had happened. And they would undoubtedly run into each other eventually even if he turned into a Konoha ninja. He would ensure that they would, of course. He had originally intended to travel to Konoha, and half of the reason had been this person. Perhaps that desire was what was making him feel uneasy. Jiraiya, after all, was ignorant of that. He was startled out of his reverie by his sensei's voice. "Really? How did you know it was him?" Naruto shifted his attention to the large man and gave him a disbelieving sidelong glance. How foolish of a question was that? He knew, of course. Jiraiya looked sheepish with grace. "All right, dumb inquiry. I apologize," he said. Naruto smiled. He said, "Arrow. Senin, it's okay." He omitted the part about nearly fighting, saying instead, "We just passed each other on the path. We didn't even speak. I assumed we would be presented at some point." The smile vanished. "That is, if..." He rambled. The other thing he was thinking about was this. The toad sage completed his sentence for him. "If you were accepted into the village..." Naruto merely nodded while lowering his gaze. Jiraiya grinned once more. "You will be. There is no doubt in my mind. Don't forget, the Hokage was my student too, so I know him very well." Once more, Naruto nodded, but this time he raised his head and displayed a determined expression. "I have to be. I will be no use to my father if I am not welcome in his village." Jiraiya grinned more when she heard his tone. Not for the first time, he questioned, "Are you sure you don't want a little information about him? Just so you are a little prepared?" Not for the first time, either, Naruto just shook his head. "No, he is getting no warning, so I will have none either." Jiraiya let out a sigh. 7 years prior, when Naruto had first encountered the toad sage, the large man had instantly recognized his father and informed Naruto that they shared an identical appearance. However, Naruto declined to provide any more details and had also sworn Jiraiya to secrecy. When he could be of some use, as he put it, he would introduce himself to his father. Jiraiya found it absurd, but Naruto had insisted on doing it. Either way, that moment had arrived. He was being taken to Konohagakure, the village hidden in leaves, by Jiraiya, who thought he was ready to meet his father. "Naruto," inquired the Sannin, "how are you feeling?" Naruto wasn't overly shocked by the question, as it wasn't an unusual one. One of the things he still struggled with in his training was learning to recognize and regulate his emotions. In any novel circumstance, Jiraiya would inquire about his emotions, and this was undoubtedly a novel situation. He scowled a little as he attempted to make sense of the confusion. At last, he answered, excited, eager, nervous, and something else. "I'm not sure, but I think it's fear." Jiraiya arched an ear. "Really? Fear? That's a new one?" "It's nothing new," Naruto said. He disregarded Jiraiya's obvious curiosity and said, "But that was before I met you." He refrained from disclosing to the Toad Sage when he had experienced fear previously. I don't like it." He stopped to collect himself. "How can I feel emotions that are opposite each other at the same time?" Jiraiya laughed. He uttered softly, "Well, it is part of the human condition. Feelings follow no logic or order. They are often a jumble, a mess. The more complicated the situation, the more likely it is that we will feel conflicting emotions. And this is most certainly a complicated situation. Wouldn't you agree?" Naruto nodded, relying on his senseis. "That is why we must learn to deal with them. Take fear, for example. It is one of those emotions, like anger, that we can use to better ourselves, or that can overwhelm us and make us act stupidly." With wide eyes and a serious expression, Naruto questioned, "How do you do that? Make yourself better with fear?" "You must face what you fear, head on. When you have done so, it no longer holds power over you." Naruto smiled broadly. He preferred taking things on head on. "Well, that is what we are doing, nay?" "Yes, it is," Jiraiya grinned in response. He gestured ahead and said, "And soon. There are the gates of the village." After following the road that descended from the surrounding mountains, the two were getting close to Konoha's west gates. The tall, green gates were open during the day to allow traffic to pass through, but they would be closed at night. The massive wall of which they were a part vanished into the woods on either side. Naruto took a moment to take in the scene. His first look at the village his father belonged to, and the place he hoped to call home. With a merciless grin, he pushed aside the uncertainty that was plaguing him and moved forward once more. After they passed through the gates, Jiraiya stepped aside to give the guards their names. Usually he would have had nothing to do with the guards or the gates, but this was an unknown visitor to the village, so he thought it best to follow the rules. In addition, he desired that Naruto have time to observe the village. They had discovered that after spending so much time in the forest, his keen senses would require some time to acclimate to the distinct stimuli of a city. The guard with the bandage over his nose, a name Jiraiya could never remember, chuckled as he saw the blonde's stunned expression. He questioned, "First time, huh?" Jiraiya gave a nod. "We are heading to the Hokage's office now." The sentry indicated Naruto's katana with a gesture. "Are you going to apply to be a ninja?" the guard asked, gaining the big man's nod. "Well, I'm sure anyone you see fit to nominate will have no problem with that at all." The other guard, whose name Jiraiya couldn't recall either, was still observing Naruto but appeared more contemplative. He questioned, "What's his name again?" "Uzumaki Naruto," answered the initial guard. To the guard's credit, he said nothing, even though Jiraiya knew what the man was thinking. Any reasonably perceptive individual would be able to connect the dots, though. In actuality, Naruto resembled his father quite a bit. Jiraiya watched his pupil closely as they made their way into the village. With his mouth slightly open, Naruto was looking around him, taking everything in. The Toad Sage was aware of the startled looks and questions his pupil was receiving from certain residents, particularly the ninja who appeared to be present everywhere. Naruto's gaze settled on the enormous stone faces etched into the bluff behind the village as they got closer to the tower. "Is that the Hokage monument, sensei?" asked he. "That is so cool, I know you told me about them, but seeing them is totally different," he exclaimed at Jiraiya's nod. Though Jiraiya laughed, Naruto continued to focus on the monument. His eyes lingered longest on the final face, that of the fourth and current Hokage, as he closely examined each one. They arrived at the Hokage Tower's expansive front doors in due course. Jiraiya was nodded through by the guards. With Naruto at his heels, he stepped inside and ascended the steps. There she was, a dark-haired, rather attractive woman sitting at a desk. As a sort of waiting room, the desk was positioned on a large landing with a few chairs strewn about. She called out, "Ah, Jiraiya. Sama," as soon as she saw the tall man approaching the staircase. Her gaze slid to Naruto, who was now visible behind his sensei, and her eyes widened, but she recovered well. Yondaime Sama is expecting you. You can leave your pack here, it will be taken to your room, she said. This must be the student you mentioned. I'll let him know you are here. Before long, she turned and walked into the hallway across from the stairs. The Toad Sage caught Naruto's attention. Is my father well known? He inquired, his face thoughtful. Why do you ask? People keep staring at me, or looking surprised. Jiraiya answered, he is very well known, and not just in this village. Naruto gave a nod. He said softly, is that why you never took me with you to you? After giving him a long look, Jiraiya nodded. Naruto sighed, releasing the breath he had been holding. But the woman came back before more could be said. She made a motion toward them. She smiled and said, go right ahead, he's waiting for you. Jiraiya winked and said, thank you, my dear, and Naruto made a tiny bow. They strolled along the hallway. Jiraiya turned to face Naruto as she came to a stop in front of a closed pair of doors. He touched the teenager's shoulder. The blonde looked up, startled by the touch but appreciative of the firm, warm hand. Naruto, inhaled deeply, the man instructed. He went on when his pupil obeyed. This is what you have been waiting for. You will do fine. He will accept you. Now, wait here, like we discussed. Nodding, Naruto focused on his breathing. Jiraiya reasoned that he ought to heed his own counsel. He was feeling the same things as Naruto, he was just hiding them better. For the benefit of his students, he was sure of himself, but in his own head, well. The Hokage was a decent man who was patient, kind, and caring. But Jiraiya was about to unleash one hell of an exploding tag on him, and he was only human. Really, the Toad Sage could only speculate as to his reaction. Jiraiya did his best to get the Hokage ready without betraying his word once he made the decision to bring Naruto to Konoha. He had corresponded with his former pupil, outlining his new one and including any clues he felt he could get away with. To be honest, it wasn't much, but it was still something. I hope it was sufficient. Opening the door, he inhaled deeply himself. The door opened, and Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato looked up from his desk. Upon seeing his sensei, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, a broad smile illuminated his features. Sensei! He cried as he got up and circled the man's desk to give him a hug. I'm glad to see you. How are you? Jiraiya gave the hug back. Oh, fine, Minato, you? With hands resting on his shoulders, the Hokage was now extending his arm towards him. He gestured behind him and put his hands down at his sides. I'm well, except for this stupid paperwork, he replied. Jiraiya laughed. Why do you think I turned down the job? Minato chuckled at that before getting to work. He folded his arms across his chest and sat on the edge of his desk. Well, now, Sensei, your message said you had someone to introduce to me. Have you finally brought your student to Konoha? I have to say, I'm intrigued. Why now? He's ready now. The Yondaime chuckled. He pointed to the door and said, I should hope so, after 3 years with a Sanin. Bring him in. I've been anxious to meet your new student since you first wrote to me about him. Anyone you decided to take on must be special. Jiraiya's previous joviality vanished as he turned to face him, his expression unreadable. Minato felt uneasy for no apparent reason at all. His hands were perspiring. The large man murmured. He spoke up, saying, he is, indeed, special. He called out, Naruto, never taking his eyes off the face of his fellow student. Minato glanced at the name, questioning him. Wasn't the name Naruto taken from Jiraiya's debut novel? He was positive it was. He'd not thought about that book in years, not since. He snapped out of that thought and fixed his attention on the door. Naturally, he had sensed the boy's presence waiting there, and he was eager to meet him, particularly in light of Jiraiya's remarks. After a moment, a young man, perhaps 15 or 16, came in. His golden, prickly hair protruded in every direction, held in check only by a black headband, and his eyes were downcast. Breath caught in his throat, the Hokage blinked. The hair. It was a hair I knew very well. How come? Before he could continue thinking, Naruto, the young man, raised his head and gave Minato a straight look while clenching his fists. And Minato discovered he was completely out of breath. He might have been staring into a mirror if there hadn't been a few minor variations. The boy had different shaped eyes, but they were exactly the same shade of blue as his own. Minato's eyes were narrower and slightly slanted, while the boy's were large and round. The boy had 4 dark marks on his cheeks that looked like whiskers, and his mouth was slightly wider. However, the jawline, nose, and face shape were all the same. The boy was staring blankly back at him as he was staring at him. But in his own bewildered and shocked state, Minato could not even begin to name the something, some feeling, or perhaps multiple feelings that were filled in his eyes. Minato didn't want to see what his own face looked like, as it was most likely not attractive. He ought to make a statement. The Hokage was who he was. This had to have a logical explanation. A reason his teacher had brought a boy who might be his twin into his office just now. When he realized his mouth was open, he tried to close it instead of opening it. He was bracing himself on the desk with his hands at his sides. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, he gave it another go. This time, his mouth opened properly, but nothing came out. Thank goodness Jiraiya chose to come to his aid. Or, anyway, he believed he was doing that. In reality, it didn't help at all. Minato, this is Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage stammered out, Uzumaki. Sounding a lot like one of Jiraiya's toads. If it hadn't been so damn serious, it would have been hilarious. Ah, Jiraiya murmured. Uzumaki. The boy then took a turn that caught them off guard. Though he was mistaken, Minato believed he could not be more shocked. When Naruto was called, he could enter the office because Jiraiya had vanished inside. With his eyes lowered, the boy stood there, waiting. Inhale. Simply inhale. He struggled to control his feelings. Never before had he been so anxious, or terrified. During his whole life. Not when his mother had left when he was 4, not when a mob had driven him from that town when he was 6, and not when, at the age of 8, he had first approached Jiraiya and asked to be his student. No, that feeling was nothing like what he was experiencing right now. Inhale. Simply inhale. You're doing all right. Sensei. Naruto was also destroyed. He struggled to resist the urge to dash into the office and prostrate himself at the man's feet. Actually, he had moved forward until he stopped himself and realized what he was doing. That voice, it made his blood sing and sent shivers down his spine. In the same way that he heard it with his ears, he could feel it in his bones. Shuddering, he struggled to control his instincts. He was willing to follow that voice's instructions no matter what. He would follow its instructions to drive his own katana through his heart. Instantaneously, with a beaming expression. It was a mistake for him to take another deep breath. He could smell the man's scent wafting out the door by now, and every time he breathed, he got a massive mouthful. He clenched his fists and bit his lip. His whole body trembled. The man's scent and taste were detectable in the back of his throat. It was home, and it had warmth and spice and a clean, fresh wind. His home was this man, his father, and he had no doubts at all that this man was his father. Naruto would be wherever this man happened to be. That was the only thing involved. Not even the smell of his mother had moved him in this way. She had really made him feel like the son of his father. With this realization, with this profound insight, a sense of serenity enveloped him. If anything, his fear and anxiety about being rejected had increased, but he could deal with that. His natural inclinations subsided, and the intense desire to be close to this man and bow down to him vanished. He was proud of himself in the back of his mind for remaining composed throughout. The two in the office were unaware of his difficulties. It was advantageous that they were discussing him. It had only been a few moments, but it had felt like an eternity as he battled the sensations that were overtaking him. Naruto grinned a little at his father's laughter. Maybe it would work out. Yes, maybe it would be okay as long as he didn't frighten his father too much in the beginning. Show him in. Anyone you decided to take on as a student must be special. A hold off. Jiraiya was talking softly, but Naruto could easily understand what he was saying. Ah. Naruto grinned a little wider and said, he is, indeed, special, but he then relaxed his hands and shaped his features into a blank expression. His sensei had called out, Naruto. That was it. It's time to confront his fear. Taking care not to inhale too deeply, he took one more breath before going into the room. He dare not look up at his father's face just yet, so he kept his eyes downcast. Jiraiya was standing next to the man who was reclining on his desk. His dad had on dark pants, the lower legs fastened with gaiters. Style bandages around his ankles. Inside the tops of his dark shinobi sandals, they vanished. In addition, he had on a white coat of some kind with red flames running along the bottom. Naruto found it to be really cool. If he could muster the courage to look at it in its entirety, it would undoubtedly be even more awesome. His father's breath caught slightly, and he heard it. Something had caught his attention, perhaps their similarity. Naruto's fists clenched. I'm done with this. Jiraiya had told them to face their fear head on. Thus, he would. He looked up at the man standing in front of him. He gazed for a while. Arrow. Sennin was correct. He did resemble his father very much. He experienced another intense feeling as their eyes locked. He tried not to let another shudder pass through him. As he studied every nuance of the Hokage's face, his vision seemed to sharpen. For an instant, everything else in the room and the entire universe vanished. That was all the time it took, but it seemed like a long time. He was aware that his father's face was ingrained in his memory, much like his voice and scent, and that he could always remember it in great detail. 2 connections left, 3 established. The Hokage gave him a long, hard look while gaping slightly. His arms dropped to his sides from their previous position crossed in front of his chest, and he gripped the edge of his desk. He was wearing a long, sleeved dark shirt with pale cord wrapped loosely around his wrists and elbows. Above that, he donned a dark green vest adorned with various sized and shaped pockets. It was the white coat all over. It was simple, with a red cord below his collarbone, and had short sleeves. Around his chin, the high collar stood up. Yes, that's for sure cool. He wore a blue headband tied around his forehead, the metal plate Jiraiya had taught him representing the leaf. His dad continued to look at him. His mouth was still closed, but it didn't seem like it was coming out all that well. He appeared surprised and perplexed. Totally reasonable for someone in his circumstances. Speaketh the Toad Sage. Minato, this is Uzumaki Naruto, he introduced himself. For the Hokage, the name held significance. Uzumaki, he uttered again, his voice raspy. Hi. Uzumaki, Jiraiya answered back. The Hokage's confusion only grew. Naruto had a view of it. He had been thinking about this moment for a long time, his entire life, actually. What actions and words he would take. What his father, who was unknown, would say and do. He'd mentally gone over every possible scenario he could think of. It was too much for him to see his father looking so confused and shocked. Right now, his father was in need of information. It would come from Naruto. Now, he would give him an explanation of everything. All right, most of it. Once more, Naruto closed his eyes and went to his knees. Leaning forward with his torso leaned on his heels, he rested his forehead between his palms and pressed them to the ground. It was a total surrender bow. Yondaime Hokage. Yui, he said, addressing her in the most dignified and formal way he could. My mother's name is Uzumaki Kushina, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto, as Jiraiya, sensei said. Well, that wasn't her real name, but it was the one she had used in Konoha. I am her gift to you in recognition of your skills as a warrior and leader of your people. Please accept this humble token of her esteem and respect. He stopped. Stillness. He continued. I know I can be of use to you, if given the chance. If you allow it, I will serve none but you until my dying day. Only say the word and I am yours to command. It is my purpose, my dream, to follow you, and to give up my life in your service if necessary. That's where. He had expressed his thoughts. More quiet. His fear of being rejected caused his stomach to twist into a knot and left him with a bad taste in his mouth. He found it difficult to control his shaking. He begged any god who might be listening to please, accept me. Unsure of what to think, Minato just stared at the boy at his feet. He was shaking, clearly attempting to subdue a strong feeling. It was difficult for Minato to determine what it was without seeing his face. However, he believed it could be fear. Considering what the boy had said, he took a quick look at the white-haired man positioned next to him. Jiraiya's eyebrows were almost hidden by his forehead protector, which was the only indication that Naruto's words and deeds had equally shocked him. Minato stood for a few more moments, then made up her mind. He went to his knees, took the boy by the arms, and helped him up. Naruto gasped at the contact, but in order to avoid falling, he moved his knees closer to his father while maintaining eye contact. Observe me, Minato ordered. Instantly, glassy with unshed tears, Naruto's gaze rose to his father's face. The older blonde said, "You are my son?" Though it wasn't stated explicitly, Naruto's meaning was clear enough. Mine and Kushina's. Naruto gave a nod. He was drawn into an embrace by Minato. With wide eyes and tears finally streaming down his cheeks, Naruto gasped once more. Grasping at the back of his father's coat, he was able to raise his arms. He covered his face with his father's shoulder. Minato apologized to Naruto, his voice brimming with emotion. She never told me, I never knew. She just disappeared. If I had known, I would have found you, please forgive me. With one hand, Naruto wiped his eyes as he retreated a bit. Hokage. Sama, it's okay, he remarked. A sardonic smile twisted his lips. A gift is supposed to be a surprise, nay? Minato gazed at him once more. Why did the boy keep using that term to describe himself? After what felt like a long time, Minato managed to say, gift, humble token. It was difficult enough for him to comprehend that he actually had a son. But that this son actually believed he was his father's tool, to be used whenever it suited him. His words suggested that he did. To Minato, it was an entirely foreign way of thinking. His gaze shifted to Jiraiya. Jiraiya merely gave a headshake. I knew the boy wanted to be of use to you, but I didn't realize it went this far. It must be an idea his mother gave him. Kushina said she was from the former Whirlpool country. I didn't think they had such notions there. Despite his uneasy expression, Naruto spoke. He stopped talking, looked at Jiraiya, then bit his lip again. It is the greatest honor of my mother's people, to bestow a child on another, to blend energies with another to create something new. It signifies a great deal of respect and trust. Such a gift is rare, and to be bestowed on a Naruto, it's okay, Jiraiya said with ease. I think one surprise for now, We'll leave the rest of the explanations for another time. Looking slightly relieved, Naruto nodded. Minato looked from one to the other. Despite his obvious lack of sense, he was happy to put his trust in his sensei and his recently discovered son. At least for the time being. He got up and dragged the boy up with him. Naruto, he said, come, sit in the chair. I have some other questions for you. With a gesture, he pointed to a chair situated at the edge of the room. The boy took the chair beside him and settled down, looking wary, Minato thought. He leaned forward and moved it forward until his knees nearly touched his son's. He desired to be as near as feasible. Jiraiya faced the two as she sat on the couch along the wall. Observing his son's face intently, the Hokage inquired, Naruto, how old are you? The boy calmly answered, 15, almost 16, with a small smile on his face. Minato inquired, when is your birthday? As the question had just crossed his mind. October 10th, was Naruto's response. Although his body had stiffened slightly and he had paused for a moment before answering, his expression remained unchanged. Minato gave a blink. In Konoha, that was a very important date. Naruto's response suggested that he knew it. With a gentle smile, the Hokage tried to calm his son down. He only said, it's coming up soon, then. Naruto nodded and relaxed a little, just as he had hoped. But he felt tense once more when Minato asked. Where is your mother? Minato had long since given up on the possibility of ever seeing his beloved Kushina again, and since he was the Hokage, he was unable to travel outside of the village in search of her. Still, he missed her terribly. If only he had a chance to see her once more. Naruto no longer had a smile as he looked down. Silently, he said, I don't know. Don't know? Minato asked again, sounding surprised. When was the last time you saw her? She left when I was 4, stillness. Minato was furious. His hands gripped the chair's arms as his eyes narrowed at his son. He growled, she left you when you were 4? How was she able to accomplish that? He knew there was no way a Kushina would do that. Hesitantly, Naruto extended his hand and laid it on top of his father's. He said, please don't be mad at her. It is her way. It is the way of all her people. Actually, it's surprising she stayed with me as long as she did. Although his father showed signs of relaxation, he refused to be easily won over. Why didn't she leave you with me, then? I would have been glad, no, overjoyed to take you. With a small shake of his head, Naruto withdrew his hand. He mumbled, that is by no means assured. But he went on before Minato could object. He clarified, it is just the way things are done. I had to be ready and able to be of service before I came here. Minato inhaled deeply. I don't pretend to understand that way of thinking at all, Naruto, but I will accept your explanation, he replied. Naruto appeared relieved once more and said, for the moment. So what did you do after she left? Naruto gave a shrug. Okage. Sama trained me to some extent before she left, but there were some things she couldn't help me with. She suggested I find Jiraiya. Sensei. She said he might train me, or could point me in the direction of someone who would. So I traveled around, searching for him. When did you find him? When I was 8. One more quiet moment. Minato was shocked and asked, you were alone, traveling on your own, for 4 years? Hi. Okage. Sama made sure I could take care of myself, and I didn't mind being alone. I inherited some of her antisocial tendencies, said Naruto. Minato cried out, but you were a child. Naruto's previous statement didn't quite ring true to him. His son gave a rueful smile. I was never a child, Hokage. Sama. And that is all in the past. I survived, I found Ero. Sennin, and here I am. Minato hesitated. The name Naruto had mentioned breaking his flow of thought. Ero, Sennin? With a sheepish expression, Naruto nervously raised one hand to stroke the back of his head. Anyo uttered, "It's just a nickname." The Hokage interrupted him with a laugh. He cried, "I think it's perfect." Jiraiya broke in. Hey. He had been quietly observing the two as they interacted. Don't you start using it, too. It's disrespectful. Minato merely gave the Toad Sage a fingershake. He asked in jest, "The truth hurts. Ero. Sennin." However, his expression abruptly became angry. Besides, I owe you a little something for keeping the fact that I have a son from me for 7 years. You only told me you had a new student 3 years ago. The man moved uneasily on the couch. I knew you wouldn't be happy about that. I only hope you forgive me. Naruto was adamant on that point. Minato looked back at the boy sitting next to him. Naruto gave a nod. When Jiraiya Sensei told me he knew who my father was, I swore him to secrecy. I refused to let him tell you until I was ready to enter your service. A gift is no good if it is a burden instead of beneficial. Minato gave a small shake of his head. Say those words once more. Possession, debt. He could see that his son would not give up on that way of looking at himself quickly. He had time, though, to alter his son's perspective. And you feel you are ready now? That you will not be a burden? Naruto gave a nod. Jiraiya Sensei said it was time. I know I still have things to learn, but he said that I know enough to be helpful to you. Minato let out a sigh. The attitude of his son remained unbearable to him. You said your mother's people regard all children as gifts? That they are rare? And most are left alone before they are 4? Naruto replied with a blank face. The Yondaime muttered, it's no wonder the Whirlpool country doesn't exist anymore. After a little silence, he was asked another question. Why did she name you Naruto? Naruto grinned a little more. She told me it was the name of a character in a book that Sensei wrote. This character had many qualities you both admired. She said that you told her if you ever had a son, you would want him to be like the character in the book. Minato gave a big smile. He had previously repressed the memories, but Naruto's words brought them back. Recollections of reading the book with Kushina and becoming absorbed in Naruto's adventures as a ninja. He recalled telling her how pleased he would be to have a son who resembled the book's ninja. She honored his wish by naming their son after him after she had remembered. The replica of Minato's own smile was also present on his son's face. It pleased him to see his father in a happy place. It made Minato laugh. Someone knocked on the door, breaking their moment. Enter now, beckoned the Hokage. His helper poked her head through the entrance. Pardon the intrusion, Hokage. Sama, she said, but your meeting is in 10 minutes and a few of the clan heads have arrived. Minato swore, damn, he had no desire to sit through a pointless meeting and listen to quarreling clan heads, so he said, I forgot about that. He just wanted to sit and catch up on all the years he had missed with this wonderful boy next to him. He wished not to lose any more time. He had work to do, though. He looked down at his son. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I have a meeting to attend. The teenager got to his feet right away. Of course, Hokage. Sama. The Yondaime gave him a contemplative glance. Before I can accept you as a ninja of this village, I will have to test your skills and abilities, he stated. Naruto smiled. Of course, Hokage. Sama. I'm giving you 2 hours to rest, get some food, and prepare. Then, I expect you to be ready to show me what you can do. I will come get you from your room at that time. Son gave a nod. He exclaimed, Hi, Hokage. Sama. I will not disappoint you, with a youthful enthusiasm. Minato grinned in return. His son had a contagious smile. Very good, I am certain you won't. Hisadat-san, he said. Once more, his assistant poked her head into the office. She nodded and gestured to the blonde boy who bore a striking resemblance to her boss. Please show Naruto-kun here to the room prepared for him and kindly have some lunch sent in. Then return here. I have an errand for you before the meeting. After bowing to the Hokage, the adolescent in question departed with her. With his head in his hands, the blonde man slumped into the chair as he turned back to face his teacher. I feel like I've been fighting 100 Iwa-nin, he stated. Jiraiya rose from his couch seat and approached his first pupil. His large hand was resting on his shoulder. I know it's a lot to take in. It's going to take some time, for both you and him. His whole life has been focused on this day, on meeting you. Minato raised her gaze. That is something I absolutely cannot understand. How could Kushina put that ridiculous notion into his head that he is some sort of gift to me? He speaks as though he is a tool for me to use. And never once, in all the time he was talking about her, or his life, did he mention love. He said she admired me, respected me. That he was a gift in recognition of my skills. Medals are given in recognition of skills, not children. Children are born from the love of two people. I loved Kushina. In truth, I still do. But he never said she loved me. With a serious expression on his face, Jiraiya gave Minato a slight squeeze on his shoulder. I know it's difficult to understand. I don't quite understand it myself. Once Naruto explains a little more about his mother and himself, it might be easier. Or it might be harder. I'm not sure. Minato gave a headshake. He remarked wryly, "You are confusing me even more." His expression returned to seriousness as he said, "But I will put my questions aside until I speak with Naruto again. I trust you know what you're talking about. Now, we have some time before I have to meet with the clan heads. Fill me in on the information about Orochimaru you collected." Naruto trailed the woman with dark hair through the tower's corridors. Though his expression remained expressionless, he was filled with raging emotions. She came to a stop in front of a door and made a gesture. "This is your room, Naruto-kun," she declared. "Jiraiya Sama is in the room next door." He gave her a nod. He said, "Arigato, Hisadatsan," and pulled open the door. The room was uncomplicated yet cozy, featuring wooden flooring and a small table placed in front of a generously stuffed couch. He assumed that the sleeping area was visible through another doorway, and he believed that a sliding screen that led to a balcony was beyond that. He noticed that his pack was waiting for him in the middle of the space. The sound of Hisa's voice came from behind him, startling him a little. "Do you have any requests for lunch, Naruto-kun?" she inquired. He gave a headshake. "No, whatever is most convenient for you is fine, Hisadatsan," he said. She grinned. "Very well then. Your meal will arrive in about half an hour." She went, and he thanked her once more. The moment the door closed, he caved in to his emotions. His body gave way, and he collapsed onto the couch, holding onto a pillow as if it were his only means of support. He was having a hard time unwinding now that he had been so tense and stressed out all day. He bowed his head, letting the feelings wash over him. The excitement, anxiety, and fear all at once. He was completely overwhelmed by the multitude of emotions he had experienced that day, ranging from extreme to extreme. This was not his strong suit. He re-examined his emotions. Though it was offset by something else, the fear of rejection persisted. Joy and hope. He'd finally met his father, after nearly 16 years. That afternoon, his father planned to put him to the test. He was being given a chance by his father. With a smile, the boy jumped off the couch, causing the pillow to drop to the ground. He gave a fist pump and started to dance around the space. He exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes." He was being given a chance by his father. An opportunity to prove he was worthy. He would demonstrate it. His dad would approve of him. He would see that he hadn't wasted the previous 7 years with Jiraiya sensei. Maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't care what Naruto's ancestry was if he could convince the Yondaime that he was a formidable warrior and that he would be a valuable asset to his father's collection of weapons. He was accepted by Ero Sennin, and his father was also a student of Jiraiya, am I correct? Thus, the sage's statement that Naruto need not worry was undoubtedly accurate. So far, he'd been correct, after all. The news that he had a son had made his father happy. He'd given him a hug, too. The thought of that contact caused Naruto to stop dancing. He remained motionless, relishing the recollection of the emotions that had taken hold of him upon his father's touch. It hadn't elicited the same overwhelming reactions as the Hokage's voice or scent, but Naruto reasoned that this was because they hadn't had a direct skin encounter. It had been like a shockwave going through him, starting beneath his dad's hands. He had never felt anything like the complete and utter contentment he felt after the current past. He had always felt a little empty and lost, as though there was somewhere he was meant to be and he was just not there. That feeling had been banished by his father's touch. It seemed very appropriate. By his father's side, Naruto had discovered the place he was meant to be. Naruto had maintained that feeling of satisfaction the entire time he was with the Hokage. Now that Naruto was not by his side, the lost feeling was back, though not nearly as strong as it was. Naruto was aware that the feeling would eventually fade and that he only had one more thing to do to tie himself to his father. However, that was a task that needed to wait. First things first, he would need to win the Hokage over, which would require impressing him. He had to get to work getting ready. After knocking on his student's door and hearing a muffled, "Come in," Jiraiya went inside. Naruto was seated on the sleeping room floor in front of the ajar sliding door, his back to the gardens, though his head was now turned to peer through the opening. He'd changed into his training gear, which was far more appropriate for showing off his abilities. His new outfit consisted of a long, sleeved shirt, black pants, and black shinobi sandals. Just above the tip of his sandals, the pants' hems partially revealed the mesh leggings he wore for protection. Black fingerless gloves with a metal plate on the back of the hand were also on him. He wore several pouches strapped to his waist and one affixed to his right thigh's side. He had his katana fastened to his back. He was clearly in a meditative state as he sat in lotus position. There was the half-eaten lunch tray on the table with the plates all nicely arranged, the water glass empty, the napkin folded, and the chopsticks resting on top. Although his student was not particularly tidy, he was extremely courteous. Jiraiya began, "I don't want to interfere with your preparations." "No, not at all, sensei," was Naruto's smooth response as he got up and entered the sitting room. "I was getting tired of meditating anyway." Jiraiya laughed. Naruto was never one to brood or sit still. He said, "Are you ready?" The fair-haired woman shrugged. With a head tilt toward his sensei, he said, "As ready as I'll ever be, I think. What do you think this test will be?" Jiraiya gave a shrug. "He'll probably have you fight someone. A Jonin most likely. You might have to retrieve something from the Jonin's person or land a certain number of hits on them. Something like that." They remained silent for a while as Naruto considered that. Finally Jiraiya said, "I think you should save your Kekkei Genkai for last." "Hi," the teenager answered. "That's the plan. Actually, I would rather not use it at all." The toad sage cast his gaze downward at his pupil. "You can't keep it from him." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I know that. I had hoped that I could just tell him about it. Maybe demonstrate one of the lesser abilities. There's no way I'll be able to show him everything I can do, anyway. At least, not right now." "You're right," Jiraiya replied. Once more, he shrugged. "Well, all right. You'll just have to see what the situation calls for." Naruto's countenance shifted. "I promise to try my hardest," Naruto declared, his eyes unforgiving, his voice grave, and his determination visible in every wrinkle of his face. "I will make you proud of me. And I will prove myself to the Yondaime." Jiraiya gave a nod. He said, "I know you will." Naruto knew the boy had an iron will when he saw that expression on his face. It was that simple. When he decided to do something, he did it. Gazing intently into those eyes, Jiraiya thought Naruto was capable of anything. Anything at all. It was very nearly terrifying. Like he had done with his father years before, he reached out and tousled the young blonde's hair. "Oh my goodness, arrow. Senin," Naruto lamented. Suddenly, the determined expression vanished, to be replaced by a deeply irritated one. When his sensei would mess up his hair like that, Naruto detested it. He ducked out of the man's grasp and ran his own through his spiky hair, attempting to reorganize it into a sort of order that only he could comprehend. Jiraiya laughed. How he cherished annoying the boy. A knock on the door was heard. Naruto had a shocked expression. He didn't think anyone else would show up, and his father wasn't supposed to arrive for another 20 minutes. He opened the door after passing his sensei. Grinning at him, his father remained motionless. With a smile back, Naruto bowed. "Hokage. Sama," uttered by him. He took a step back, giving the man room to enter the room. "Do you want to come in?" With a few forward steps, he said, "Thank you, Naruto. I am a little early, but my meeting was over sooner than I expected, so I thought I would come see how you were doing." Jiraiya laughed. He was fairly certain that Minato had shortened their meeting on purpose. Ignoring him, his senior pupil carried on conversing with Naruto. "Don't feel rushed though. If you have more preparations to make, please take your time." Naruto gave a headshake. "No, Hokage. Sama, I'm ready." Minato gave a nod. It was advantageous for a ninja to be well prepared. Naruto nodded, and the older blonde turned to head back out the still open door. "Then shall we go?" Naruto asked. His son's cry, "Oi, Hokage. Sama," cut him off in midair. "What?" he asked, partially turning to glance over his shoulder. Pointing to the back of his coat was Naruto. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "It says Yondaime Hokage." Jiraiya laughed as Minato gave off a confused look. "Yes, it does," replied the coat's owner. After Minato was named the third successor, the red kanji had been added to match the flames along the bottom. Wearing the coat instead of the traditional Hokage robes, Jiraiya knew he didn't really like them. Oaked by the toad sage. He was much more of it. "So?" the teenager exclaimed. It's the coolest thing I have ever seen, and waved his arms to show the entire room, or maybe the entire world. Minato laughed as the senior ninja did. You like it, huh? Maybe I'll have one made for you. Would you like to follow in my footsteps and be Yondaime Hokage, Naruto gazed at him, gaping eyes and slightly parted lips. Yondaime Hokage, he whispered, sounding completely taken aback. Minato smiled. He said, Naruto, I'm just kidding. I have no idea if you would even want the job. You'd have to like paperwork. Naruto grinned, but it stopped short of his eyes as his expression changed from shocked to happy. Minato pivoted once more to leave the chamber. When the Hokage turned to face him, Jiraiya stopped smiling and put his hand on his young pupil's shoulder. He gently squeezed the boy's hand, and the boy looked up at him with gratitude. The boy nodded in response to Jiraiya's nod, took a breath, and followed his father outside. It was unnecessary to speak. Jiraiya let out a sigh. Though he didn't think Minato noticed, he was aware of the anguish his younger pupil was fervently attempting to conceal. With that joke about being Yondaime Hokage, Minato had just seriously hurt the boy. A wound he was unaware of and hadn't intended. The youthful blonde refused to reveal anything. A village leader needs to have the support of the populace, and Naruto was certain he would never enjoy this kind of widespread acceptance. It broke Jiraiya's heart, but he wasn't entirely sure he was mistaken. They followed the Yondaime to a training area outside the town walls. Naruto had followed his father's pace with ease as they had traversed the trees and rooftops. Jiraiya sensed that Minato was happy. When they arrived, the Yondaime landed with ease in a sizable open area between the trees, with Jiraiya and Naruto following closely behind. Among the larger and less frequented training areas, there was nobody else in the area. With a shrug, Minato gave Jiraiya his jacket. He turned to face his son. He held up a small silver bell on a string, jangled it once to make it clearly ring, and then fastened it to a loop at his waist. Okay, Naruto, your mission is to find me and take this bell. Use any weapons or jutsu you want. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you won't get the bell, he laughed. Naruto gave him a blink. He asked, You, Hokage Sama? My opponent is you? Minato gave a nod. With trepidation, Naruto glanced at Jiraiya. Impassively, Jiraiya turned to look back. The young blonde said angrily, I thought you said it would be some Jonin. Jiraiya just gave a shrug. Minato chuckled. Well, I wanted to see what you could do against me. I am the Hokage, after all, the strongest ninja in the village. Naruto's eyes were narrowed as he looked at him. You also don't want anybody else to see what I can do just yet. Minato chuckled once more. That too. Jiraiya grinned. Examining beneath the beneath, excellent. So my test is to hunt you down and take the bell away from you? Jiraiya took note of the way his pupil had put it. Find him, huh? You don't realize what you've got yourself into, Minato. He had never seen a better tracker than Naruto. Minato gave a nod. I had Anbu clear the area and stand guard at the edge of the grounds. No one else is here and no one will disturb us. Jiraiya was aware of the ulterior intentions, though he wasn't certain if Naruto was as well. Minato had anticipated some damage to the area and didn't want anyone else to get caught in it, in addition to wanting to keep his son's abilities a secret. He held his son in high regard. He could not let Naruto down. With a bow of respect, the young blonde asked, Hokage Sama, can you phrase it as a command? With furrowed brows, Minato turned to face him. What? Can you phrase this task as a command? You mean, command you to do this task? Hi. A whole dot off. Why? Naruto appeared uneasy once more. Although it wasn't the precise reason, it was pretty close. Please, it will make me feel better about coming at you with intent to kill. Minato gave a shrug. Sure. I order you to locate my position and take this bell away, using deadly force if necessary. You will start when I say, begin. Does that suffice? Once more, Naruto bowed. Yes, thank you, Hokage Sama. And with a smile, the Hokage disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Very good then, begin. Jiraiya observed his last pupil. Naruto remained in his spot, and a smile gradually appeared on his face as well. It was a different kind of smile, though. It was far more wild than what Minato had known. Excitement was dancing in his eyes. It was the look on his face just before a fight. A warrior's passion for combat was one essential quality. Naruto was full of that. He loved to fight, but he hated killing, at least most of the time. Ultimately, it was his innate purpose. Jiraiya also smiled. Minato was not expecting this. Naruto started to get excited after he had recovered from the shock of facing his father. It would not be difficult to locate his father given their recent bond, which the Hokage was still unaware of. It would be more difficult, but not impossible, to get the bell. He had his Kekkei Genkai to fall back on if necessary. Even with the directive permitting lethal force, he wasn't positive he could use it against the Hokage. If necessary had been the crucial phrase, and he wasn't sure if the seals in his soul would view its use as required to ring the bell. He would just have to give it a shot and see. Once his father had left him alone, he had stood, allowing the thrill of combat to overcome him. Shutting his eyes, he inhaled deeply. His father was too skilled at hiding his chakra signature for him to be able to use it to locate him. Although his father had moved away from where Naruto was, it was still easy to follow his scent. He could also perceive the motions of the Hokage, the gentle swish of cloth as he raised his hands into a seal. All of a sudden, his father's sound and scent were amplified. Naruto chuckled breathlessly. Clone shadows. The Yondaime had created 5 shadow clones and were releasing them from the clearing in all directions. Merely 5. It was quite simple to match that. From where his father was, he leapt into the trees, heading in the wrong direction. To inform him so early on in the game that he was unable to hide from Naruto would not be appropriate. When he stepped out of the clearing, he felt Jiraiya's gaze on him. His mentor would observe the proceedings from a safe location. This fight between his students is something he would not want to miss. Bumping through the trees, Naruto approached, but did not approach, one of his father's clones. He didn't want to let his father know that his trick had been figured out so quickly. He slipped between the branches after discovering an especially thick patch of leaves. He whispered the name of the jutsu and made the same seal that the Hokage had. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 shadow clones materialized among the leaves with a silent puff and a few thin wisps of smoke. He was not so naive as to believe that his clones could defeat the Hokage in a 1-on-1 duel. However, 2 of his for each of his fathers ought to be sufficient to serve as at least a diversion. While he went for the original, his clones would keep his father out of his hair. At his gesture, the 10 parted, sliding soundlessly between the leaves and vanishing into their respective targets. He remained in his verdant haven. He inhaled deeply once more, allowing his senses to widen. The clones of his father were perfect replicas, right down to the same sound and scent. As anticipated from the Yondaime Hokage, who was rumored to outperform all previous Hokages. Still, there were a few minor variations. The clones sounded as though they were in an echoless room. Their sounds were shallow compared to the original. The smell also seemed a little off, like there was a tiny but important ingredient missing. Indeed, it was. Naruto wasn't your typical tracker. Most people, including ninja dogs, probably wouldn't notice it. When it came to the sound and smell of his father's clones, he knew exactly what was lacking. For the same reason, he knew that if he touched or saw one, its appearance and feel would be strange. Real blood wasn't present in clones. He was not called to what flowed in them. They were devoid of its faint aroma, and their heartbeat and the sound of blood coursing through veins to accentuate their noises were absent. They would not have the same soft glow that it gave the original skin, nor would they really radiate warmth from their skin. All of these were things he would notice in any person, but his earlier connections with his father made it much easier. Thus, he disregarded the clone's signals and proceeded on his own. He focused on the original. The Hokage had left his original position, replacing himself with a clone, and was now circumnavigating the clearing in the opposite direction of Naruto. He was now moving away from his son, but still nearly directly across from him. Naruto started to follow. He walked around the clearing and stopped once more. His dad was still relocating. It was hard work tracking the Hokage. There was not a single misplaced leaf or scratch on the bark of the branches he landed on, leaving no trace behind him. He moved with an almost silent gait as well. Even Naruto would find him difficult to listen to if they didn't share a bond. He needed to focus more than usual as it was. Naruto was aware that his father would not be fooled by his strategy. He wasn't particularly skilled at stealth, and he couldn't conceal his chakra effectively enough to avoid being discovered by a ninja with the Yondaime's level of experience. When hunting, he had always depended on his quickness and slyness. But this time he couldn't rely on that because his father was faster than he was. Then, it would need to be crafty. He would need to lure his dad into an entrapment. However, how would one go about doing that? He abruptly stopped. His dad was no longer there. Oh no! Shutting his eyes, Naruto spun around. Somehow, his father had come around to him. Double whammy. Was he truly trailing a clone? Naruto brushed that aside. He believed his senses. He was aware that it was the original. That jutsu has to be it. Though at the time he was unaware that Jiraiya was his father, Jiraiya had told him many stories about his father. Stories of the Yondaime's jutsus and his exploits against Iwa during the last Great Shinobi War were among those told. Consequently, even though Jiraiya was unable to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu, he was fully aware of it. Though he hadn't been looking, Naruto hadn't noticed the seal needed for the jutsu. The Yondaime was sure to have seals strewn throughout the grounds and the village as well, so he could move quickly and practically anywhere. Naruto could not possibly keep an eye on every seal since he had no way of knowing the precise number. Though he didn't anticipate using the jutsu so quickly, Naruto assumed he would at some point. Oh my goodness. Thinking hard, he leapt off into the trees once more and resumed his pursuit. He was unable to idle away the day. Could he, or would he? He nearly laughed out loud when he realized the answer, it coming to him so quickly and so easily. Minato was taken aback. None of the ploys he'd used to frighten his son off the trail had worked. He was never far behind, even though he hadn't caught up to him. He was denying Minato the chance to truly hide. He initially believed the shadow clones had tricked him since he took off in the incorrect direction, but Naruto had actually used misdirection in that instance. He had put together 10 of his own shadow clones, sending them after the clones of the Hokage, despite the fact that they had not launched an attack. After that, he had picked up the real Minato's trail with relative ease and had followed it religiously. Though there was no obvious trail to follow, Minato had not stopped him from gaining either. He was eager to learn more about the other thing that was happening. Much earlier than he had anticipated, he had turned to the Hiraishin. Not even that had helped much. His son had almost instantly stopped, picked up where he left off, and headed straight toward Minato. After that, he used it a few more times, but Naruto continued to appear. It was clear that the boy was a skilled tracker. Presumably the best Minato had ever seen, which was saying something given the clans that called Konoha home and were known for their prowess in tracking. There had only been one strange incident, not too long ago. After approaching the main clearing's edge, one of Naruto's clones scattered off. Minato was unable to determine the exact reason behind its actions. Though he didn't think the clone had been there long enough to do something like that, he supposes it might have set a trap for him. He gave a headshake. It eluded him to solve. All he'd have to do is be alert. Maybe it was time to let the boy catch him and see what he would do to get the bell, now that he had the information from this exercise that he needed. He stopped jumping trees. He assumed he ought to return to the main clearing in order to give them more space. Even after he had sped up, he was still being followed by his son, who seemed to sense that Minato had stopped. With a small smile on his face, he gave up on stealth and sped towards the clearing. His goal was to arrive slightly before his son. Minato arrived at the open space. Though he could see Jiraiya sitting upright in a nearby tree, it was empty. He approached his sensei and took a seat on a stump beneath him. He had a few minutes, but his son was coming. The boy had, strangely enough, not sped up or attempted to intercept Minato. Perhaps he sensed that Minato had given up chasing after him and was prepared for the next phase of the test. Jiraiya had a smile on her face. A huge smile that goes on forever. It was disliked by Minato. "What?" he inquired. Without saying anything, Jiraiya's smile expanded, if that was even possible. With a slight pout, Minato muttered, "Fine, don't tell me." Jiraiya remarked, "He's a great tracker, isn't he?" But Minato didn't think that explained the foolish smile on his face. "Yes," Minato replied. "Do you know how he does it?" Jiraiya gave a nod. "He has exceptional senses. He'll explain it to you, I'm sure." Minato was not particularly informed by that, but he ignored it. He would eventually come to know. His son was drawing near, but he was circling the clearing, attempting to sneak up on Minato. Minato gave himself a nod. It was a wise move. That is, if he was unable to sense his son's approach. The boy really had a chakra that was like a beacon of fire. He stretched as he got off the stump. He said, "Well, time to see what else he can do," and made his way to the clearing's center. A moment later, his son emerged from behind him in a nearby tree. After a quick glance into the clearing, he launched an attack. He wasted no time. Minato had to give it to him. He launched a wind blast at first, but Minato retaliated with his own wind jutsu. There was a roar that shook the treetops around them as the two met and cancelled each other out. For a brief moment, he felt pleased with the jutsu's power and his son's affinity for the wind. In Konoha, it was uncommon. His pride was short-lived, though, as he had to quickly avert a hail of shuriken that his son had secreted behind the gust of wind. It was a challenging task. Minato cherished it. With a kunai in his hand, Naruto leapt at Minato, trailing behind the shuriken. With his own kunai, Minato retaliated, and they traded a barrage of blows. Even at the age of 15, his son's taijutsu skills were quite good. He wasn't an expert, so he wasn't able to identify the style. He would soon have Guy observe him. Naruto had a deranged smile on his face. It was beginning to give Minato pause because it brought to mind Jiraiya's smile. His teeth were clenched as he muttered, "What the hell? Why didn't he know what they knew?" Though he was enjoying himself while sparring with his son, he was curious about what was happening. He accelerated his pace. His son managed to parry the blows for a short while, but not for very long. Minato quickly made 3 fist landings, but he saw that Naruto's smile never went away. Subsequently, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Minato stopped. A clone of shadows? Minato was in complete shock. Had it been a clone of a shadow? What then became of the real Naruto? He cast a sidelong glance in Jiraiya's direction. The stump had vanished from view. What? All he had to go by was a faint tremor in the ground. He leapt straight up, barely managing to keep up with his own pace. Just behind him, with one hand outstretched and the other grasping a kunai, his son leapt out of the earth. His father's foot was brushed by his fingers. Minato flipped in the air to land behind his son, but before he knew it, Naruto had already begun forming hand seals and had spun on his heel to face him. He was not going to allow his dad to take a breather. It was a water jutsu this time. Bullets made of water flew in Minato's direction. After noticing his son's familiar signs, he prepared a defense, albeit quickly getting through the seals to arrive in time. He summoned an earth wall to block the water as soon as he touched the ground, slamming down his palm. Just in case his son had prepared another jutsu, he left it up for a moment. He lowered it just enough to see Naruto when he felt nothing, but not so much that he couldn't quickly raise it again if necessary. With his kunai in hand, his son was observing him while standing in a defensive stance. It felt like a little pause, but Minato couldn't quite put her finger on why. Even after chasing him around for the better part of the afternoon and unleashing a few formidable jutsus, Naruto wasn't even breathing heavily. His pride was in his son. Very pleased. Considering his age, he was fighting at a very high level. Additionally, he shared Minato's elemental affinities: water and wind. After all, Namikaze was his name. He pondered whether he was in need of a third and what it might be. And what he did with the clone of Shadow. He called, asking, "How did you do that?" A moment passed as his son gave him a cautious look. He questioned, "Do what?" "That thing with the shadow clone. I could have sworn it was you. I didn't realize you had exchanged places with one. Nor did I sense you come into the clearing." The smile on his son's face was almost blindingly bright. "Oh, that," he uttered. "I knew you would come back here eventually. All I had to do was wait, but you couldn't know I was waiting. So, the next time you used the Hiraishin, I timed it to create a shadow clone just when you disappeared. You wouldn't notice the jutsu during the heartbeat it takes you to reappear. The instant I created the clone, I suppressed my chakra and held still while the clone searched for your new position and took off after you. Suppressing my chakra is hard for me, though, and I couldn't be sure you wouldn't still sense me. So, I made my way to my nearest shadow clone. I had it walk with me to the edge of the clearing to mask any chakra I might be leaking. Once here I transformed myself, using the dispersal of the clone to cover the jutsu. Then I waited. What did you disguise yourself as? I didn't sense you at all when I got here." The stump came back from his son. "The stump?" he asked, blinking. It had vanished, but someone asked, "That stump? Under the tree Jiraiya was sitting in?" The younger blonde gave a nod. "But that's impossible. I sat on that stump. It wasn't an illusion." Naruto chuckled. Minato had never heard the sound before, and he was enthralled with it. It was loud, rich, and incredibly infectious. It was beautiful. Despite his confusion, Minato noticed that he was grinning. His son eventually said, "It wasn't an illusion," his laughter fading but his sarcasm remaining audible. "When I transform, I physically change into the thing. To normal senses, I am the thing I have transformed into, so I am close to impossible to detect." Minato fixed his gaze on his son. Though incredibly simple, the plan he had devised was devious and nearly impossible to execute. Still, he had succeeded. How was it possible for Naruto to know when he intended to use the Hiraishin? And then to precisely time the Kage Bunshin Jutsu to occur at the precise moment when Minato was leaping and losing consciousness of his surroundings. He might know a few ninjas who could pull it off, not one of them was 15 either. The majority of ninja would not even be aware of the Hiraishin's vulnerability. The cherry on top was learning about the nature of his transformations. Minato had never heard of a ninja employing the henge jutsu to transform physically. It ought not to be feasible. Still, there was no doubt his son had done it. Later on, he would have to investigate that ability. He still had an opponent to deal with right now. He made the decision to step it up. He made subtle hand seals behind the wall as he spoke, that is. Most impressive, Naruto. Be careful what jutsus you use, or they might be used against you. Huh? No wonder you two were grinning at me like that. He continued to look at his son and asked, how did you know when I would use the Hiraishin? It appeared that he was unaware of Minato's actions. I heard you. Minato's jutsu nearly slipped from his grasp. He's heard me. Even so, Jiraiya had claimed that Naruto had extraordinary senses. It was easy to sound nonchalant when I said, what do you mean, heard me? Well, but before Naruto could finish explaining himself, Minato unleashed the jutsu, a stronger wind attack that took the shape of a whirlwind. Naruto would have some severe gashes if it struck. Minato observed his son's eyes enlarge, contract, and rise to his lips with his free hand. He hadn't had time to create any hand seals, but it appeared to be a fireball jutsu. Then the whirlwind obstructed his view, making it impossible for the Hokage to see him clearly. Merely, Minato pondered. The world then burst into a raging inferno. Even without hand seals, his son had managed to manage a small fireball. That was really inconsequential because the wind attack fed it, making it grow ferociously and swallow the whole region. Minato raised the wall and dropped behind it at the same time. The flames streamed past overhead and licked at the edges. It was really hot outside. That takes care of his earlier query, then. It was true that his son possessed a third affinity, fire. But without seals, how did he manage? Without the seals that helped shape chakra, jutsu could still be used, but most 15-year-olds lacked the control to pull it off. Generally speaking, no matter how old they were, most ninja didn't. As the flames dwindled, Minato stood up straight. With his katana in hand, Naruto suddenly materialized at the top of the wall. He leapt off the wall and twisted in the air to land behind the Hokage before Minato could react. Before the older blonde could even turn and lift his kunai, his son was already on top of him. Being a skilled swordsman himself, Naruto had the upper hand when facing a kunai. Minato was only spared slicing apart by his superior speed and skill. How Naruto had made it to the wall so quickly eluded him. Even the flames had not completely extinguished. He didn't even appear to be singed, so he must have passed through them. Minato was once more perplexed. In this fight, it was a state he was growing all too accustomed to. It was his son's way of doing the unexpected. A good quality in a ninja. It was evident that his son intended for Naruto's greater reach to push the Hokage back against the wall. It would be all over if he managed to trap him there. Fortunately, he had some control over that. When Minato let go of the jutsu, the wall vanished. He could now go there. Someone was standing behind him. In an attempt to maintain eye contact with his son, he partially rotated. Making use of Minato's distraction, the boy was intensifying his attack. He parried a barrage of blows as his mind tried to register this new danger. With a devilish smile, his son was leaping forward, a whirling ball of orange chakra in his hand. Clone of the shadows. Rasengan, huh? Though he didn't have time to think about it, Minato found it unbelievable. He also ran out of time to dodge, so he took the only action available to him. Using Hiraishin, he moved to the opposite side of the clearing. He felt a sharp burn below his vest, low on his side, just before he vanished. He'd been nicked by his son. When he surfaced again, he instantly assumed a combat stance and took a deep breath. He was staring at his son and his son's replica. The person who had created the Rasengan was still beaming and was gesturing with something other than a ball of chakra. The bell was the culprit. When Minato looked down to his waist, all he saw was the gash that Naruto, brandishing a katana, had inflicted on him. With that final blow, he had sliced the bell away. The Yondaime burst out laughing. His son was very talented. His plan was brilliant. He concealed himself behind the wall to form the Rasengan, sending the shadow clone as a distraction. Once more turning the jutsu of his opponent against him. He had perfect control over his shadow clones. They were far superior to Minato's. And the Rasengan was known to him. Jiraiya would have to answer to him about that later. He wanted to compare it to his own right now. He started to put the kunai away and say, "Very good, Naruto. I am thoroughly impressed," but then he stopped. His son had stopped smiling and staring at him. Rather, both Narutos were breathing in short, shallow gasps while they stared at the katana with expressions that were impossible to read. The blade was covered in blood. His lineage. Indeed, Naruto had cut him when he cut the bell's cord, but it was really only a minor scratch. Without a doubt, he had worse. Was that the reason for his son's appearance? Naruto, the older blonde said, hoping to reassure the younger ninja, but he stopped again when he saw that his son, the real one, was staring at him while holding the bell. Although his face was expressionless, there was actual movement in his eyes. It was unlike anything Minato had ever seen. It resembled something stirring the shallow water in a swimming pool. Even though you couldn't see it clearly, you knew it was there. You also believed it to be large. It was disliked by Minato. The first stirrings of fear sparked in his stomach. Naruto, he uttered once more, a whisper this time. But his son's attention was drawn to a movement next to the young man. The clone had begun to bring the katana closer to his face. While Naruto appeared to know what he was doing, Minato did not. The clone's motion was abruptly stopped when the original reached out and grabbed its wrist. Glancing at the original, the clone let out a low, quiet growl that was still audible to Minato. The first growled back, his expression hard. The Hokage gave a blink. The clones showed no hostility toward their creators. What on earth was happening? The original was now bringing the sword closer to his own face while adjusting the hand that was holding his clone's wrist. The clone appeared angry, but his growl had stopped. The real Naruto steadied the blade by running his other hand along its flat. He brought it right up to his lips, licking the blood off the blade while maintaining a fixed gaze on his clone. Minato gasped. His son had put his hands by his sides and he was staring at him. His clone appeared to have been forgotten, as evidenced by the dreamlike expression on his face and his closed eyes. His body trembled violently, followed by another, and he groaned quietly, but his face remained expressionless. How on earth is he doing this? What's not right? With the intention of approaching his son, he took a step forward but then stopped again. He discovered he was immobile. The clearing was overrun with fear. Though it wasn't quite accurate, it was the only description Minato knew how to give it. Though it wasn't quite fear itself, the sensation that enveloped him, made his skin crawl, constricting his breathing and pressing down on his shoulders like a weight, was undoubtedly frightening. It was similar to a high-level ninja's intent to kill, though not quite the same. This type of feeling was something he had only experienced once, nearly 16 years ago. His mind stopped, would not come to pass. That can't be true. Panic was beginning to seep into the corners of his mind. Please, don't allow that to happen. His body's instincts were yelling for him to flee, to leave this place as quickly and far away as possible. He was still immobile, though. He had only his son to watch. It was he who was feeling it. The clone began to snarl once more, but Naruto waved away the jutsu and continued to remain motionless. It was the young man's hands that caught Minato's attention. The nails had grown longer and sharper. They appeared like claws now. Instead of being thin lines, the whisker marks on his face had become harsh slashes that marred his cheeks. His eyes opened, meeting his father's gaze squarely. Minato let out a gasp that he was unable to contain. His son's once beautiful blue eyes had turned scarlet red instead. Slits were the pupils. Minato had previously seen eyes like that. He had indeed seen them, Kami. Not at all. His head exploded. How is it possible? Naruto was smiling once more, but it was more of a snarl. It exposed the fangs his canines had grown into by stretching his now black lips over his teeth. Minato felt a wave of fear and despair overwhelm him so much that he felt like he might drown. Even if it means I don't have a son, please let this be a dream and allow me to wake up. That thought stopped him cold, and beneath his self-loathing, the fear subsided a little. Was that all I really thought? I'm not saying that, am I? A burning sensation in his side snapped him out of his reverie. When he looked down, his eyes got bigger. He was bleeding profusely from the wound Naruto had inflicted. Much too much blood for a wound this small. He attempted to stop the flow by pressing his hand against it. When he looked up again, his son was pointing a finger with claws at him. Was this what he was doing? With a small motion resembling a step forward, Naruto vanished from sight. A moment later, he was back, this time directly in front of Minato. The more senior ninja was caught off guard. He retreated involuntarily a step. He couldn't move, but at least he tried. This time, he was not just paralyzed with shock and terror, he was literally immobile. The clawed hand was held up, palm facing him, fingers spread, no longer pointing at him. In some way, his son was in charge of him. Naruto extended his arm with his free hand to seize the wrist of the hand Minato had pressed against his side. His talons penetrated Minato's flesh. If he could have flinched, the Hokage would have. Naruto licked the blood from his father's fingers as he raised his hand to his mouth. Naruto had a look on his face akin to ecstasy and was panting heavily. He appeared to be enjoying every taste as he moved slowly. Minato had to admit, beneath the shock and fear, that he was kind of fascinated, if also a little repulsed. What did this power consist of? He was growing irritated as well. He was sick of being taken aback and perplexed. Naruto had nearly completed his licking of his hand's blood. The palm facing Minato had begun to droop slightly, and he questioned whether he would be able to move at this point. He gave it a little trial run. He had the ability to move his lips and eyes. Was he able to talk? He sighed, Naruto. Even though there was hardly any sound at all, it was sufficient. Without turning his head, his son rolled his eyes up in their sockets to look at him. Their eyes met. A moment of self-reproach ensued for Minato. His son had just caught his attention and was a threat, a predator. What made him do that? Naruto's head jerked up, though, and he turned to face his father. His eyes' redness began to fade. Observing it was fascinating. The crimson color seemed to drain out of his pupils as they compressed back into a round shape, leaving crystal blue behind. Naruto's claws turned back into nails, and the dark lines on his face reverted to their original size, relieving Minato of the pressure on her wrist. The clearing lost its choking sensation as if it had never existed. Once more, Minato found himself gazing into his son's perfectly normal face. A face that was filling with shame and horror very quickly. Naruto inhaled deeply, trembling, and exhaled with a sound like a choked cry. He released his grip on his father's wrist and swiftly swiped and flicked his hand. Leaping backward and away from the blonde in front of him, he dropped the other hand that had been holding his father still. He cleared about 30 feet in a single bound. He never once looked away from his father. Minato was free once more, but she watched him go and did not move. His son's expression was unwavering, tears welling up in his eyes. As soon as Naruto landed, he fell to his knees and made the same bow he had earlier made in Minato's office by pressing his forehead into the ground in front of him. He was trembling badly. Why? Yondaime Hokage. Ue, he uttered, his body and voice quivering nearly equally. He seemed unable to say, I am so very sorry. I can. No, my actions are unforgivable. But page P. Please, please. It took him several moments to regain his voice, and his breathing was filled with sobs. I willingly submit to any page punishment you see fit. Minato just gave him a glance. He stood staring at his son, this dangerous creature, cowering on the ground, unsure of what to do. From his treetop perch, Jiraiya sighed. That could have been handled more skillfully. He leapt to his feet and hurried over to his first pupil. Minato didn't give him a look or acknowledge him. All he could do was watch as his son, curled up on the ground, began to crumble. Minato, he began. Don't, the fair-haired man interjected. His voice sounded blank, emotionless. Jiraiya ceased speaking. The Yondaime was going to have to handle this alone, and he clearly didn't want any help. All right. He would simply stand here and offer unspoken encouragement to his two pupils. Naruto tried to control the tremors that were coursing through his body and the sobs that were pouring out of his throat, but he was unable. Well, what was the point now? Now, nothing was important. Squeezing his eyes shut, he made gouges in the ground with his fingers as he dug into the grass. In a desperate attempt to contain his screaming, he was biting his lip so much that it was bleeding. He wanted the ground to split open and engulf him. He had destroyed everything. He was doing so very nicely. In reality, he had rung the bell. He was confident Jiraiya would be pleased, as his father had expressed his admiration. He'd avoided using his Kekkei Genkei altogether. Before using it, he would have given his father an explanation and let him know what to anticipate. However, it was already too late for that. All of his achievements and advancements were lost, obliterated, and destroyed in a single moment when he lost control. He had made an effort to avoid drawing his father's blood during the battle because he knew it would be difficult for him. And he had succeeded all the way through. Since it had been so little even then, he believed he would be all right. And he was, if not very nearly. It had proven to be far more difficult than he had anticipated. It had taken everything he had not to taste the smell of his father's blood when it had reached him. It made his throat burn with a desperate thirst. The call was fading, but it still sang to him. The longer it sat on the blade, drying in the late afternoon sun, the less energy it held. Though it required every ounce of focus and left him with no choice but to stand motionless, he had managed to maintain a tenuous grip on control. He believed that if he moved in any way, he would grab the katana and taste the blood. Even though it was extremely difficult for him, he had succeeded. He wanted less blood the longer it was out of his body. With only a short while left, he believed he would be able to move to spread the jutsu and eliminate the clone and blood. After that, he would handle the smell of fresh blood emanating from the Hokage. However, the foolish clone had attempted to taste the blood itself. He ought to have distributed it right away, even before the smell of blood reached him, but he had been so delighted to receive the bell that he had forgotten about it. And he was lost as soon as the blonde tasted the blood. Like a wisp of cobweb brushed from his face, his control had been swept aside by the roar of his instincts. However, it had tasted so good, Okami. Even though it wasn't new, it had been the most incredible thing he had ever experienced. He was craving more right away. It wouldn't hurt to have one more taste of fresher blood. His dad was gushing blood already. The Hokage had only sustained a shallow wound from him, and the blood had already dried up. Restarting it and drawing out more blood than would normally appear was not too difficult. Additionally, it was simple to keep his father motionless so that he wouldn't go. People were strangely repulsed by the thought of having their blood eaten. Though he didn't give it much thought, he was a little surprised his powers were even working against his father in the back of his mind. He was staring at the blood too much. It had been ecstasy when he had tasted the fresh blood. Never before had he felt so fully alive, as if the energy in his father's blood was being transferred to him. It tasted 100 times more intensely of the way his father smelled, warm and spicy and clean and home. Atop the metallic taste only blood could have. He'd enjoyed every last drop. To him, it sang. He could feel the song of his father's blood in his veins, just as he had felt his father's voice in his bones. His own blood had responded to the song, attempting to harmonize his own vitality with his father's, emulating his father's melody in harmony. His heart had jumped a beat or two to beat in time with his father's. Because the blood wasn't drawn straight from the vein, it wasn't flawless. However, Naruto had been itching to finish the ceremony, to complete the bonding, to solidify the connection, and it was almost there. It would not occur now, though. From the bottom of his heart, he knew without a doubt that his father would turn him down. That his dad wouldn't want to interact with him at all. After that performance, Jiraiya was undoubtedly disgusted with him as well. Even with its softness, his father's voice had captured his attention, and the expression on his face when Naruto had looked up was priceless. In an instant, Naruto was snapped out of his delusions by the horror and shame he felt upon realizing what he was doing. The damage had already been done, even though he had desperately forced himself to suppress his instincts, freed his father, and leapt away. He had apologized, but in this case, words were pretty meaningless, and he didn't think it would make a difference that he had meant them with all of his heart. He recognized the expression on his father's face. The Hokage's expression had been mostly one of fear, but there had also been something else. Naruto had seen it enough times to be certain of its identity. Disgusting. Though it hadn't been particularly noticeable, it had existed, and it had crushed his spirit and broken his heart. Like all the others, his father was a simple man. When he believed Naruto to be an ordinary human like everyone else, he was content to have him around. However, that all changed when Naruto revealed his true nature and his Kekkei Genkai. Disgust and fear. By now he was accustomed to it. It was the response he consistently got. At first, at least, Jiraiya felt it too. But because he had held on to the hope that his father would be different, he had always been able to ignore it and move past the hurt of being rejected by others. That his father would accept him provided he put in enough effort, demonstrated his value to him, and was cautious when revealing his abilities to him. Even his opposing aspect. He would have achieved his life's purpose and be at last at home. That had been the only thing keeping him going some days. And he'd just blown his one and only opportunity. How valuable he might be, or how good he was now, didn't matter. For he knew where disgust and fear ended. Where they had led the last time anyone had witnessed his strength. Hatred. Though he might not be hated by his father right now. He is only human, after all. The sour notion rushed through Naruto's head. That would be the conclusion of it. Never would the Hokage permit Naruto to remain in the village, to live with him, much less live as a ninja. He had no home and no purpose now. He didn't belong anywhere. It was the realization of his worst nightmare. He felt a wave of despair come over him and he thought he might drown in it. He was completely devoid of hope. For what seemed like an eternity, Minato gazed at the teen hunched over on the ground, his expression expressionless. He had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. He was going to find out, though, damn it. I am really tired of being confused, he stated. Talking quietly, he only addressed Jiraiya. He narrowed his eyes. So you are going to tell me everything you know, because I know you know what's going on. Jiraiya let out a sigh. I know some of it. Where should I start? How about with whatever the hell that was? We call it his Keke Genkai, but that's not really what it is. Minato gave a snort. No kidding. I've never seen anything like that before. Jiraiya stroked his hair with his hand. Honestly, he didn't want to be the one to give this explanation. Jiraiya rambled. You have to realize that Naruto isn't everything in order to appreciate the power he possesses. Minato gave him a hopeful glance. The Toad Sage made another attempt. Why couldn't he just say, look, Kushina-san wasn't what? Wasn't from Whirlpool? I kind of get that feeling, pointed out Minato in a mocking manner. Something was starting to take shape in the back of his mind, but it was just so. Well, let's just say he really didn't want to think about it. Jiraiya barked out a quick laugh. He muttered, no, she most definitely wasn't from Whirlpool. Minato exclaimed, well, where the hell was she from then? His sensei was circling the issue while he was really getting on his last nerve in this situation. He was relieved to let out some of his frustrations by yelling. Just spit it out. Jiraiya yelled back, Naruto should be the one explaining this. I don't understand half of it myself and it's really not my place. This is between you and him. Minato shot back, pointing at the form huddled on the ground, saying, Naruto is in no condition to be telling anybody anything. Both he and the Toad Sage had seen broken men, people who had been pushed past their breaking point. Naruto bore a striking resemblance to those men. Minato wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing that he had stopped crying. It's alright, Yondaime Hokage. Yui. I will tell you whatever you want to know, someone said. The boys who had spoken turned to face the men. His head was off the ground, but he was still kneeling. He just sat there now, his hands motionless in his lap and his eyes downcast. His shaking persisted, though not nearly as much as it had. His voice sounded raspy, as though his sobs had actually torn up his throat, which Minato believed to be quite plausible. It was also emotionless and empty. On his chin, a trail of dried blood from his lip. He did not try to remove it. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. You don't have to do that, Naruto. Jiraiya. Sensei can answer my questions. Forgive me, Hokage. Yui, but he is correct when he states he doesn't understand everything. I am the only person who could possibly provide you the information you need. He is also correct in the fact that this is a matter between you and myself. I am the proper person to be answering your questions. Minato gave a blink. That expressionless tone had pervaded the entire speech. Additionally, the wording was so formal, almost antiquated. Sighing beside him was Jiraiya. He only talks like that when he is nervous, but that voice isn't like him. Minato gave a nod, but remained silent. Rather, he moved toward the spot where the young blonde was on her knees. Jiraiya trailed after him. He came to a stop a few feet away. Naruto, please look at me, he ordered, his own voice deliberately blank. Naruto obeyed right away. When Minato heard Jiraiya give a little gasp, he knew that he had also displayed some surprise. Naruto's face had lost all of its life. His eyes were dull and his features completely blanked out. The fire and spark that they usually possessed had completely vanished. After just a few hours of being around him, Minato already realized that Naruto was a living, breathing bundle of energy. That he continued to burn brightly even in his lowest points. Jiraiya was more shocked by this realization because they had been together for 7 years. Both men, though, knew this was wrong. He had broken. If they could just determine why, perhaps they could reunite him. Naruto showed no response to them. All he did was glance at Minato. You did great, Naruto, the Hokage remarked. Jiraiya. Sensei was trying to tell me something earlier, did you hear that? Naruto gave a nod. Will you tell me what he was trying to say? He was trying to say that you have to understand that I am not entirely human in order for you to understand my power. He stammered slightly and glanced back down at the ground. Minato remained silent. He was attempting to process it. After all he had seen and felt, he wasn't exactly surprised, but this was the possibility he hadn't wanted to think about. You're not a Jinchuriki, he declared. It was not a question, but a statement. He was aware that he was clinging to thin air. Naruto gave a headshake. Then what are you? Though he winced a little, Naruto replied, I am a Hanyu. It's Hanyu. Minato sighed. Demon. Half. He believed that to be a myth, however, it clarified things. Certain things. Well, nothing at all. It provided absolutely no explanation. He was unable to complete the sentence. If you were a Hanyu, then Kushina. He got Naruto to finish it. My mother is a demon. Fortunately, Jiraiya caught him as he began to sway, as his legs were beginning to give out. The only demons I have ever heard of are the Biju. How is this possible? Minato murmured. Yes, the woman he'd known had been a formidable ninja. Yes, she had a nasty temper, but she had also been a little distant. However, a demon. His only encounter with demons occurred nearly 16 years ago during the Kyuubi attack. Kushina did not resemble the Kyuubi in the slightest. Naruto replied, there are others besides the Biju, Hokage, Yui. Konoha is part of my mother's territory. She was visiting here and met you. She was very intrigued by you, which is no small thing, to excite the interest of a demon. Traits like courage, loyalty, and dedication are very important to demons. They also value battle skills. She was very impressed by the things she saw in you. She even went so far as to enjoy your company. I cannot stress how unusual that is. For a demon to actually seek out a human is nearly unheard of. You must be a very exceptional person. Pushing away from his sensei to get back on his own 2 feet, Minato repeated, she was impressed by me. She enjoyed my company? Did she love me at all? For an instant, Naruto remained silent. He answered, sounding dejected in his voice. No, Hokage. Yui. She did not love you. She does not love me. Demons do not feel emotions such as love. They are incapable of it. He stopped. I apologize, he muttered. Minato wiped away his tears. Oh no, although it was really of secondary importance, he was curious to learn more about Kushina. She wasn't present. Naruto was. He was the problem that needed to be solved right now. So, whatever her feelings were, she felt enough of them to honor me with a gift, he explained. Naruto repeated what he had said earlier, saying, Hi, Hokage. Yui. There is no higher honor. For it to be bestowed on a human is extraordinary. I take it there aren't a lot of other Hanyu running around, then. No, my mother knew of no others. There may be 1 or 2 she didn't know about, but no more than that. Thus, Naruto was probably unique. Nobody else in the world compares to him. Each Jinchuriki had at least 8 companions in comparable circumstances. What a solitary life. Minato let out a sigh. And this attitude about offspring being objects to be used as common to demons? It is universal. What about a desire for family, or passing on knowledge to a new generation? Demons have no desire for family. They do not much like company of any sort, actually. They are not social creatures like humans are. And there is no point to passing on knowledge. Demons are basically immortal. They do not age and they do not get sick. They can be killed, but, for the most part, it is difficult to do. So they do not feel the need to have children. The only purpose for offspring is as a gift. Which is why, after you were born, your mother only stayed with you for 4 years. Hi. Most demon children are born as full, grown adults with all the skills and knowledge bestowed on them by their parents. It doesn't take them very long to become strong enough to be useful, because I am half human, my creation was different. Oka. Sama carried me for only a few months before I was born and I grew much more rapidly than a human child for a while. I have also been aware from the moment I was born. Oka. Sama was able to start training me right away. When I was 4 years old, she deemed me ready to go out on my own. Then she left. Minato was perplexed by Naruto's earlier statement that he had never been a child. He got it now, at least partially, and you went to find Jiraiya, sensei. Naruto gave a nod. Oka. Sama couldn't help me with any of the human traits I had, like your affinities for wind and water, or my emotions. Your emotions? It's not just love that demons can't feel. They're devoid of many emotions. So Oka. Sama really had no idea how to deal with mine. She couldn't even name most of them. Minato began to experience headaches. A truly awful one. For him, all of this was too much. Once more, he rubbed his eyes. Okay. Alright, so you found Jiraiya sensei and trained with him. What about what you did a little while ago? That was definitely not something you got from me. Naruto gave a headshake. No, that was entirely my demon half. Demons have affinities like humans do. They just have more elements they can possibly be aligned with. My mother's primary affinity, and, therefore, mine as well, is blood. Minato gazed. Blood? The teenager gave a nod. I have a connection to it. It calls to me. It gives me energy. I can do simple things like control it, and more complicated things, like absorb a person's memories with it. Minato gave a blink. Control blood and absorb memories? Among other things. So it was you making my cut bleed. Hi, Hokage. Yui. His despairing voice returned. Jiraiya interrupted. He also stopped the bleeding. Minato looked down. Huh? The wound had stopped bleeding and had started to heal into a scab. Rather than less than an hour, it appeared as though he had received it a day earlier. Furthermore, unlike what should have happened, there was no dried blood on his skin or in his clothing. Somehow Naruto had managed to get rid of it. He made those hand motions and then leapt away, so that must have been what he was doing. Oh, did you stop me from moving too? Naruto gave a nod. I don't know why my powers worked against you, though. Why wouldn't they? Demons don't really trust each other. A gift is made in such a way that it can't turn on the recipient it is meant for, unless it is given a direct order by that recipient. That's why you had me command you to take the bell. Hi. It was the only way I could fight you. Well, then, doesn't that explain you being able to use your power on me? No, Hokage. Yui. I had obtained the bell. I had fulfilled the command. The directive no longer applied. I shouldn't have been able to do it. Jiraiya remarked, I have an idea about that. Minato spun around to face him. I think it worked because Naruto wasn't threatening you in any way. He wasn't seeking to hurt or kill you. He made a shallow cut bleed more than usual, but you were in no danger of bleeding out. He stopped you from moving, but he didn't stop your heart or your breathing. Again, uncomfortable probably, but not actually life threatening. I've seen him when he does intend to hurt someone, and that was nothing like it. Why do you think I didn't intervene? I knew Naruto would never harm you. Minato cast a critical glance back at the boy who was kneeling on the ground. Particularly when he was immobile, he had felt threatened, but that was really just a result of his extreme fear. He was certain that Naruto was capable of doing great harm to other people. What had he actually done to Minato, though? Alarmed him. And licked his fingers clean of his blood. He let out a sigh. Naruto, is that possible? Naruto gave a shrug. I suppose, Hokage, Yui. Fine then. You had the bell. Your command had been fulfilled, as you said. So why did you use your power? Why did you touch my skin? There was a faint whisper. I lost control. Minato did not even hear him. Lost control. I was how Naruto began. He paused, inhaled tremblingly, and tried again. I said I have a connection with blood. It's more than controlling it. I can hear it. I can hear the heartbeat of every living creature. I can hear the blood moving in their veins. I can hear the sound of the energy contained in blood. It calls me to taste it, to transfer a little of that energy into myself. And I need it. I crave it. I have to satisfy that need. Minato gazed intently at him. He tried, but failed, to hide his disgust as he asked, You drink blood from people? For a brief moment, Naruto's voice seemed to have some weight when he said, No, but it soon vanished. His eyes flickered up to meet Jiraiya's, then back down to the floor. Animals, he mutely uttered. Jiraiya comprehended. During his walks, Naruto was engaging in hunting activities, nor had he wanted his sensei to be aware of it. It was the Toad Sage's opinion that had scared him, with a small shake of his head. Once more, the boy was speaking. I drink from animals so it's easier to control my instincts around people. It's one of the first things Sama taught me. I haven't tasted human blood in years, except for enemies. That's true, Minato, Jiraiya said, attempting to support his apprentice. I haven't seen him lose it like that in a long time. Minato questioned, if it's true, why today? Why my blood? He needed to be certain that Naruto posed no danger to the community. He could not have a half demon frolicking in the blood of people. Your blood is different from others. Special. Because you are my father, the recipient of the gift. You are whom I am meant for. Your blood sings to me like no other. It's the most beautiful music I have ever heard. I couldn't resist it. I knew it would be hard, the first time, but I underestimated just how hard. And then the clone, he trailed off with a sigh. So it was the clone, Jiraiya muttered to himself. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. Between the young man and his sensei, Minato was observing. What about the clone? Jiraiya answered. Naruto was controlling himself. He was having a hard time, but he was doing it. Then the clone tried to taste your blood. Naruto is very territorial. If someone tries to take what he considers his, well, it's not pretty. It's a demon's instinct, declared Naruto. You defend what is yours until death. It didn't matter that the clone was, technically, me. The instant he tried to take your blood, I saw him as a rival. A competitor for my place with you. No way would I let him take your blood before I did. I didn't even think about dispersing the jutsu. He had to be shown that I was the dominant one. And once that instinct was triggered, I wasn't able to hold back. Minato asked again, before you did? You were expecting to taste my blood at some point? After hesitating, Naruto nodded. Whispering, I had hoped to, he said. It's the final bond. Final bond. When a gift is accepted, there is a bonding that takes place between the gift and the recipient. Connections related to the five senses are forged. The deepest and last one to form is the bond of taste. For me, that means tasting your blood. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. So this connection has been made then. Naruto gave a headshake. Not really. The blood has to be fresh from the vein. Even the little time it spent out of your body was enough to dissipate some energy and make it too weak to form the bond. The young woman stopped. Don't worry, you have no obligation to me. After hearing that statement, Minato's eyes narrowed even more, but he merely asked, what about the other bonds? In place. The first time I saw you, the first time I heard your voice, the first time I smelled your scent, and the first time I felt your touch. And you didn't think I should have been informed of these connections before they were made? The anger in his father's voice made Naruto wince, but he answered in the same lifeless tone. Forgive me, Hokage. Yui. It is not usually done that way. All demons know what receiving a gift entails. I know you are not a demon, but I didn't know how else to go about it. His tone decreased to a whisper. I didn't see the harm in it. The first 4 connections only affect me. Only the final one would have had an affect on you. The Hokage seemed a little less irate as he asked, what effects do the bonds have? You will never be hidden from my sight. I will be able to hear your voice no matter what, and I will always obey it. I will always be able to track your scent. I will be able to sense your thoughts and feelings when you touch me, if you want me to. After the final bond, you would have had all those abilities too, as well as been able to sense my thoughts and feelings without needing to touch me. With a muttered, I guess that explains why you could track me so well, Minato said. He then let out a sigh. But what does that mean in practical terms? I'll never have any privacy. No, Hokage. Yui. It means that no henge or disguise or clone will ever fool me. It means that if you call to me, I will hear you speak, even if you are on the other side of the world. Your scent cannot be hidden from me, even if you cross through water or it rains. And you can speak to me without words through touch if there is something important you want to say without anyone hearing it. And you would have been able to do all the same things with me, after the final bond. Except you wouldn't need to touch me to hear my thoughts and feelings. And you would be able to hear my speech without me calling you. You would be able to do those things anytime you wanted to. Minato gave a slight shudder. Naruto seemed to be the one who would be deprived of privacy, so I could tell if you were plotting rebellion, huh? Even though it was a sarcastic comment, Naruto didn't seem to notice. Hi, Hokage. Yui, among other things. Staring at him was Minato. Which he was doing a lot of. And you're okay with that? He inquired, his voice laced with rage once more. You don't mind me just picking out your thoughts or listening to your conversations without your consent? Naruto glanced up at him, a momentary flicker of surprise disappearing from his eyes before returning. Of course not, Hokage. Yui. Why would I mind? I want to be of use to you. If you are bothering to listen to my thoughts or speech, it means that I have fulfilled my purpose. Nothing could be of greater importance to me. Minato blew up. He had reached his breaking point after such an arduous and exhausting day. He screamed at the boy, stop it. Just stop. Though Naruto's eyes grew wide, he remained motionless. He stopped his tirade abruptly, breathing heavily. Stop talking like you were some object, some tool, some weapon for me to wield. You have your own life, your own soul. You are your own person. Humans are not, he said. Though Naruto's expression remained the same, Minato felt a knotting sensation in the pit of his stomach as a result of the intense, desperate pain that suddenly filled his eyes. That pain had been brought on by his lost temper and foolish remarks. Naruto cast his eyes down. Humans, perhaps, are not tools. But I am a Hanyu, he stated. As such, I am a tool. My mother created me specifically to serve you. She even made me to look like you. It is the purpose in my life. I want nothing more than to stay by your side and to be of use to you. That desire is a part of me and I cannot change it. I cannot bond with another. You are my home. I belong nowhere else. For a long while, Minato observed the boy standing in front of him. Quietly, he said, what if I don't want a tool for a son? Naruto appeared to withdraw within himself. Then declined the present, he muttered. I don't know how to be anything else, but what I am. Minato remained silent. After remaining motionless for a moment, he faced Jiraiya and removed his coat from his shoulder, which had been resting there the entire time. After putting it on, he pivoted on his heel and started to leave the clearing. Jiraiya observed him leave, but Naruto didn't look up from the ground. Minato stopped when he got to the trees. Without looking away, he uttered, "I have to think about this." He leapt into the trees, saying, "Stay here. I'll find you when I have made my decision." At the location where his father had vanished, Naruto blinked. Surely he had already made up his mind. However, the way he put it, was there any chance left? No, that was a stupid way to think. It was his father's own words. He didn't want a tool for a son. It is ironic that Naruto's salvation, which he had hoped would come, turned out to be his damnation. His whole life, he had tried to become a good warrior so that his father would see the value in him and want to keep him around. However, it was precisely that which the Hokage appeared to find so repulsive. All he wanted to do was help his dad. Why was that such a mistake? He was not understanding, but it made no difference. The Hokage would turn him down. The connections would break. He would have no direction. Naruto fell once more into the depths of hopelessness. Jiraiya observed his youthful pupil. It had been an hour since Minato left, and he hadn't moved. The clearing was covered in long shadows as the sun descended behind the trees. The temperature was dropping. The teenager was kneeling when the white-haired ninja approached her. The young man did not turn, did not look up from the floor. "Naruto," said Jiraiya. Not a reply. Squeezing the blonde's shoulder, he let out a sigh. "It'll be all right, Naruto." Nothing. He departed. He assumed Naruto wouldn't notice. Perched atop the Hokage monument was Minato. Specifically, on top of the third's head. He came here to think a lot. He enjoyed the sense of intimacy it brought him with his forerunner. In addition, it was a remote location with a stunning view of the village. He occasionally needed to be reminded of his motivations. He buried his face in his palms. Even that was insufficient tonight. Until the sunset and the stars emerged, he had been gazing out over the village. He didn't have the clarity or the peace of mind that he usually felt in this place. He'd taken some medication for his headache, which had lessened but not entirely eliminated the pain. He had loved a demon of a woman. He was not quite sure he understood the first fact. She'd given birth to a son, or made one, or whatever the hell you called it. His offspring. The second fact. Who, at the age of 15, was a half-demon whose life's work was to serve him. Who considered himself a gift of sorts. The third fact. Minato now had a decision to make. Take or refuse the gift. The Hokage felt sick at the idea of allowing Naruto to bind himself to Minato, giving Minato absurd control over him. Half-demon or not, he had never desired such authority over another living thing. He was therefore inclined to reject. Really? He heard a tiny, betraying voice in the back of his mind say, "I must be exceptional. I'm not even slightly excited to have such a gift literally laid at my feet." My ego wasn't stoked by the fact that a demon was so impressed with me. She gave me a son. But he refused to cast Naruto out. Naturally, no, the village was his to stay. Maybe he's even a ninja. Then Minato could try to disabuse him of this absurd belief that his sole purpose in life was to serve. Why not give him what he wants? Don't all the other ninja in the village serve me too? He doesn't think it's absurd that he wants to serve me? However, he still had to worry about the village's residents and the council. Konoha was generally a welcoming community. This explains how so many clans of ninjas with unique skills ended up here. They were not subjected to the same level of persecution and terror as they were in other parts of the world. Mist being a prime example. However, there was a bound. Minato was not deluded about that point. There would be severe consequences if the true identity of Naruto were ever found out. He also doubted that it would remain a secret indefinitely. For a limited time, they could portray his abilities as a Kekkei Genkai. What if he went crazy once more? Although his enemies would undoubtedly take advantage of the fact that he had slept with a demon if they ever found out, Minato wasn't concerned about himself. Instead, he was concerned about Naruto. The council would probably demand that he be put to death, or at the very least, banished. And although Minato was free to do as he damn well pleased, a divided village was a recipe for coups and civil war. He vowed to protect the people, and he would never let that happen to them. He might have to decide between Naruto and his village. And he was aware of the choice that would have to be made. Even at 15, he is a formidable ninja. Just think of what he could become in 10 years. Imagine the things I could accomplish with him. My adversaries would never dare touch me or my village. He could assist me in keeping everyone safe. Thus perhaps it was best if he had refused to let Naruto stay. After all, Jiraiya would eventually need someone to take command of the spy network. He could give Naruto some instruction. Then, although he wouldn't spend much time in the village, Naruto would still be a part of Konoha. Even though he scares me, I want to keep him close to me. I've always wanted a son. That way, His heritage's secret would remain safe. Was that the best defense possible for him? I'm lonely. It would make me very happy to have someone who would always be there for me. Minato let out a moan. He was not making any progress. He raised his head and took off his vest pocket zipper. He removed the item he had left there during the day. A long black piece of cloth with a Hite on it. He touched the metal, running his fingers over the etched leaf symbol. While he was in that meeting, he had Hisa win it. After his test, he intended to give it to Naruto. He was at a loss as to what to do with it now. He let out a sigh. He uttered, "I don't know what to do." "Yes, you do," a voice answered. The Yondaime pivoted. Jiraiya stood and observed him. He pivoted to once more survey the village. Other than the sound of the wind, everything was quiet. "You have to accept." Minato shook his head abruptly. He didn't anticipate the Toad Sage saying, "What? I can't do that." "Why not? It's wrong. I'd be buying into that bullshit Kushina put in his head. I'd be taking his life away from him." Jiraiya gave a headshake. "No, you'd be giving him his life." Minato gave his teacher a blink. "You saw him before you left." "I went back a little while ago. He hasn't moved. He didn't look at me. He didn't answer me when I spoke to him. I don't think he even noticed when I put his jacket on his shoulders. He was broken, lifeless. I think I know why. He has said it multiple times. His life, his purpose, is to be accepted by you, to serve you. He was excited to finally come here, to meet you. He was so sure he could impress you enough that you would accept him, despite what he is. But after he lost control, he thought that was it. Did you notice how he spoke, when he was answering your questions? He had hoped to make the final bond with you. Had that happened, you would have been able to do all those things he talked about. He phrased everything in the past tense. Like you had already rejected him. I truly believe he thinks he ruined his chances to gain your acceptance. If so, what is left for him? He believes he has no life, no purpose anymore. We both know what happens when a man has no purpose. But he could find a new purpose. I could help." "No, you couldn't. He has no other purpose. It's not something you can change." Minato gave a headshake. "I don't understand that." "You don't have to. It will make him happy. He wants this. Why are you so resistant?" Minato mutely uttered, "Just because we want something, doesn't make it right." Jiraiya held back. "You also desire this," he muttered. Turning his head, Minato once more peered out over the village, though he was not really able to see it. He ran his fingers over the cool metal headband. "Damn it, Minato. Then just accept," Minato cried. "Why are you pushing me like this?" The large man shot back, "Because I want to see my students happy. I know this will make Naruto happy. I know this will make you happy. You have always wanted a son, and don't think I don't know how lonely you are here." Minato was at a loss for words in response. Even though he wasn't spending much time in Konoha, he should have known his sensei would sense his emotions. "I can't protect him here. When it gets out what he is," said Minato. "That's just an excuse. What better protection could he have than being bound to the commands of the Hokage? He can't do anything to harm the people of this village if you order him not to." Minato trembled. "I couldn't do something like that to him. I know you don't like it, but it will appease the council. They may not trust him, they may not like him, but they won't be able to complain that he is a threat." That had not occurred to Minato. Would it function? It could possibly. According to Obito, people who disobey the rules are trash, but people who desert their allies are worse than trash. What about parents who desert their sons? Stillness. It reminds me of Zabuza and Haku. That relationship is so twisted. Jiraiya gave a headshake. "Your relationship is whatever the two of you want it to be. He's not a tool if you don't treat him like one, no matter what sort of bond you possess." In this manner, everyone is content. There in the clearing was Naruto. Since his father had left, all he had done was tilt his head back and look up at the stars. It had always pleased him to watch them. He pondered what it would be like to be one of the brethren, suspended in the night sky. However, he assumed that if he were a star, he would be the evening star. The star that emerged far from the other stars, low on the horizon. It burned brightly, but only for a short while. He waited as his father had instructed. However, he was devoid of hope. All he wanted to do was watch to see what his father would do with his abandoned talent. Even though, in the end, the words of the Hokage held no significance, he was aware of his plan. Naruto could already feel him approaching, so it wouldn't be long. His jacket dropped silently from his shoulders as he reached slowly over his shoulder and withdrew his katana from its sheath. He took a moment to feel the sword in his hand and enjoyed its feel. With the blade pointing to his left, he carefully placed it on the ground in front of him. He was prepared. he returned to observing the stars. Minato landed in the clearing, followed closely by Jiraiya. He looked around the scene for a moment. The spot where Naruto had been kneeling when Minato had left was still there. In front of him, on the ground, lay his katana. He was fixated on it. Minato hissed low, "What the hell?" Jiraiya let out a sigh. Once more, Naruto appeared as though he was getting ready for a seppuku. Minato glared and strode forward, saying, "God damn it." Jiraiya trailed behind him at a safe distance. In any case, this was really just between the two of them. Minato was furious, really furious, primarily at himself for subjecting his son to this and for waiting for so long. For initially not acting in the proper manner. In addition, he glanced at Jiraiya, Kushina, and the boy in front of him. He was a giving man by nature, so even though it was foolish or unfair, he had enough rage for everyone. He approached the teenager directly, but she continued to stare at the floor. He yelled, "Naruto, look at me." He went on after the younger blonde had obeyed. "What the hell is this?" Naruto gave a blink. "I don't understand, Hokage, Ue." The official title, spoken in such a lifeless tone, made Minato's teeth bare. He slid his foot under the sword, flicked the hilt end up, and snatched it out of the air in one smooth motion. "What the hell are you doing sitting here, looking like you're about to stick your katana through your gut?" Once more, Naruto blinked, but responded, "Being prepared, Hokage, Ue." Minato snarled, "Prepared for what?" "Prepared for your decision. And you are so sure you know what it will be?" Naruto peered down once more. He muttered, "What else could it be? I saw your face." Minato's eyes narrowed. "What about my face? You were afraid of me. I disgusted you. Those feelings lead to hate. They always do. And you don't just hate my demon half. You hate the fact that I want to serve you. I don't understand why it's so bad, but it is. And I can't change it. I can't change what I am, not even for you. So, there is nothing for me to do and no way I can make you want me." Naruto's voice was barely audible by the end of his remarks. Minato's anger subsided and was replaced by a deep sense of sadness and sympathy. Fear and disgust always lead to hate, huh? I take it you have experienced this first hand, he said with a smile. In the 4 years his son had been living alone, what had happened? Naruto just gave a nod. "Well, I ask that you not lump me in with the rest of those fools," said Minato. Naruto suddenly shook his head. "I do not hate you. I will never hate you. You are my son." Naruto had enormous eyes. Minato believed they could just spring from his brain. He stabbed the sword into the earth and knelt down in front of the teenager. It was his second time that day that he pulled him into an embrace. He muttered, "I love you," hoping that his touch would make Naruto realize how true his words were. Although he was unsure of how to manage the power, he hoped it would be successful. Naruto was incredulous and remained as rigid as a board. Abruptly, though, he gasped and grabbed Minato's back. He wept again, burying his face in his father's shoulder. Stroking his back, Minato tried to project a reassuring aura, murmuring, "Let it out, Naruto, that's right, I'm here." Minato leaned back a little and gently pushed Naruto away so he could see his face when his son's sobs subsided. Using one sleeve to wipe his eyes and nose, Naruto sniffled a little and appeared to be 8 years old rather than 15 years old. His smile was barely visible above his lips. Minato grinned to herself. That would change with what he was about to say. Putting his hands on his son's shoulders, he softly said, "Naruto." Though Minato had assumed Naruto's eyes could not possibly be wider, he had been mistaken. "You are the most beautiful, most wonderful, most exquisite gift anyone has ever given me." Now, they expanded to an impossibly large size. His mouth hanging slightly open, he looked at his father with undisguised shock, his smile disappearing. "I feel incredibly honored," Minato said. "And I humbly accept it. I would be proud to have you by my side." There was a sound of strangulation in Naruto's throat. "Woo. Woo.ha," was what it sounded like. He choked and tried again. W.wa.ot. That was, at the very least, somewhat identifiable. "You heard me. B.but, I.th, thought, t. You thought wrong." Stillness. Naruto gazed for 60 seconds. "R. Really? Why you accept me?" "Yes." More quiet. "Next, though." Why, SSSSSS. Naruto burst into flames. He jumped up from his kneeling position and gave an airborne fist punch. He spun around and leapt over Jiraiya, who was giggling uncontrollably. He called out, "Arrow! Sennin, arrow! Sennin!" With the biggest smile Jiraiya had ever seen on his face, he landed in front of the Toad Sage exclaiming, "I did it! I did it! I told you I'd do it!" He returned the hug when his sensei gave it to him. As Minato observed from below, she forced herself to ignore a jealous moment. Saying, "I knew you would," Jiraiya spoke, "and didn't I tell you he'd accept you?" "Yes," the youthful blonde answered, maintaining a smile. However, his smile wavered as he blinked his eyes. He stood unsteadily. He whispered, "Arrow. Sennin." He fell into the large man's chest and said, "I feel. Kinda." Naruto was lowered to the ground by the white-haired ninja, who laughed. He placed his young pupil on his back and positioned his limbs so they were comfortable. Minato was at his side in a moment, scowling slightly. "Too much feeling," said the Toad Sage. "He's gone from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of happiness in a very short time. Not to mention the fact that he sat in one damn position for something like 3 hours." After hearing his sensei's explanation, Minato's expression cleared and he grinned. "Yes, I'm surprised he could move at all. Adrenaline, I suppose. He's probably going to hurt like hell when he wakes up." Minato laughed as well. He stepped toward Naruto's feet and said, "Probably." It was Naruto who first noticed amusement. He found it funny. Why? What made it so humorous? He hoped to open his eyes and discover the truth. But before he could accomplish that, he felt pain. Primarily in his legs. Not only were they all sore, but he also experienced a sudden surge of pain shooting down his left calf like little needles. His head twitched and he realized he was lying on something other than the floor, and that someone was paying his hair. There was no headband on him. The baritone voice was cool and smooth, like water over stones in a river, as he said, "He's coming around." His bones began to hum a little at the sound, but then the feeling subsided. His dad. His eyes shot wide open. With his face turned to the side and a playful smile on his lips, the Hokage was staring down at him. Naruto gave a few quick blinks. Was his father also entertained? Though, come to think of it, Naruto wasn't all that entertained. Not with the ache in his back, or the pain in his legs. So why, then? He felt it. His dad found it funny. Through his touch, Naruto was able to sense his father's emotions. He smiled at the thought. With a smile on his face, the Hokage greeted Naruto once more. With his head resting on something soft, likely his jacket, Naruto observed the older blonde sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was his father who was handling his hair. Naruto grinned more broadly. He simultaneously wanted to shout, run, and dance. In his whole life, he had never been happier. At all. He was accepted by his father. His dad desired him. His dad cherished him. It exceeded all of his expectations. Once more, he twitched, and Jiraiya's voice drifted towards him. "Oi! Keep still, I'm trying to work here." Naruto cast a sidelong glance. His legs were uncovered as his father's coat was folded up and draped over him. His pants and protective mesh leggings had been rolled up to his knees, leaving his feet bare. The Toad Sage was rubbing his calves methodically. That was the cause of the needling pain. At one particularly sharp jab, Naruto winced. His voice scratchy, he said, "Sorry, Arrow. Sennin." Yeah, brat," the large man chuckled. Naruto scowled. "When are you going to stop calling me, brat?" asked the man. "When are you going to stop calling me, Arrow, Sennin?" The Hokage laughed at their jokes and let Naruto know how much he enjoyed it. "My guess is, never." Naruto grinned. He was unable to resist, he was simply too joyful. The Sage of Toads leaned back. "I believe that to be positive. Try sitting up, Naruto." Naruto gave a nod. With his father supporting his back, he struggled up and said, "Thanks, sensei." His headband came off and his hair fell across his face. The Hokage inquired, "How are you feeling?" "Hokage Sama, I'm sore," Naruto answered. He looked down at his legs. His flesh bore angry red lines from his sandals below his toes and above his ankles. In addition, the mesh leggings left an intriguing cross-hatch pattern on the skin of his calves. That's what he got, then, for being such an idiot and kneeling for 3 hours. Still, it was worthwhile. There was a big smile on his face. "But I don't really care about that." The laugh of his father erupted once more from behind him. Naruto cherished that noise. His father paused and said, "No, I suppose you don't. Speaking of which." Naruto attempted to turn to face the Hokage, but his movements were limited to head turns and partial back twists. "There is a final bond that needs to be made, right?" Naruto gave him a blink. "Just if you're ready," the Hokage hurriedly said. I don't really know what it entails, so I don't know if you need to wait, or... A choked sound that sounded suspiciously like a sob interrupted him from Naruto. In a desperate attempt to contain his tears, the young blonde whipped his head back around and away from his father. Once more. He had shed enough tears for today. Holding the Hokage's coat tightly in his lap, his hands gripped it. In an instant, his father was at his side, peering worriedly into his face. Naruto, what's wrong? Is it what I said? We can wait, it doesn't have to be tonight. Naruto attempted to avert his gaze with a shake of his head, but his father forbade it. With a hand on his chin, the elder ninja swung his son's head back to face him. Naruto, look at me. Following his father's instructions, Naruto raised his gaze and sighed bitterly into the few tears that had managed to escape. He sensed his father's worry and a tinge of guilt that he might have harmed his son in some way. Naruto was only moved to cry more as a result. What's wrong? Nothing, Hokage-sama. Then why are you crying? I'm not crying, in response, Naruto said. The Hokage arched an eyebrow in his direction. Happy, was Naruto's exclamation. He was talking incoherently, but he knew it. Didn't know you could cry when you were happy. I have always wanted this, and I thought this would be the page part you'd hate the most, and now you want to do it right away. Grinning, the Hokage said. He let go of his son's chin and said, okay, Naruto. I understand, so you are okay to do this now? Still attempting to regulate his breathing, Naruto nodded. His hands fiddled with the coat he was sitting on. What exactly do I have to do? Well, you cut your thumb, like for summoning, Naruto said, breathing normally at the end of his explanation. Then you smear some on my forehead, like this, he said, making a small, right-to left swipe motion with his hand across his head. Then you give me your hand, and I take some. And that's it. Sounds simple enough. Will I feel anything? Naruto gave a shrug. He paused, looking nervous. I don't know. I will, and I think you might, but I don't know what. Also, I might, lose control again. Yeah, it's okay, Naruto. I know what to expect this time. Naruto reluctantly grinned. He stated as much, but what if? He gave himself a shake. His dad had concurred. There was only one direction to go. Ahead. Okay, Hokage-sama, are you ready? His dad gave a nod. Taking his father's coat off his lap, Naruto did so. He writhed the entire time as he pulled his legs in to sit cross-legged. The Hokage turned to face him and crossed his legs similarly. He was practically putting his own knees up against Naruto's. Jiraiya had stood up and retreated a few steps to give them some room. Whispering, okay, Naruto inhaled deeply a few times. The Yondaime sliced his right thumb open after removing a kunai from his pouch. Naruto gasped as the air filled with the smell of his blood. Although the recognizable aroma was equally potent, Naruto discovered that it was slightly simpler to keep his composure. Leaning forward, he maintained his focus on his father's. The Hokage used his left hand to push Naruto's blonde hair aside and then smeared his thumb over his forehead. It had a fiery sensation. It burned as soon as it touched his skin, but it was a soothing heat rather than a painful one. The Yondaime paused, a questioning expression on his face as he gasped. With a simple nod, Naruto indicated that everything was fine and that the older man could proceed. Naruto reached up to grasp the Hokage's lowered hand. Naruto was relieved to see that the nails were perfectly normal despite the slight trembling. Grasping his father's hand, he gradually lifted his bleeding thumb to his lips. He licked the wound, opening his lips. It was flawless. It had the most exquisite flavor and the most exquisite soundtrack. All that remained were the sound and the taste. This was nothing like the intense experience he had earlier thought it had been. His body throbbed with energy. He felt as though his heart would burst. His own blood provided the ideal counterpoint to his father's singing. His father's heartbeat provided the rhythm that his own heartbeat immediately followed. Wave after wave of unadulterated bliss engulfed him. Complete contentment. He might have remained in that state indefinitely, or just momentarily, as a discordant note in the symphony caused a slight bitterness to emerge in the taste. He scowled. What emotion was this? Fear? And shame? He suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was fixed on his father's face. The Hokage was sobbing, her silent tears trickling down Naruto's face. When Naruto turned to face his father, he saw that he was lying on his back with his father leaning over him and one hand firmly clamped between Naruto's teeth and the other on the ground near his head. Somehow, he must have bit down. He let go of his father's hand and loosened his jaw. His father winced a little, which hurt. But he did not speak. Naruto felt his teeth, not just his canines, were sharper than they should have been, so he ran his tongue over them. He examined the hand of the Hokage. His thumb was now covered in 2 puncture wounds instead of just one small cut. Naruto hoped they would not make it that far. He suppressed his instincts and saw the claws that had been holding his father's hand begin to retraction. He waved his fingers over the wounds, taking his other hand off the Hokage's arm that he had gripped at one point during the bonding. The bleeding ended right away. After a brief pause, he returned the thumb to his mouth and licked the blood away. Why squander it? He was not missing his father's cringe or the guilt that went along with it. He let out a sigh. It must have been quite the loss of control. Not quite as strong, but still the best thing he had ever had was his father's blood. He didn't believe he would ever experience such bliss again. He let go of his father's hand with another sigh. He had experienced it once, at the very least. He sat up at once. Muttering, "I'm sorry, Naruto," his father stepped back to give his son some room. He quickly dabbed at his eyes. The young blonde asked, perplexed, "Why?" Hokage gave a headshake. "You were so happy, and I ruined it." Naruto gave a blink. "What? I could feel your happiness. It was incredible. It was the most amazing thing I've ever felt. And I could hear something. It was beautiful. And I wanted you to stay there, in that place, for as long as you wanted. But, he went on. I was still aware of what was going on here, and you were leaking that feeling, like earlier. Only it was worse. I was trying so hard not to be afraid, not to let it through to you, but I failed. And that brought you back. I'm sorry." Naruto grinned. Minato stared at his son, taken aback by his words. "You don't need to apologize, Hokage. Sama. Jiraiya. Sensei says that in order to be better people, we have to face our fear. And you did. Nay? I'm sure that, eventually, you won't be afraid anymore." However, Naruto left him with no time to respond. "Anyway, I am happy I got to feel it at all. And I'm happy you got to feel it too. And hear the music, isn't it wonderful? That's the song your blood sings." Well, this time, it was the song our blood sang together. Minato gave a few quick blinks. Naruto nodded. "You hear that when you taste my blood? Wow." Naruto smiled. Then he scowled, though. "What happened? How long was I out of it?" Jiraiya raised her voice. "It was only a minute or two, Naruto. Just after you licked Minato's finger, you lost it, and fell backwards. You even started leaking a little chakra." "Really?" asked Naruto. He gave a slight shudder. Back then, things had not been good. He was relieved that it was only a minor chakra. If there had been too much, well, things would have gotten worse. Jiraiya gave a nod. "It was only some small wisps. Anyway, you were like that for just a bit, and then you woke up." The Hokage remarked, "Naruto, something happened to your forehead. The blood I smeared there seemed to sink into your skin, and then a seal appeared. Do you know what that's about?" Naruto gave a headshake. "No, but I guess it has something to do with the ability to sense thoughts and emotions. Is it still there?" The Yondaime gave a headshake. "No, it faded. I'd like to see if we can make it reappear though. I'm interested in it." Naruto smiled. "Right, you're a seal master. If you like, I can show you the seals on my soul too." Minato gazed. "What? Seals on your soul?" Naruto gave a nod. "Yeah, Sama made them." The older blonde stammered, "S. Sure, Naruto. I'd like to see that sometime." His son never ceased to amaze him. "But right now, I don't think I can handle it. I feel like I've been run over by a ninja platoon." Weary, Minato stood up and hoisted Naruto up beside him. He gave his eyes a rub. His headache had returned, stronger than ever. Naruto gasped and gave a brilliant smile at the word. "All right, Masuko," but he remained silent. "We're bonded completely, right? There are no other steps to accepting you?" "No, Hokage. Sama, that was the final bond. All the steps are completed." "Good." Scratching the back of his head, Naruto smiled. "Anyo, Hokage. Sama, do you know where my headband is? It's just my hair gets in my eyes without it, and it's kind of hard to run like that." It made the Yondaime laugh. "It's the same issue I have," he remarked, pointing to his own wild hair. Reaching into one of his vest pockets, he pulled out a leaf hite instead of Naruto's simple black band, saying, "And I have your headband right here." Naruto took a deep breath. It represented a Konoha nin symbol. He was being trained by his father to become a ninja. It fulfilled every desire he had ever had. His father said, "Uzumaki Naruto," in a grave tone. With a serious expression on his face, Naruto bowed and straightened his shoulders. "Hi, Yondaime Hokage. Sama." The Yondaime stepped forward and tied the headband around Naruto's forehead, saying, "I am accepting you into the ranks of Konoha Nin, level Chunin. Congratulations." "Arigato, Hokage." Sama. Naruto bowed once more. As he straightened up, he saw his father hugging him. "Masuko, I'm so proud of you," the older man mumbled. Naruto only returned the squeeze to his father. His smile was brighter than the sun. The Hokage let him go and took a step back. He strolled over to where his coat lay, grabbed it, gave it a shake, and pulled it on. "Now, it's been an extremely long day. I have a headache the size of Fire Country, and I desperately want to sleep. So, I suggest we head back. Don't forget your jacket, Naruto." Naruto called out, "Hi, Hokage." Sama. His father's jacket had fallen to the ground, and he bowed to retrieve it. He then proceeded to the spot on the ground where his katana was embedded. Taking it out, he smoothly slid it into the sheath that was strapped to his back. He locked his jacket on and put it on. It had a high, ribbed collar and was black with an orange lining. Its only decoration was an orange swirl on the back that ended in a leaping flame. Just as he was about to turn to face his father and the Toad Sage, he noticed something silver. The bell was the culprit. With a smile on his face, he picked it up from the ground and hurried to join the two men. A dark-haired teen paused in his training in the gardens of a relatively small but luxuriously furnished traditional house in the mountains to the west of the village hidden in leaves. He wanted to complete this final set of katana forms before going to bed, even though it was getting dark. He lowered his body to his stomach, pressing his free hand in. There was a low rumble coming from it that made his head ring. What had that fucking fox been up to? It didn't seem to him like the Kyuubi's typical growl of rage. It also wasn't the menacing, terrifying feeling he usually felt when the fox misbehaved. Rather, it was more of a sense of amusement. Laughing? Was the fox entertained? Was he giggling? From near the house, a voice called out, "Is something wrong, Sasuke?" The teenager gave a headshake. "No, nothing, Oni-san," he retorted, assuming his original position. "I'll be done in a moment." A hold off. "Don't let your tea get cold. Hi, Oni-san." When the Hokage knocked on Naruto's door, he was sitting cross-legged on his room's balcony. He gave himself a smile. He sensed it and knew it was the Hokage. That morning, Naruto had eaten a small meal consisting of rations left over from his pack, put on a clean new set of training clothes, and carefully tied his Hite on his forehead. After that, he had fingered the metal in the mirror as he looked at himself for a long time, barely believing what he was seeing. After that, he had stored his katana in the seal on his left wrist after giving it a thorough cleaning and oiling. He was now waiting on his dad to arrive before leaving for his daily training. Leaping to his feet, he dashed to unlock the door. He moved aside to allow the older blonde to enter after bowing to her. "Good morning, Hokage. Sama." "Is it?" mumbled the Hokage. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto the sofa. "Naruto, go get sensei, would you?" The young blonde bowed and exited the room, saying, "Hi, Hokage, Sama." He rapped on the adjacent door. Not a response. The Toad Sage wouldn't be awake yet, he was fairly certain of that. He knocked once more, but a little louder. Nothing. He turned the knob. It was secured. It seems that Sennin had started to lock his doors. With a sly smile, Naruto reached into one of the belt pouches and extracted a small case. Naruto picked the lock in under a minute. He walked in after opening the door. The white-haired man was asleep soundly, sprawled out on his futon, as he had suspected. How would you go about waking him up now? Naruto gave an evil smile. That would work, for sure. After a minute, "Na-rrr-ruatu," was the scream that echoed throughout Konoha. "You brat." Via his open balcony door, Naruto launched himself into the sitting room and screeched to a stop in front of the Yondaime. He lowered himself onto a floor cushion close to the couch, bowed, and arranged his features into a blank-looking mask before saying, "Jiraiya. Sensei will be here in a moment, Hokage. Sama." Minato merely fixed his gaze on him, his lips quivering. After a mere 2 heartbeats, Jiraiya threw open the door. He growled, "Uzumaki." Minato couldn't contain his laughter and started to cry. The Toad Sage was drenched, with his pajama shirt stuck to his chest and his white hair stuck to his head. He was giving the young blonde, who was still sitting calmly on the cushion, a glare. "Jiraiya. Sensei, Hokage. Sama requested your presence," the blonde who was given the death stare said in a tone that was entirely neutral. and you were still asleep. The large man growled and lunged toward his young pupil, but the Hokage's voice stopped him. You are dead. Jiraiya. Sensei, hold on, he uttered, his voice still full of laughter. As much as I would like to see you chase Naruto around, we have more important business. Go get dried off and come back here, please. With a sigh, the large man gave Naruto a final angry look and obeyed. The moment Jiraiya's back was turned, the Hokage turned to face his son, who had begun to smile. He inquired, is this a regular occurrence? Naruto gave a shrug. Arrow. Sennin knows the consequences if he oversleeps, and he should know that locked doors aren't enough to keep me out. The Hokage gave a small shake of his head. He muttered, I take that as a yes. As amusing as it is, next time, just shake his shoulder or something, okay? Hi, Hokage. Sama, the youthful ninja smiled and answered pleasantly. A few minutes later, Jiraiya came back, dressed, and somehow not completely drenched. He took a seat on the couch next to his first pupil and regarded him with admiration. Minato, you don't look so hot, he remarked. The Hokage let out a moan. I know, I barely slept and this damn headache will not go away. He exhaled. He turned to face his sensei and said, but, I have things to do. It's early, so he is probably still training, but afterwards, sensei, I've cleared the morning to meet with you. Naruto, he turned to face his son, unfortunately, that means you are on your own. I have, however, arranged for someone to show you around the village. He paused, taking in his son's clothes and the way his eyes lit up at the word, training. Naruto nodded and asked, were you going to train this morning? He grinned, but Naruto didn't really notice it. Well, perhaps you could join him then. He yelled, hi, Hokage. Sama, with excitement. Return to my office for lunch, and we'll discuss what I want you to do next, Hi, Hokage. Sama, Naruto exclaimed, but the blonde on the couch waved him back down. Gesturing to the boy, wait a minute, he laughed. With a deep breath, he said, before you go, I have a few things to say. His tone became serious. The fact that Naruto is my son is officially an S-ranked secret of the Leaf. The events of yesterday and the truth about the rest of Naruto's heritage and Kekkei Genkai are officially SS. Ranked secrets. I assume you know what that means, Naruto? With a serious expression that mirrored his father's, his son nodded. Jiraiya gave a snort. Kakashi will know he's your son. The Nara kid too, from what you've told me. Actually, anyone with half a brain will take one look at him and see you are related. The Hokage gave a shrug. I know, that's why it's not SS, ranked 2. It's the piece of information we have the least ability to control. But if I dangle it in front of my enemies, in the guise of an S-ranked secret, they won't dig around any further. At least, not for a while, I hope. Jiraiya gave a nod of approval. And if I don't officially declare Naruto to be my son, that buys us some time. All they will have is rumor and speculation, and they won't try something against a Konoha nin without more proof than that. Naruto, he once more turned to his son. It's not that I don't want to claim you as my son, I do. I want to shout it from the rooftops. But it will make you a target for anyone wanting to get to me. I want to put that off as long as possible. Hi, Hokage. Sama, answered the fair-haired girl. I understand. The same with your powers. You are not to use them unless it's a life or death situation, or I give the okay. But I am not ashamed of them, or you in any way. And I don't think we can keep them a secret forever. You most likely will have to use them sometime. I just know that when the truth is discovered, he continued. I understand, Hokage. Sama, Naruto mutely answered. He was all too familiar with the consequences of even partially uncovering the truth. He didn't need a reminder from his father. The Hokage put his hand on his son's shoulder in consolation. With gratitude, Naruto cast a quick glance in his direction, sensing his father's concern. However, the look on his father's face turned to puzzlement. He inquired, Hokage, Sama? The Yondaime's eyes were glazed and unfocused, and his face was expressionless. His face contorted in agony, and he hissed before grabbing hold of his head. A little scared, Naruto exclaimed, Hokage. Sama. When Jiraiya's voice reached out to him, he stopped himself. Naruto, wait. Don't touch him. Why, sensei? I think your touch makes it worse. What? Without saying anything, Jiraiya put his own hand on the shoulder of his senior pupil. Minato, he stated composedly. Why? Yes, sensei? The Hokage shook his head and raised it from his hands. His bleary eyes attempted to focus on the man next to him. What just happened? I don't know, exactly. I've been getting these strange images in my head, but I don't recognize them. Some of them are fairly complete, but others are just flashes or snatches. You are in some of them, Jiraiya, but I don't remember ever having been with you in some of the places I see in the images. Anyway, when I touched Naruto, the images sort of took over. They were all I could see, but they were coming so fast I couldn't really comprehend them. And I felt this intense sadness and loneliness and pain. I thought my head might split open, he continued and turned to Naruto. Naruto had his head lowered. Now he got it. Gomen, Hokage. Sama, he uttered regretfully, it's my fault. The Hokage seemed a little slow this morning, huh? Naruto, it's not your fault, Jiraiya remarked. He faced the more mature blonde sitting on the couch. Minato, it's the bond, he clarified. Remember? You can basically read Naruto's mind. You can pick up on his thoughts and feelings now. I think that is what those flashes are. You are seeing his memories and picking up his thoughts. Touch must enhance the connection. After blinking a few times, the Yondaime rubbed his eyes. Well, that would make sense, he said in a whisper. He opened his eyes again to face his son, saying, that explains why I didn't recognize anything. Naruto, this is not your fault. If it's anyone's, it's mine because I obviously can't control this connection we have. But, Hokage. Sama, but nothing, the more senior man firmly remarked. I will not have you feeling guilty over this. Son gave a nod, but he didn't seem persuaded. Trying to shoulder blame that isn't yours isn't terribly constructive. You can help by telling us what you know about this connection and how I might control it. Hi, Hokage. Sama, Naruto uttered, appearing somewhat less depressed. He was most content when he had a task at hand. But, I don't know that much. I only know the way it's supposed to work. You can read my thoughts and emotions at any time. I can read yours if we are touching and you will me to do so. Jiraiya chimed in, which explains why you aren't having the same trouble as Minato. Yes, Jiraiya. Sensei, Naruto replied. I don't know about controlling it, though. I didn't need that knowledge, so Sama didn't give it to me. Maybe if you build a barrier around your mind. A barrier? How do I do that? Well, you go into your mindscape and just sort of picture a wall, you know? And then you work on making it bigger and stronger, Naruto sighed. Minato let out a sigh. The explanation given by his son was not entirely satisfactory. Well, I'll try it I guess. Jiraiya suggested, you could always consult the Yamanaka. They're the mind experts. The Yondaime dryly replied, yes, well, the whole point of an SS class secret is that hardly anyone knows about it. I'd really rather not bring them into this. Jiraiya gave a shrug. You might not have a choice. Besides, you don't have to tell them the real reason you want their help. The Hokage sighed once more and said, fine, I'll think about it. His son straightened up and gave his father his full attention, saying, enough chat. Naruto. The person I assigned to show you around is named Rock Lee. He will be outside the west gates sometime in the next half an hour or so, if you want to train with him. Don't forget. Return to my office for lunch, dismissed. Naruto cried out, hi, Hokage. Sama, before racing out and stopping only to take his sandals from where they were by the door. He failed to notice the glance his sensei was shooting at his dad. After he left, Jiraiya started laughing uncontrollably. Lee? You got Lee to show him around? Minato smiled. Yeah. I thought they would get along well. And Lee.kun is a very friendly person. Just the sort to make Naruto feel welcome here, don't you think? Jiraiya merely shook his head and laughed even harder, but as the Yondaime went on talking, his laughter subsided. With narrowed eyes, he said in a pleasant voice, one of the more complete images I got from Naruto was you, with a nosebleed, pointing at him and saying something like, you're just my type of girl. Care to explain that? Jiraiya's palms began to perspire right away. That voice tone was one he had heard before. Usually right before one of Minato's murders. Ah, well, that was just a little misunderstanding. Outside the west gate, Naruto stood impatiently on the edge of the road. From the Hokage Tower, he had raced here, stopping only at the gate itself. One of the guards had hailed him. The others had been the same from the previous day. Uzumaki-san. He went over since he'd actually not been introduced to the two when he'd arrived. Since they were fellow Leaf Shinobi, he felt he ought to get to know them. The thought had made him smile proudly. They identified themselves as Higane Katetsu and Kamizuki Azumo. It appeared that they were in their early 20s. Azumo's brown hair fell over his right eye in a shaggy manner. His head was covered by a dark blue bandana with his Hite-ite attached. Katetsu's dark hair was longer and just as spiky as Naruto's. He had one bandage covering his nose and narrow, dark eyes. Both of them were dressed in the traditional Konoha ninja attire, which consisted of long sleeves, dark pants, and a garish green vest with numerous pockets. The shoulders of their shirts and the back of their vests were adorned with a red swirl that resembled the one on Naruto's jacket but lacked the leaping flame. They had congratulated him on being accepted into the Leaf as a Chunin and explained the proper way for a Leaf ninja to leave or enter the village. Use the gate and only check in if escorting someone outside the village. Katetsu had yelled, "That's our rank." Azumo had agreed, but he kept observing Naruto with a thoughtful expression on his face. "I knew you wouldn't have any trouble, being Jiraiya, Sama's student." Naruto had sighed to himself. Anyone with half a brawn was what Ero Sennin had meant to say. Katetsu was either hiding his half brain better or he didn't have one. Ignoring it, Naruto inquired as to whether they had seen a ninja by the name of Rock Lee. Both Chunin had strange expressions on their faces at the name. Azumo had said warily, "He passed by here about 10 minutes ago. Why do you want to know, Naruto-san?" To his confusion, the guards had responded, "Hokage. Sama said I could train with him this morning, then he would show me around the village," Naruto had said. The amusing looks had changed at his words. It seemed like they were straining to contain their laughter now. "Ah. Well, in that case, Naruto-san, you can wait outside the gate there. He'll be back around in about 20 minutes or so." After expressing his gratitude, he left to wait where Azumo had pointed. The guards didn't start laughing until they believed he was out of sight. He still heard them, of course, because his hearing was far superior to that of any average human. However, he didn't comprehend it. What made him waiting for this Rock Lee guy so funny? Wasn't he a fellow ninja? Why didn't he know what they knew? Surely, his father was pulling a practical joke on him, since he'd set this up and even suggested that he train with his guide. He assumed there was only one way to find out. He was therefore waiting. After 10 minutes or so, he was growing restless. He started performing some of his calisthenics and stretches for warm up. Lee had already begun working out based on Azumo's words, and Naruto didn't want to fall too far behind the other ninja. Back around in about 20 minutes. What had Azumo meant, anyway? Naruto thought about it for a moment. Lee might have been scurrying around the village. 30 minutes from now. He laughed. Yes, exactly. Right then, he heard a steady pounding. He tilted his head to the sound and paused. A pulse. Not merely a heartbeat, no, beyond that, there was more to the sound. Footfalls sounded on the floor, and deep, even breaths were being drawn precisely in sync with the heartbeat. Someone was coming over. Swiftly approaching from the woods behind him. He took a small step out into the road and turned to face the person's direction. Was that Rock Lee? If this is the case, his observation regarding the ninja pacing the village may not be entirely off target. Naruto called out, "Excuse me," thinking the unidentified person was near enough to hear him, even though he couldn't yet see them through all the trees. Naruto did not want Lee to walk by unnoticed if that was him. The person changed direction and continued toward Naruto without slowing down. Naruto resisted the impulse to back off. Abruptly, a blur emerged from the forest and came to a sudden stop in front of him. The other person said, "Did you call me?" Naruto gave a blink. In his entire life, he had never seen a ninja like this one. Green was the first thing that came to mind, his second was unkempt. The ninja appeared to be around Naruto's age, with a slight build and diminutive stature compared to the blonde. Naruto saw that he was dressed in the silliest, tightest green jumpsuit she had ever seen. He had bandages encircling his forearms down to his fingers and some kind of light brown, striped leg warmers on his calves that nearly obscured his blue shinobi sandals. His waist was bound by his hite. Like the other nin, he wore a dark green vest with pockets. His hair was cut in the shape of a bowl and was shiny and black. His dark eyes seemed impossibly large, with a perfect round shape and wide pupil. He possessed two incredibly large, thick, dark eyebrows. Right now, their brows were furrowed slightly in perplexity. It dawned on Naruto that he was staring. He bowed slightly and said, "Gomen, yes I did. Are you Rock Lee?" The ninja ahead of him gave a nod. "Yes, I am Rock Lee," he exclaimed, striking a pose with a broad smile on his face and one hand extended in a thumbs up gesture. His teeth were so white they practically sparkled. "Who might you be? I see you are wearing a leaf hite, but I have never seen you before." Once more, Naruto was staring. He was beginning to understand the guard's reactions. He began, I am Uzumaki Naruto," but Lee cut him off. Lee exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. "Oh, I know you now. You are the ninja newly accepted into the Brotherhood of the Leaf. Welcome to Konoha, Naruto-san." "Thank you, Lee-san." A look of panic filled the odd ninja's features as he said, "I am to show you our fair village, but, that was later in the day, was it not? Do not tell me I have misremembered the Hokage's orders and have failed in my mission." No, Naruto cut him off. He did not want Lee to believe he had erred. "I'm early. Hokage. Sama told me where you'd be. I was hoping to join you for your training this morning. If that's okay with you, of course." Once more, a brilliant smile appeared on Lee's face. "Yash," he cried out. His smile became a smirk. "I would be delighted if you would join me. If you can keep up," he exclaimed before setting off once more and moving along the village wall. He called back, "Come on, Naruto-san." After observing him for a moment longer, Naruto smiled. This bushy-browed ninja was liked by him. Following him, he took off. They were circling the village one last time. Lee seemed to have completed the majority of his daily 5-lap run already. The teenager in green attire moved at a steady, snail-like pace. Not that it was difficult for Naruto to keep up. Jiraiya Sensei said he had more stamina than anyone else, after all. However, it was also difficult. Naruto thought it was kind of soothing, actually. Lee felt his heart thudding beside him, akin to the sound of waves breaking on a far-off beach. Rich, reassuring, and timeless. The call of Lee's blood was straightforward, yet resolute and powerful. It was a drumbeat rhythm timed to his heartbeat. Naruto was put into a sort of trance by the sound of his breathing and the pounding of his footsteps. His own footsteps fell in perfect sync with Lee's, and his heartbeat began to beat in time as well. Just the running and the heartbeats were all that existed in the world. A voice pierced his consciousness. "Yudo-san. Hold on, Naruto-san." Lee was conversing with him. "Huh? Sorry, I was kind of off in my own world." "Do not worry, Naruto-san. I often feel that way when training," Lee responded. "We have one more lap around the village, then I am going to one of the training grounds to practice my taijutsu. Would you like to accompany me?" "That makes sense, Lee-san," Naruto answered. "What rank did Yondaime Sama give you, Chunin?" "That is my rank as well. Well done, Naruto-san." "Thank you, Lee-san." They ran for a short while in silence before Lee spoke once more. "You look very much like Yondaime Sama," he stated. Naruto knew exactly what he would say if someone brought up that fact, so he was ready for this. "Yes, I do," was his response. "To deny it would be foolish. I noticed that when I arrived yesterday." Stillness. Lee gave a quick nod once and remained silent. They arrived at the training area that Lee claimed to enjoy using. It was just a small clearing in the forest, filled with lots of wooden dummies. Naruto assumed that one end was clear for sparring. It was a nice place for taijutsu. They began with easy exercises with the dummies, watching each other surreptitiously as they progressed to more difficult forms. Lee finally halted the vehicle. "Naruto-san. I am warmed up now. If you are feeling adequately prepared, would you do me the honor of sparring with me?" Naruto smiled. "Of course, Lee-san. I thought you'd never ask." Lee smiled back. "Excellent, your flames of youth burn bright, Naruto-san. I am most eager to fight you." Naruto gave a small shake of his head. After spending little time with Lee, he already knew the teenager enjoyed babbling on about flames of youth. Naruto, though, didn't care. It was pleasant to encounter an individual who shared his enthusiasm for being a ninja. "Lee-san. How old are you?" 16. "Why do you ask?" "I'm simply inquisitive," Naruto shrugged. He said, "I'm almost 16, in case Lee was also interested. So, will this be a strict taijutsu fight? Or are we allowing other jutsu too?" The older boy took a stance and answered, "I will only be using taijutsu. I cannot use nin or genjutsu. You, however, may use whatever you like." Naruto gave him a blink. He questioned, "Why can't you use nin or genjutsu?" "I cannot use chakra well enough for that. My coils are underdeveloped." Gaping at him was Naruto. "Really? You were running that fast without using chakra?" Lee seemed pleased by Naruto's surprise as he nodded. "Ah. Although I can use chakra to enhance my speed or walk on water, I was not using it today. My goal in life has always been to prove that I could be a great ninja, even without using chakra." Naruto remained silent. The capacity to use chakra was the only attribute that distinguished ninjas from common people. In essence, Lee was a non-ninja who chose to become a ninja nonetheless. And despite the fact that the cards were stacked against him, he had clearly succeeded. Naruto smiled once more. He was clearly fond of this ninja. "All right," he replied, taking a position of his own. "Let's see how you are coming along with that goal, nay." As if on a silent cue, the two ninjas simultaneously pushed off the ground and launched a barrage of blows at one another. Naruto was a fantastic movie. He was aware of it. His speed and ability to surprise opponents by combining moves that weren't typically used together made him a formidable opponent. This implied that they were unable to accurately foresee his next move. But usually, he could predict what they would do next. Before they struck, he could see their small movements with his keen eyes. Lee was superior, though. He was just better and faster. If he devoted his entire attention to taijutsu, Naruto figured it was only natural. The younger teen struggled to predict his next move because he knew so many different styles. He seldom left an opportunity to take advantage of because every move he made was done so precisely, quickly, and flawlessly. Naruto hadn't made any contact with him, but Lee had struck the blonde a few times. Other than his ability to withstand blows that would have killed an ox, Naruto appeared to be saving himself only because he was employing a move that Lee had never seen before. But Lee was already sensing some of the fundamental stances and playing on their vulnerabilities. Oh no, if Naruto wanted to avoid being flattened, he would need to act fast. Lee had, after all, said he could use it however he pleased. It's time to practice ninjutsu now. A tiny voice in the back of his mind questioned whether or not that wouldn't be unfair advantage, but Naruto silenced it right away. Lee found it offensive to even consider such a thing. Furthermore, it's not like opponents would hesitate to use ninjutsu against him in the field. Naruto would do all in his power to assist him in getting ready for that. The blonde deflected a kick, pushed off with Lee's leg, and leapt back, away from the now a little unbalanced ninja. He raised his hands in a straightforward seal. He exclaimed, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and 3 clones materialized. 3, he reasoned, might be enough to at least give his opponent some hits. He and his clones shot forward once more the moment their feet touched down. They launched their attack after circling Lee. Naruto let out a frustrated growl. Another group of clones vanished. Lee's Konoha whirlwind move was extremely difficult to counter. It was impossible to launch an attack from the sides. He had attempted, without success, to enter from the top. Actually, the only path he hadn't attempted was. Oh no! He was so foolish. Taking a jab at himself, he created a second set of clones. Lee watched the clone in front of him as he simultaneously blocked its attack from the sides. Though he wasn't positive, he assumed the person behind him was Naruto. Alternatively, while Naruto was hiding and hatching a plan, it might just be another clone. Lee had quickly discovered that Naruto was an extremely cunning opponent. Tricky, always pulling off the unexpected, rather than strategic like Shikamaru, who planned out his moves and his opponent's likely moves for the entire battle. It made the senior ninja happy. The clones continued to throw hits that Lee parried. Consider his taijutsu technique. Lee had never before seen it. It was a unique style that was ideal for Naruto. Power and combo moves were the main focus. Strong and not overly subtle was Naruto. He enjoyed charging into battle and taking his adversary on head. He could appreciate that Lee shared the same sentiments. Its true strength, though, lay in the multitude of ways the blonde could blend his moves with this particular style. Naruto had a cunning mind, so he kept Lee wondering what would come next, or the next thing his clones would do. Lee was impressed by that as well. He wasn't ignorant of chakra just because he wasn't able to use it. Since all of his fellow nin, both friends and foes, could use it, he had to be a ninja. Because the Kage Bunshin required so much chakra, he was aware that it was a forbidden jutsu. If most ninja used it, they would risk their chakra being dangerously depleted, but Naruto was using it repeatedly and showed no signs of weariness. He must possess extraordinary reserves of chakra. Only 2 ninja in Konoha, Yondaime, Sama and Kakashi Sensei, that Lee was aware of used it at all. He was now being attacked simultaneously by all 4 Narutos. It appeared that he would need to utilize the whirlwind once more. It was he who launched the assault. He barely had time to realize that it was a clone when all 4 of the Narutos vanished in a cloud of smoke. Then, where is the real one? When there was a slight tremble beneath his feet. His gaze grew wide. Below, he was still spinning, though. He was in too much of a hurry to break out of the whirlwind stance to block. He gave it his best shot, but he fell short. With a fist raised, Naruto leapt out as the earth erupted. Lee shot up into the air as he planted it squarely on his jaw. While Lee leapt in midair and landed a little bit further away, Naruto landed softly on his feet, to the side of the hole he had created. The two teenagers were breathing heavily. Lee was massaging his jaw, and Naruto was beaming. "You pack quite a punch, Naruto-san. I have to. When I can only get one hit in, it has to be good." Lee chuckled. "Yosh. You are quite the opponent. I think you were holding back a little, though." "Thank you. You are also quite the opponent. And you were also holding back. But we have to save some tricks for the next fight, nay." The teenagers grinned at one another. Deeper than Lee's, but no less animated, came a new voice. That was a most excellent display of youth. At the sound, both teenagers turned. At the edge of the clearing, a man grinned at them. "Guy. Sensei," exclaimed Lee. "How long have you been there?" 15 minutes or so, Naruto answered. Though he was focused on his battle, he was aware of the man hunched over in the tree and chose not to speak. Lee gave him a look. He questioned, "How did you know he was there?" Naruto gave a shrug. He just said, "I have keen senses." Now that he was in the open, he examined the man. He was mistaken to believe that there couldn't be another person like Lee in the world. Save for the bandages. Guy resembled Lee in terms of attire. Or perhaps the reverse was true. They even shared the same wild eyebrows and hairstyle. Guy's face was different from Lee's. His nose was more pronounced and his eyes were dark too, though not quite as strangely shaped. However, in reality, they might be a father and son. Naruto squinted and glanced between them. Guy shattered his reverie with her loud voice. "Lee-kun, introduce me to your sparring partner," he said. "Hi, Guy. Sensei." Lee yelled as he leapt over Naruto, took him by the arm, and guided him to the older ninja's location while beaming a blinding smile at them. Guy struck the exact same pose Lee had earlier, right down to the sparkle in his teeth. "Guy. Sensei, this is Uzumaki Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto. This is Maida Guy, Green Beast of Konoha." With a bow, Naruto tried not to laugh. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Guy-san," he said, sounding mostly confident and proud. "And you as well, young Naruto-kun. Tell me, are you the new ninja Lee-kun is showing the village to?" "Hi, Guy-san. But I wanted to train a little this morning, and Lee-san generously allowed me to come with him." "Ah. Your fires of youth burn as brightly as Lee's. That is most gratifying to see in the next generation. How long have you been a ninja of the leaf?" "Not even a day, Guy-san." Tears were streaming down the green beast's face as he pressed his hands to his chest. "Not even a fellow shinobi for a day and already eager to test your skills against your peers. And my own student eager to oblige. I am moved. Lee." "Guy. Sensei." With a quick glance at his opponent, Naruto nearly lost his balance. With tears streaming down his face, Lee was also emulating Guy's pose. "Really? Do they mean business?" "Lee. Guy. Sensei. Lee. Guy. Sensei." With a morbid fascination, Naruto observed. He questioned how long they would continue doing this. "I hope it's not going to be too long." Fortunately, it wasn't. Grinning, Guy wiped his tears and turned back to face Naruto. He became solemn. "Naruto-kun, that was a most interesting style of taijutsu," he replied. "I have never seen it before." Lee inquired, "Really, Guy? Sensei? But you know more taijutsu than anyone else in the village." "Ah, so Guy was the master of taijutsu in Konoha. That he was Lee's teacher made sense. Jiraiya had mentioned him to Naruto, but never revealed his name. Naruto could never hope to learn as much about taijutsu as the man had, according to his statement. He had added that the man was fascinating. That, in Naruto's opinion, was an understatement. Not that Jiraiya needed a place to speak. Guy laughed. "I do know quite a bit, Lee-kun, but I don't know everything. I am always interested in learning new things. Remember that everyone you meet has the potential to teach you something." "Hi, Guy. Sensei." Guy gave Naruto another look. "Where did you learn such a technique, Naruto-kun?" Though a little hesitantly, Naruto gave an honest response. "From my mother," he uttered. "And where was she from?" Naruto gave a blink. "What was said by his father?" The former Whirlpool country." Guy had a thoughtful expression. "I have never been in that part of the world," he thought. "Tell me, do you know of any scrolls containing this taijutsu?" "No, Guy-san. Demons did not record their fighting styles on scrolls, at all. Would you be willing to make one? I'd help you, of course." I'd have to ask the Hokage if that's alright, said Naruto. He did not know if that was what his father would want. I think he's said too much already. Of course, Naruto-kun. I eagerly await his decision. I have one last question for you. Who taught you Kage Bunshin? Oh, Jiraiya. Sensei. The two ninjas in green attire gazed at him. Lee snapped the quiet. You were taught by one of the legendary Sannin? Hi. I've been with him for the past 7 years. He's the one that brought me to Konoha. That was the truth. It was merely deceptive. However, it was preferable to give the impression that Jiraiya had suggested it instead of him. Guy was nodding and appeared to be thinking. Oh no, Naruto anticipated growing tired of that expression within the next few days. Lee exclaimed, no wonder your flame of youth burns bright. Why did he teach it to you? Naruto laughed as he recalled some of his early attempts at creating clones, saying, "'Cause I'm terrible at regular Bunshin. They require very little chakra, relatively speaking, and it's hard for me to manipulate such small amounts. Plus, I have plenty of chakra, so it's not really dangerous for me to use." You are indeed a most worthy opponent, Lee declared. I look forward to our next match. I'm grateful, Lee.san, Naruto chuckled, me too. Guy was giving them a big smile. He turned to Lee and said, speaking of that, is it true that that last punch was the only blow Naruto-kun was able to land? With his teacher's full attention, Lee exclaimed, hi, Guy, sensei. Then you did very well, Lee.kun. However, sometimes all it takes is one blow to incapacitate or even kill an opponent. So I want you to think about how Naruto.kun managed to land that blow on you. Hi, Guy. Sensei, after saying, well then, I must go. Farewell, Lee.kun. Naruto.kun. He vanished in a whirlwind of incredibly green foliage. After giving Lee a few blinks, Naruto turned to face him. He was obviously thinking as he scowled a little. Most likely regarding the matter Guy had instructed him to consider. Naruto called out, Oi, Lee.san. Lee jolted out of his daydream. Huh? How about that tour now? I've got to be in the Hokage's office by lunchtime. Oh, right, Naruto.san. Loudly, Naruto's stomach growled. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Maybe we could get some food too, he said. Of course, Naruto.san, Lee chuckled. First, they made a stop at a little food stand. A large, straightforward bowl of rice, chicken, and veggies was what Naruto ordered. He looked over at Lee. What do you want? I am fine, Naruto.san. Oh, come on, you must want something. Something to drink? Eventually, Lee gave in to Naruto's pressure and placed an order for an iced fruit drink and a chicken skewer. He reasoned that following a workout, vitamins and protein were beneficial. Naruto insisted on covering the cost as well. He pulled out the strangest wallet Lee had ever seen and said, call it a thank you for letting me train with you. It resembled a green frog in shape. Lee responded, no, it was a pleasure. A little more subtly, my fellow Chunin don't train with me very often, he continued. Naruto chirped, well, I can see why, because he was too busy paying for their meal. He missed the look of surprise and subsequent sadness on Lee's face. He continued to pace. He turned to face Lee, who was now grinning, and said, I bet none of them come close to you in taijutsu. They probably don't want to be beaten into the ground all the time. A genuine smile, not that glaring kind. All he said was, thank you, Naruto.san, for the food. They ate rapidly, with Lee looking on in disbelief as Naruto finished the large quantity of food he had ordered in less time than it took him to finish the few pieces of chicken he had. The blonde seemed to breathe in his food. He glanced up at the teenage girl with dark hair in front of him. What? Nothing, was Lee's bright smile in response. With a shrug, Naruto resumed his meal. Lee then gave Naruto Konohagakure a show. Firstly, he led Naruto to the summit of the Hokage monument. The location atop the Yondaime's stone head captivated Naruto. The village was perfectly visible from there. After pointing out all the significant locations in the village, Lee informed him about the rooms and tunnels inside the monument that served as a place to stay for civilians in case the village was ever the target of an unannounced attack. Naruto paid close attention as Lee described the emergency plan the ninja used in this kind of circumstance. After that, they cautiously made their way back into the village, jumping from rooftop to rooftop as they crossed from east to west. Lee indicated the clan compounds and the shopping areas, emphasizing the best locations for ninja supplies and providing a brief synopsis of each clan's capabilities and known members. Though most of the clans from Jiraiya were known to Naruto, He was shocked to find that nearly every clan had a representative of a similar age to Lee and him. He inquired, "Are they all Chunins?" "Ah, but it is rumored that Neji.kun and Sasuke.kun will be promoted to Jonin soon." After a comprehensive tour of several training grounds, which Lee had limited to cover in order to save time, they had concluded their visit. Still, there were plenty of them. The Forest of Death. Number 44. Piqued Naruto's interest the most. "No one is allowed in there without special permission from the Hokage," Lee stated. "It is only used for special purposes, like Chunin exams, or Jonin tests." "Why? It is dangerous. There are lots of strange animals, poisonous plants, and that sort of thing." Naruto smiled. It sounded flawless. But now it was time to go back. The two young ninjas started moving toward the Hokage Tower. Minato wiped away his tears. Though he had managed to distract himself from the flashes of Naruto's thoughts for the most of the morning, his headache remained. They were less frequent when he kept his mind busy. Additionally, he had a lot to occupy his thoughts during his meeting with Jiraiya. They had discussed Naruto extensively, including when and how Jiraiya had imparted the Rasengan knowledge to him. He was 13. 13? Really? Yeah, he learned it in 2 months. What? Minato had to spend 3 years honing that jutsu. In a technical sense, it was still incomplete. Even so, learning something was still easier than creating it from scratch. Jiraiya had chuckled at the surprise of the Yondaime. You'll learn, when Naruto is determined to do something, he does it. No matter how impossible it may seem to be. Minato had been immensely proud and impressed. They also discussed the details Jiraiya had learned about Orochimaru and the Akatsuki group he had momentarily joined. It was all bad. Minato was concerned. Jiraiya had now left to conduct some errands, leaving the Yondaime by themselves to eat with Naruto. Although he was appreciative of the opportunity, his headache was growing since he had nothing to occupy his time while he waited for his son and paperwork didn't matter. He inhaled deeply a few times and made the decision to give some meditation a go. Perhaps he could reach his mindscape and begin constructing a wall. He was not sure how he would accomplish that precisely. Seated on his floor in lotus position, he inhaled deeply twice more before starting. He purged all distractions from his mind. He tried, at least. Usually, when he meditated, visualizing an empty space that he was floating in helped. Not at this moment. He was overcome with thoughts, feelings, and images as soon as he imagined the blankness. He was unable to identify most of what he was seeing because they were moving so quickly. His brain began to hurt more. With a moan, he opened his eyes. That obviously didn't work. He let out a sigh. It appeared he would have to send for the Yamanaka, even though he didn't want to. Just in time to hear a knock, he got up off the ground. "Yes?" he asked over the phone. Hisa pressed her head through the door. "Naruto.kun and Lee.kun are here, Yondaime, Sama." "Good, send them in. And Hisa.san, send for Yamanaka Inoichi. I want to see him after lunch." "Hi, Hokage. Sama." Minato leaned against his desk as she withdrew. A moment later, the two young ninja came in and bowed to the Yondaime. He smiled. The two young men had smiles on their faces, so all had gone smoothly. "Rock Lee, please report," he gave an order while crossing his arms over his chest. "Hi, Hokage. Sama. Do you wish to hear about our training this morning as well?" "By all means, Lee.kun. Hi, Hokage. Sama." Refusing to laugh, Minato listened to Lee's account of his training sessions with Naruto. It was replete with references to youth and fire. Nevertheless, he was happy that his kid had won over the green-clad ninja. He was happy that his suggestion had worked well for Lee and Naruto. Few shinobi would or could match Guy's apprentice. After Lee concluded his report, Minato gave a nod. He turned and riffled through the various papers scattered on his desk, saying, "Very good, Lee.kun. Thank you." After taking one out and stamping it, he gave the young ninja the weapon. Lee would have shown Naruto around as a favor to the Hokage, but by designating it as an official mission, Minato could offer the young ninja some cash in exchange for his time. "Here is your completed mission receipt." Even though it was only a D grade. Lee took the receipt with a bow. "Arigato, Hokage. Sama." Lee.kun, please return here in an hour. I have another task for you. Bring Guy.san. Dismissed. Lee bowed once more. "Hi, Hokage. Sama. Goodbye, Naruto.san." The other young ninja departed as the blonde waved. Minato looked at his kid. "What do you think of Lee.kun?" Naruto chuckled. "I like him. I'm going to train with him again tomorrow, if that is all right with you, Hokage. Sama. Cocking his head at his son, he said, of course. I think it's great. It sounds like you have made a friend. With a few blinks, Naruto completely lost any sign of a smile. Eyes wide, he muttered, friend? Clearly, it had escaped his notice. Naruto, said his dad. I know the feelings this morning, the pain and loneliness, I know that was yours. Naruto sighed. I hate the fact that you ever felt that way, and I am more sorry than I can say. I will do everything in my power to make sure you never feel that again. But, I can't do it all. Friends your own age will help. Stillness. Hi, Hokage. Sama, Naruto uttered softly at the end. He sounded unconvinced. Minato let out a sigh. Knowing that his son, who was almost 16, had never had a friend, hurt his chest. Knowing that his son didn't think anyone wanted to be his friend made the pain even worse. Minato sensed that without having to hear his thoughts. The Hokage, however, was wiser. He was positive Naruto would be welcomed by the youthful ninja of Konoha. Even so, it would take time to occur. It takes time to establish trust. When he clapped his hands together and said, all right, Naruto, his son's head shot up. It's time for lunch. How about I take you to my favorite place? The younger blonde grinned, as if he had never experienced any sadness at all. Hi, Hokage. Sama. Leading his son across the village rooftops was Minato. Head down, Naruto remained silent by his side. Minato dropped to the street as soon as they arrived at the location. They were standing in front of a small ramen shop that had stools arranged in front of the counter and short curtains covering the entrance. The Hokage declared, this is it, Ichiraku Ramen, the best ramen in Konoha. He pivoted to face his son. With a broad smile on his face, the youthful blonde was breathing deeply through his nose while keeping his eyes closed. Naruto? Without opening his eyes, he exclaimed, Hokage. Sama, it smells amazing. Minato led the way, saying, it tastes even better. Come on. He waved to the man behind the counter, brushing aside the curtains with one hand. Ohayu, Tuchi-san. The village leader was being followed by Naruto when the older man said, Ohayu, Hokage. Sama, two for lunch today? With a, yes, please, Minato sat down. He motioned for Naruto to follow suit. Tuchi-san. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He is a new ninja of the village. Glancing between the two blondes, the older man said, ah, well, welcome to Konoha, Naruto-san, but he remained silent. Thank you, Tuchi-san. Now, Naruto-kun, get whatever you want, it's my treat. Arigato, Hokage. Sama, but I should warn you I eat a lot, especially ramen. It's my favorite food. Minato chuckled. Mine too, but don't worry about it, I mean it, it's my treat. He was remorseful of his words 30 minutes later. The amount of food his son could store astounded him, truly astounded him. Taking him at his word, Naruto had obtained seven big bowls. Minato also believed that he could consume a lot of ramen. He was ready to wager that it had something to do with Naruto's enormous chakra reserves, which would need a lot of energy to sustain. And he devoured food so quickly. Minato was strongly reminded of Kakashi by it. Tuchi was salivating just thinking about the bill. Minato let out a sigh. He had not been warned about this by Jiraiya. The blonde in question asked, slurping a noodle into his mouth, is something wrong, Hokage? Sama? He appeared slightly anxious. Not at all, Naruto-kun, the senior citizen answered. I was thinking, since our meal is just about complete, we should talk about what my plans are for you for the next few weeks. Hi, Hokage. Sama, his son answered back. He finished the last of the broth in his bowl. He greeted Tuchi-san with, arigato. That was the best ramen I've ever had. Thank you, Naruto-san. I'm glad you liked it, come back anytime. I will. Minato pleaded with Tuchi-san to add it to my tab. Come on, Naruto-kun. Back in his office, Minato gestured for Naruto to sit down in the chairs. He sat down and wiped his eyes once more. I know you have extraordinary skills, but there are a few areas I still want to test you on. One is your kenjutsu. I have an opponent in mind, but he is currently out of the village. When he returns in a week, I want to see what you can do against him. I'm sure it will be an interesting match. I spoke with Jiraiya Sensei this morning about your training in great detail. I also want you to be tested in genjutsu, but that will have to wait since our genjutsu masters are not in the village. Now, I understand from Sensei that you have not been in a situation to work with others much. Konoha missions often rely on 3 or 4-man teams, and teamwork is an important part of what makes us strong. Therefore, I want you to work with some of the Chunin teams for the next few weeks, to improve your teamwork skills. This way, you will also get to know your peers. The first team I want you to work with is Team Guy. Lee Kun's team. Since you already know him, I thought that would be the best place to start. He cracked a grin. Also, they're the only complete team in Konoha right now. Naruto had a wide smile. Hi, Hokage. Sama. He thought it sounded good to collaborate with others. He had never had the opportunity to do it. After the few weeks are up, I'll decide where to put you. You may be in a team of your own, or you may work with the various teams as needed. We'll see. Lee.kun and Guy.san will be coming to get you shortly, so you can meet the others and do some training. You will be with them each afternoon this week. The mornings are yours to do whatever you want. After your training with Team Guy this afternoon, I want you to return here and we'll get some dinner. Got that? Hi, Hokage. Sama. Good. Any questions? Not about your orders. No, I do have 2 other questions though. What are they? Guy.san asked if I would make a scroll of my taijutsu style, with his help. He'd never seen it before. I said I'd have to ask you. Really? I didn't recognize it, but I'm no expert, and Guy didn't know it? He paused and said, No, Hokage. Sama, but I'm not surprised. Oka. Sama taught me. Minato gave a nod. I see. Well, do you think there would be any harm in committing it to a scroll? Naruto gave a headshake. I don't think so. It's unlikely anyone would know where the style came from. Generally, humans who see that taijutsu in use don't live long enough to talk about it. After giving his son a long look, Minato made the decision to ignore what he had just said. Alright then, you have my permission. Also, I told Guy.san I learned it from my mother and that she was from Whirlpool country. Yes, we are going to have to come up with some sort of story for you. I'll think about that. Until we have it, try to avoid talking about your past. What is your other question? Can I have permission to use the Forest of Death? Minato gave a blink. What for? Training. Naruto, those grounds are used for very specific purposes, not just general training. This would not be general training, Hokage. Sama, for my Kekkei Genkei. That was undoubtedly done for a very specific reason. Well, Naruto got up and bent down. Please, Hokage. Sama, I have to train with it, just like any other ninja. And those grounds would be perfect. No one goes there without your consent, so I wouldn't run the risk of being discovered, like I would anywhere else. When he phrased it that way, it did sound fairly perfect, but still, he waved his son back down, saying, It's a dangerous place, Naruto. Naruto sat back down with a snort. He actually sounded enthusiastic about the idea, saying, I can take care of myself, Hokage. Sama. Besides, if anything attacks me, I can use it for practice. Minato gave a headshake. Can you use your power without losing control? Naruto gave a nod. The simple things I can do with no problem. The more complicated ones, or the ones that use a lot of chakra, I can't do those yet without my appearance changing. That's one of the reasons I need to train. I'm not worried about your appearance, as no one will see you. I'm worried about that feeling. Hokage. Sama, it's Yuki, Naruto mutely remarked. He shook his head slightly. But Jiraiya. Sensei calls it my killer intent. Anyway, I won't leak it unintentionally unless I'm using really powerful techniques. And even then, I can keep it to a small area. No one outside the forest will know. Minato gave a nod. Well, I'll think about it, okay? Hi, Hokage. Sama. Anything else? No, Hokage. Sama. Okay. Well, now we just need to wait for Lee.kun and Guy.san. Their wait was not going to be too long. After striking up a conversation with his son, the Hokage heard a knock on the door. Enter, Minato beckoned. The Hokage was greeted by the 2 green beasts of Konoha as they entered. Releasing himself from his chair, Minato said, Lee.kun, Guy.san, thank you for coming. Naruto followed suit. Guy exclaimed, but of course, Hokage. Sama. Lee.kun said you wished to see us. Minato held up his hands, preventing the green-clad ninja from asking the question that he was clearly going to. Yes. Because Naruto is new to Konoha, I want him to practice working with his peers. He will begin with your team. He will train with you every afternoon this week. I want you to pay particular attention to his taijutsu, Guy.san. and it's fine with me if you make a scroll of it. I'm very excited to start, Hokage. Sama. Thank you, Guy cried, clenching his fist to his chest. Lee grinned at Naruto. Naruto-san, I am most excited you will be training with us this week. Me too, Lee-san. Naruto smiled back. There was silence. Guy was staring puzzledly from Naruto to the Hokage. Finally, he said, you look a lot like Hokage. Sama, Naruto-kun. Minato let out a sigh. They would need to quickly come up with that narrative. His son interrupted him just as he was going to respond. Yes, I do, the younger blonde answered with ease. But then again, Lee-san looks very much like you, Guy-san. Once more, silence. Lee and Guy were staring at Naruto in shock. Minato was really trying not to chuckle. Naruto maintained a pleasingly neutral expression, but the Yondaime could sense his son's laughter. He made fun of the two ninjas in green clothes. Guy eventually muttered, not at all like his normally enthusiastic self, well, I think it's the jumpsuit. At that moment, Minato couldn't help but laugh. You'd better get going, you three. Dismissed. Hi, Hokage. Sama. The three ninja exclaimed before bowing and walking away. After Minato took his place behind his desk once more, there was a knock a short while later. Enter now, he said. Yamanaka Inoichi came into the space. You sent for me, Hokage. Sama? Ah, Inoichi-san. Good. I have a problem that you might be able to help me with. On his way back to the Hokage Tower, Naruto was running through the trees. It was his last afternoon with Team Guy, and he was heading to see his dad. In the western sky, the sun had vanished behind the trees. Most of the afternoon had been enjoyable for him. He had been introduced by Guy Sensei as a new Konoha ninja, and they had had a lengthy conversation about the value of cooperation. Naruto assumed that Lee's two other teammates were bored because they had heard all of the same things before, but Lee paid close attention to everything the senior ninja said, even jotting down some notes in a small black notebook. Listening, Naruto studied the two he had just met. Tenten, the kunoichi, had brown hair styled in two buns atop her head and brown eyes. She was slightly shorter than Naruto. She had her hite sported on her forehead with pride. She was dressed in slippers, maroon capri pants that gathered snugly at the mid-calf, and a white, 3/4 sleeve traditional style top. When he asked her, she merely laughed and gave him a playful shove, but he had a strong suspicion that she used chakra to keep the slippers on during combat, just like Jiraiya Sensei did with his own ridiculously impractical getup. He had just smiled back, not sure what that meant. She was an expert with weapons, and over the course of the afternoon, Naruto discovered that she had a strong affinity for sharp weapons. It also turned out that she had very good aim. She was pleasant to both Lee and him, though she became irritated if he talked excessively about the flames of youth. He thought she was cute. He had no taste for Hyuga Neji, the other one. He had the peculiar white eyes of his clan and long, dark brown hair that he wore loosely pulled back in a ponytail. He was about Naruto's height. He had on a brown wrap, a pair of dark shinobi sandals, and a basic, loose white shirt and pants. Apparently, he was a prodigy of some kind. Tenten told him proudly that he was the best to wield the Byakugan in years, the dujutsu that was the Hyuga Keke Genkei. Neji was aware of this. Regretfully, Naruto was forced to acknowledge his superior ninja skills. He understood why Neji might produce Jonin shortly. In addition to being a skilled fighter, he demonstrated leadership during team exercises by maintaining composure, assessing the situation, considering all options, and leveraging individual strengths to accomplish goals. But Naruto's distaste stemmed from that coolness. It was not that Neji remained composed in battle. It was a crucial task for a ninja to accomplish. It was that he was always so cool. Not cozy, but positively frigid. He was never one to smile. He clearly held Lee in the highest regard and scarcely acknowledged Tenten's presence. Although Naruto was unsure of the Hyuga's opinion of him at the moment, he couldn't imagine it was positive. Neji appeared to be unliking everyone. Aside from the brunette Hyuga, Naruto found the team training to be highly enjoyable. He was used to working alone or, at most, with one other person acting as a basic backup. He was working with 2 or 3 other people now. It was more difficult since he had to pay attention to everyone's whereabouts and activities. However, when multiple people worked on the task, it was much easier to actually finish it. As their training came to an end, they bid each other farewell, and Guy managed to get Naruto to promise to begin working on the scroll the next afternoon. That is, if the Hokage had any more assignments for him. When he got to the Hokage Tower, he went inside. His father must have told the guards he was coming because they said nothing. All Hisa could do was wave him through with a smile. He bowed as he went into his father's office. "Good evening, Hokage, Sama." "Hello, Naruto," the Hokage greeted, reclining from his desk and massaging his eyes. "How was training?" "Fine, Hokage. Sama, how do you like Lee Kun's teammates?" Naruto grinned. Tenten.san is really nice. She offered to practice Kenjutsu with me this week. I can't afford to get rusty. And Neji.kun? In an instant, Naruto's smile turned into a frown. He paused. "He's a jerk. However, he is an excellent ninja," he reluctantly conceded. Minato laughed at his son's evident unwillingness to accept the Hyuga. "Why is he a jerk?" Naruto paused to reflect. He spoke slowly and said, "I don't like the way he treats his teammates, especially Lee.san." In response, Minato hummed. He was fully aware of Neji's mindset and the causes of it. He had attempted to discuss it with the boy, but the Hokage received the same lack of warmth from him as from everyone else. Minato comprehended. Ultimately, it was his fault that the events had transpired the way they had. Heishi had also made an attempt to speak with the boy, but it didn't seem to be working. The head of the Hyuga clan insisted it was an internal clan affair. When Minato had asked about it later, that is to say, Minato ought to shut up and take care of himself. There wasn't really anything else the Yondaime could do, since it wasn't directly affecting Neji's ninja skills. It was one of the many things about the Hyuga that really irritated him. The older blonde answered, "Well, there's not much that can be done right now. Let's get some dinner, How does barbecue sound?" "Hi!" exclaimed Naruto with excitement. It was Minato's hope that his son consumed less barbecue than ramen. It would be too much for his wallet to handle. The week went by quite rapidly. In the mornings, Naruto trained with Lee and occasionally Tenten. In the afternoons, he trained with Team Guy. Then he and Guy worked on creating the scroll. The procedure was intriguing. Guy had brought several pots of ink, a few brushes, and a large blank scroll to their first meeting. "Naruto.kun, I can't wait to start," he yelled. "Please remove your clothes." Naruto got going a bit. What? This was not what he had anticipated. Perplexed, Guy turned to face him. "Do you not know how a taijutsu scroll is made?" Naruto gave a headshake. Guy's expression filled with comprehension. "Ah, well, in order to transfer the forms to the scroll, a number of seals must be placed on the major joints of the body. I have to paint the seals on your skin, so you need to remove your outer clothing." He gave a broad grin. Naruto said, Okay," although he was still a little unsure about everything. The others had gone home, and he was relieved. It felt a little strange, but then he wasn't exactly modest. He undressed to reveal his boxers. Guy even forced him to remove his ite. Subsequently, the ninja dressed in green began applying seals to him. On the backs of his hands and the tips of his feet, on his shoulder blades, elbows, wrists, knees, and ankles. He had 2 on his chest, 1 on his forehead, and 1 on his stomach. Though nothing seemed to happen when Guy applied the new seal, Naruto hoped it didn't do anything strange to the existing one and tried not to worry about it. Furthermore, the Hokage was a seal master, so he never would have granted permission if he had suspected anything odd might occur. Guy instructed Naruto to remain motionless so the ink could dry after he was done. He occupied himself with painting a complex seal at the start of the scroll. When he was finished, he turned to face the blonde. With his brush poised over the paper, ready to write, he asked, "What is the name of this style, Naruto.kun?" Naruto gave a blink. "I don't know, Guy. Sensei. If it has a name, I was never told it." Guy had a shocked expression. "That is most unusual. If it has no name, then we can make one up, but we'll leave that for later." He grinned. "I think you are dry now, Naruto.kun. Once I activate this seal, all your movements will transfer to the scroll. So don't do anything except for the taijutsu, understood?" Naruto gave a nod. Naruto nodded once more. "Great. We will begin with the basic forms today. Ready?" "Superb." The more experienced ninja started creating hand seals. He whispered something to himself and slammed his hand down in the middle of the scroll's seal. For a brief moment, it glowed a vivid green, and Naruto felt the seals on his body tingle a bit. Then it vanished. "Okay. Naruto.kun, please begin." Naruto assumed the root position. A perfect line drawing of himself in the stance appeared on the paper, and he watched, fascinated. The voice of Guy pierced through his thoughts. "What is the name of the stance, Naruto.kun?" Guy noted what Naruto had told him on the paper. He unfolded the scroll a bit more and jotted down some notes beneath the name. Next, he called. And so it did. They were about halfway through the stances by the end of the week. Guy had been giving Naruto advice on how to sharpen his taijutsu, and he had written most of these suggestions down in the scroll as well. Naruto would sometimes find himself standing still for extended periods of time when he had a lot to say. It wasn't too horrible, though his nose would frequently begin to itch. That he couldn't just scratch it was excruciatingly frustrating. He had either forgotten a few times or the feeling had grown too strong, so he had scratched it. At which point the scroll would display an exact drawing of him picking his nose. Naruto.kun. Guy used to chastise. And as the older man took action to remove the image, Naruto would apologize. However, Naruto would gladly accept the man's disapproval rather than an itchy nose. It's not like Guy was upset with him in the first place. He usually ate lunch with Lee, and occasionally Tenten would join them. He always ate dinner with the Hokage, though after the first day they alternated between the Hokage's house and Naruto's room in the tower. Being spotted together so frequently in the village would raise suspicions, as Minato had previously explained. Though he said it with a sad expression, Naruto understood. No matter where they were, he always looked forward to spending time with his father. He liked to tell the older man about his day and to hear about the Hokages. It was just the two blondes because Jiraiya had gone to help the Hokage. Naruto was happy to have his father to himself even though he missed the Toad Sage. It appeared that Minato's work with the Yamanaka was beneficial. His headaches were gone, and he was having fewer and fewer random images. He expressed to Naruto his hope that he and his son would soon begin working on conveying specific information. In addition, he wanted to explore some of their other connections. Naruto was eager to go. During one of their dinners, Minato inquired about Neji once more from his son. As a special treat for Naruto's first week, Minato had prepared sushi, and they sat in his room in the Hokage Tower enjoying it. Has he grown on you at all? A disdainful noise emerged from Naruto's throat. The younger blonde hesitated, then said, "No, he's more of a jerk than before. He thinks I'm stupid and annoying." That's not what he said, though. Though it wasn't the worst thing people had said about him, Naruto still felt it was an unfair judgment. Minato questioned, "Annoying? Really?" It did not surprise him that his son's exuberance and vitality would irritate Hyuga, who was more reserved. "Yes, but that's not really it," Naruto answered. "It's fine if he doesn't like me. But he doesn't seem to like anybody. Not even his own family." Head cocked, Minato did so. "What do you mean?" "I mean Hinata.san came by practice today. She said her father had asked her to fetch Neji.san for something. She called him Neji.ni.san, which confused me at first, until Tenten Chan explained she was really his cousin. But obviously she thinks of him like a brother. And she was really nice and polite and everything. And he was so cold to her. He didn't even smile or thank her or anything. He barely said 2 words to her. I don't understand it at all. I thought he'd at least be nice to his family." Minato recognized Naruto's annoyance. He had spent most of his life by himself. He hadn't had any family or friends. At least not the typical kind. He therefore found it incomprehensible that someone who was fortunate enough to have those priceless individuals would treat them badly. Yondaime let out a sigh. Well, the Hyuga clan has their problems like any other family. But Hinata.san was being nice, so why be mean to her? Minato looked at his son gravely. It's a complicated situation, Naruto. Try not to judge Neji.kun too harshly. While his son was muttering something that the Hokage perceived as not that complicated to me, he simply said, "Hi, Hokage. Sama," when he raised his voice. He made fun of the young blonde, saying, "Why are you so quick to defend Hinata.san anyway? Do you like her?" Surprised, Naruto raised his eyebrows and gave a few quick blinks, saying, "Like her?" He was so angry at Neji's treatment of her that he hadn't given her much thought. I don't know, Hokage. Sama. I don't really know her." "Well, that will change. You are going to be with her team this next week. Team Kurenai. It is comprised of Hinata.san, Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and his ninja dog, Akamaru. Their Jonin sensei is Yuhi Kurenai, one of our Genjutsu masters. They are a tracking team, so you should fit in quite well." Naruto questioned, "Ninja dog? This team has a ninja dog?" "Yes, why?" Naruto appeared uneasy. Silently, he uttered, "Animals have better senses than people. They are often uneasy around me." The Hokage asked gravely, "Do you think Kiba.kun, or Akamaru.kun, will know what you are?" "No, the dog will be afraid of me, but he won't know why. I'm sure Kiba-san will pick up on that fear. Well, then, I'm not worried, Minato remarked, smiling comfortingly. They might be afraid of you at first, but once they get to know you, they'll see there is nothing to fear. With a hesitant smile, Naruto turned to face his father. It was impossible to have the Hokage's confidence, but he didn't have it. He would train with Team Kurenai, as his father had promised. The Hokage questioned, what about Shino-kun? The Aburame clan uses insects. You aren't worried about them? Naruto gave a headshake. He declared, insects don't feel fear, they don't mind me. Minato paused, saying, good. The swordsman I told you about is returning the day after tomorrow. We'll have the test sometime after that, probably in the morning. I'll let you know after I talk to him. Hi, Hokage. Sama, a beaming Naruto exclaimed. He was curious to find out this swordsman's identity and level of skill. Also, Jiraiya. Sensei is returning tomorrow. After your time with Team Kurenai, I want you to meet us at Training Ground 10. I'll let Guy.san know you won't be meeting him as usual, so don't worry about that. Understood? Now that he had said, hi, Hokage. Sama, Naruto was ecstatic. Minato gave his son a warm smile before the young blonde resumed her meal. He had concluded his own work 20 minutes prior. Leaning back against the couch, he sipped his refreshing tea and relished the moment. It was a long, long time since he had felt so content. With a sneer, Minato noticed that Naruto had eaten the last piece of sushi, which was unagi. He then tilted his head and observed the Hokage. Minato laughed and asked, what? With a quick swallow, Naruto looked away. Nothing, he murmured, sipping his tea. Hokage. Sama. Minato sighed inwardly. He quickly discovered that Naruto thought it was very impolite to ask him personal questions, so he said, tell me. The young blonde, in fact, seldom asked him any questions at all, even when he seemed genuinely interested in something. The only thing that would get him to do it was a command. Although Minato assumed he could read Naruto's thoughts, the idea of doing something against his will appalled him, and he didn't believe his control was strong enough just yet. I was just wondering what you were thinking, Naruto mutely uttered while keeping his head lowered. Naruto continued to act as though he was doing something incorrect, despite Minato telling his son that he wanted him to ask questions. Minato gave a small smile. He reached across the low table and said, you want to know what I'm thinking? His control wasn't strong enough to enter Naruto's mind, but he believed it was sufficient for this. Here. Since the first day, Minato had refrained from touching Naruto to avoid being overwhelmed by memories and thoughts once more. He could easily handle the stream he was receiving without any physical contact. However, the flow had decreased to a mere trickle, and he was desperate to give his son another hug. With wide, startled eyes, Naruto looked up. He then grinned and took hold of his dad's hand. Images and emotions flashed through Minato's head as was to be expected, though not nearly as intensely as before. He inhaled a few times and focused on keeping those out, closing mental floodgates. Though there were still some leaks, it was a significant improvement. Then, he wished for Naruto to experience his feelings, as if he were slightly unlocking a new set of floodgates. Just enough to feel his happiness, his complete contentment, for the boy who sat before him. Just enough to let Naruto know he was the source of those feelings. He blinked his suspiciously shiny eyes and his son's smile widened, but he said nothing. With a smile in return, Minato broke eye contact. He said, that's what I'm thinking. A dull ache was beginning to form behind his eyes. Clearly, he was not going to be able to hold the connection for very long. Arigato, Hokage. Sama, Naruto shot back, bowing his head. After finishing his tea, Minato stood up and stretched. The table was strewn with empty food containers and dishes. There were shards of rice and dribbles of soy sauce everywhere, mainly on Naruto's side. He started stacking plates and remarked, well, it's getting late. He was halted by a gasp and looked at his son. Naruto had a horrified expression on his face as he looked at him. He sprang to his feet and yanked the dishes away from Minato, saying, I'll do that, Hokage. Sama. Bemused, the Yondaime shook his head. Thank you, Naruto. It had turned into a daily routine. Even in Minato's own home, Naruto would not let his father assist with cleanup after their shared meals. When the Hokage angrily asserted that Naruto was his son and not his servant, Naruto shot back, saying he saw no distinction between the two and that, in fact, he was the Hokage's servant. Minato sat Naruto down and gently explained that children and servants were not the same after realizing he should have anticipated such a reaction. After giving a nod and saying, Hi, Hokage. Sama, Naruto immediately returned to clearing the table and doing the dishes. Naruto had given in to Minato's orders to remain motionless while he cleaned up, but Naruto had given in due to the evident pain on his face. After that, he made an effort to help, but he eventually gave in to Naruto's desire to handle everything on his own. And he was always grateful to his son. After the younger blonde had finished washing and piling the dishes by the tiny sink, Minato asked, "Are you going to bed?" His son answered, "Actually, I'm going to do some training." Minato gave a blink. "More training?" "Yeah, there's this one formation I'm having real trouble with, so I need to practice." "How are you going to do team training by yourself?" Naruto smiled. "That's what shadow clones are for." Minato laughed as an idea came to him. After all, it wasn't that late, and he wasn't exactly excited about going back to his empty, dark house just yet. "Would you like some help?" Naruto gave him a blink. "You mean, you'll come train with me?" Minato gave a nod. Naruto remarked, "You don't have to do that." His tone and body language betrayed his desire for the Hokage to train alongside him, even though he said, "I'm sure you have other things to do." Minato let out a sigh. "There are other things I could do, but nothing else I want to do. I'm coming with you." Naruto flashed a dazzling smile. "Hi, Hokage." "Sama." Minato went to the door and put on his sandals as he hurried into his room to look for something. A minute later, Naruto arrived, dressed in his jacket. He dressed himself in sandals. With a smile on his face and a tousled hairstyle, Minato and he left. At the Team Kurenai training grounds, Naruto was waiting. In order to arrive on time, he had left lunch with Lee a little early, and he was the first person there. Looking forward to meeting new people, especially the ninja dog, he was both anxious and excited. He hoped everything would work out fine. He turned his head from left to right and sniffed the air once more. For the previous 5 minutes, he had been doing this every few seconds in an attempt to detect their approach amidst the quiet pounding of heartbeats that was the village. He experienced something this time. There were 2 separate pulses beating on his back. He inhaled once more. Female humans. Thus, Hinata-san and Kurenai. Sensei. He noticed another heartbeat, slightly farther away and to the left of him. Only one. Sashino-san was most likely the one. He pivoted around. The 2 females were virtually in the open space. Dropping to the ground in front of him, they emerged from the branches. He bowed. "Greetings, Kurenai." "Sensei," he addressed the visibly elderly woman. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I believe Hokage. Sama informed you of my presence here?" She gave a nod. She said, "Greetings, Naruto-san." Her smile softened her formal words to, "I am glad to meet you and eager to help you integrate into Konoha's forces." He said, "Arigato, Kurenai. Sensei." He returned her smile and studied her for a few brief seconds. Her eyes were unexpectedly red, and her brown hair reached her shoulders. He was intrigued because, aside from himself, he had never seen anyone with red eyes before. She was slimmer and taller than him. She appeared to be dressed in a one-sleeved red shirt, short red leggings, and white bandages. He turned to face the other woman, who was positioned slightly behind Kurenai and beside her. His greeting was a lively, "Hi, Hinata-san." "Hello, Naruto. S.san," she stumbled to say. With her long, glossy, black hair falling forward over her shoulder, her pale eyes were nearly hidden behind her bangs as she gazed at the ground. She was holding her hands behind her back. She had on dark capri pants, very similar to Tenten's. She also had on a hooded lavender and white jacket. Naruto was able to see a mesh shirt underneath it, even though it was almost completely zipped up. Her neck was bound with her hite. He scowled slightly. Why wouldn't she give him a direct look? When she had come for Neji yesterday, they had first met. Perhaps she was just shy. If that was the case, he would try to calm her fears as best he could. Regretfully, he lacked prior experience in that area and lacked the necessary skills. Yes, he would have an idea. But now he had to welcome the third person to join the team. He made a right turn. A figure emerged from the trees and started to move toward them. Like Lee, he was tall, but the blonde was not really able to make out any other features. Dark shades were pulled over his eyes. The tall collar of his black shirt covered most of his face, and the hood of his green jacket covered his hair. He was wearing shinobi sandals and dark pants. His hite was perched slightly above the shades. Naruto snorted covertly at the atmosphere. The boy smelled sharp and dry, like dust on a summer's day. He had an insect odor. Naruto could hear movement in his body, not just blood, as his heartbeat echoed like it was in a deserted room. Undoubtedly, this was Shino. He was introduced by Kurenai, and the blonde bowed again. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Shino-san," said the man. "In the same way, Naruto-san," the insect user remarked. His voice was almost entirely monotonous, low, and hoarse. Unlike with Neji, Naruto hoped he wouldn't irritate this guy as well. Kurenai let out a sigh. "Now we are just waiting for our last member, Naruto-san," she added. He gave a nod. 2 rapid heartbeats were getting closer to him. Their wait would not be prolonged. The final 2 fell into the clearing a few minutes later. A big brown and white dog was being ridden by a boy with untamed brown hair. His canines were actually more like fangs, and his dark eyes were silted. Consciously, Naruto ran his tongue over his own canine teeth, which were sharper than usual. Most of the time, his weren't all that evident. There were 2 red triangles on the teen's cheeks as well. He was dressed in black pants and a mesh shirt under a double-breasted jacket. His forehead was encircled by his Hite. Kurenai called out to him as he lifted his dog partner off of him. "You're running late, Kiba," she chastised. He looked embarrassed and called back, "Sorry, sensei." With Akamaru in tow, he crossed to where the group was standing. "Who's this?" he inquired, sniffing the air and casting a suspicious glance at Naruto. He narrowed his eyes a little and sniffed more deeply. Naruto smothered the growl that rose in his throat. It was the kind of thing a dominant male dog would do to a subordinate in his pack. Despite all of his instincts telling him to discipline this scrawny puppy, he disregarded them. Getting into a fight right away would not be wise. Besides, as much as Naruto disliked to acknowledge it, Kiba-san was the more powerful party in this scenario. It could change during the week, he told himself, trying to console himself. "It's Uzumaki Naruto," Kurenai said. "He is a new ninja and Hokage. Sama wants him to train with us." Naruto gave a bow. Kiba returned a small bow after nodding. He said, "Cool, welcome to Konoha." "Thanks, Kiba-san." Naruto grinned slightly in response. "This is Akamaru," the ninja with brown hair introduced himself, pointing behind him. "Come say hello, Akamaru." With barely a whimper, the ninja dog pressed his nose against Kiba's back. He firmly positioned his tail between his legs. "Akamaru?" asked Kiba. Naruto let out a sigh. He said, "It's okay, Kiba-san." His body leaned slightly toward Kiba, saying, "Dogs don't always like me." Quietly, he remarked, "I hope we can be friends." "It's nice to meet you, Akamaru-san." To keep Naruto from seeing his eyes, Akamaru simply pressed his head further into Kiba's back. With another sigh, the blonde took a step back and resumed his original position. Kiba spun around, his expression bewildered. He gave Akamaru some ear scratches while whispering something to the dog. "I don't know what's gotten into him," he replied. Kurenai was narrowing her eyes as she watched. "Kiba, Akamaru, is this going to be a problem? Naruto-san is training with us the whole week." Kiba gave a headshake. "No, it'll be fine." "Okay, then, we'll get started." To start, they just spent time getting to know one another better. Kurenai made them all reintroduce themselves and share a few personal anecdotes. Desires, interests, pastimes, and dreams. That kind of thing. Her curiosity was piqued most by Naruto's responses. "Hi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like training, ramen, tea ceremonies, frogs, Jiraiya, sensei, and Hokage, Sama. I don't like people being mean to others for no reason, and raccoons. My hobbies are training, and, he continued to speak, with a kind of sheepish thought. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled, but he went on, "Well, I don't really have any other hobbies I guess. But I really like plants, so I'd like to start a garden now that I'm not moving around all the time. As for my dreams, I have fulfilled my biggest one by becoming a ninja of Konoha, so now I just want to do my best to serve Hokage, Sama." Kurenai couldn't help but smile at his remarks. Tea ceremonies and gardens. Not what I would anticipate from someone with her level of energy. "Naruto-san, I like plants myself," she remarked. "If you like, I'll help you with your garden." He gave her a smile. "Thanks, Kurenai, sensei." Kiba questioned, "Why don't you like raccoons?" Naruto smiled and said, "Oh, well, I had a bad experience with one when I was young." But caution was in his eyes. "Really? What happened?" Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest and slightly narrowed his eyes. He obviously wasn't going to say anything more about it than, "I had a bad experience." Kiba laughed, but didn't ask any more questions. Hinata stumbled. "Why? You were trained by Jiraiya, Sama?" Kurenai saw that the blonde was fidgeting tensely with her fingers and was not looking up at her. Naruto gave a nod. Yep. Though she managed to hide it better than her students, Kurenai was impressed. Following the introductions, they got right into a few easy exercises that showcased each person's skills. Naturally, Kiba was delighted to demonstrate to the new ninja his clan's tracking prowess and jutsus. Until Naruto showed that he had an equally good nose to the Inuzuka, that is. Kiba was far less excited afterward and continued to give the blonde menacing looks. They proceeded swiftly to Hinata's Byakugan, which left Naruto suitably impressed. He actually complimented her so much and loudly that Kurenai had to intervene by placing a hand on his shoulder. I believe she understands, Naruto-san, she remarked, stifling a giggle. Kiba appeared as though he wanted to kill the new ninja, and Hinata's face was flushed bright red. Naruto didn't appear to notice any of them. At that point, Shino made his Kakaichu public. Naruto didn't feel at all uncomfortable around the Aburame, despite the fact that many people were uncomfortable due to their insects and strange symbiotic relationship. He approached Shino directly as he pulled the insects from his sleeve, staring with wide eyes at the stream of beetles. Clearly enthralled, he exclaimed, "Awesome." Naruto hurriedly departed after training, claiming he had to meet the Hokage. Kurenai turned to face her team once she was certain he had left. They stood talking to each other, probably about the new, youthful ninja. Already, she had a pretty good idea of what they thought of each other. Shino shook her head a little, obviously curious about the blonde and Hinata. Hinata had a difficult time. Still, she wanted to talk to Kiba. "Kiba," she exclaimed. She waved him over as he raised his head. When he got to her, he said, "What is it, sensei? I want to know what you think of Naruto-san. You and Akamaru have been acting strangely all afternoon." Kiba averted her gaze, feeling uneasy. "Sensei, I'm not sure," he replied. She said, "Well, why don't you start with Akamaru? Why wouldn't he greet Naruto-san?" Kiba extended his arm to pet his dog's ears. He muttered, "He's afraid." He turned to face Kurenai and said, "Something about Naruto-san terrifies him. But I don't know what, he just says he's different." "Different? How?" Kiba said, "I don't know." Once more. "I don't think Akamaru really knows either." "Well, what about you? Are you afraid?" Kiba almost yelled. "No," Kurenai sighed to herself. The Inuzuka would never acknowledge it, even if he was. More subtly, but if Akamaru feels that way, there must be something wrong with him. He trailed off, saying, "He seems like an okay guy, but his scent." Kurenai asked, "What about his scent?" Kiba let out a sigh. "There's something about it that gives me the creeps. He smells like fresh air and sunshine and, well, ramen." He raised his eyebrows. "But there's more to it. Underneath those scents, I caught a whiff of blood and smoke and some sort of animal. I don't know exactly what. It's kind of like a dog, but different. It's weird." Kurenai let out a sigh. As a result, Kiba felt anxious and Akamaru scared. The combination was not favorable. Kiba would become angry at the source of the feelings because she couldn't control them. Kurenai was certain that he would pick a fight with Naruto before the week was out, especially considering his innate desire to prove his dominance over new people. When Naruto got to Training Ground 10, Jiraiya and his father were already there. He fell to the floor and knelt. "Forgive me, Hokage. Sama, Jiraiya. Sensei. I hope you have not been waiting long." "Not at all," the Hokage casually dismissed the apology. "The reason we are here is to test your ability to use the Rasengan." Naruto smiled. "Hi, Hokage. Sama." Jiraiya laughed at the eagerness of his younger pupil. "Brat, show him what you got," he commanded. With a nod from Naruto, the Toad Sage headed back to the trees to observe his students from a branch once more. The Yondaime took an hour to drill his son. He had him create spinning chakra balls in various sizes and intensities. His son could only shrink them to a certain extent, and his control only permitted a limited range of abilities. Minato was nevertheless quite impressed. More so than the Odama Rasengan, which Jiraiya had assisted Naruto in creating. It was enormous. Minato wasn't sure he could create one that big, but he was determined to give it a shot when he had some spare time. Although Naruto had promised the Hokage that he was working on creating his own clone, he still needed one to help him survive. Jiraiya had previously mentioned that Naruto struggled greatly with the last step of learning the jutsu, which was controlling the chakra ball. Not unexpected, given that Naruto had trouble controlling his chakras in the first place and that his limitless energy prevented him from focusing on a single task for very long. At last, he had the bright idea to enlist the aid of a clone. It was a really great idea that had worked incredibly well. He had gained enough control at this point to form a regular Rasengan without the need for a clone. The young ninja was confident that he would eventually form the Odama Rasengan without the need for one as well. To himself, Minato grinned. Undoubtedly, his son was full of surprises. Okay, Naruto, I want to do one final thing, then we'll head in. Hi, Hokage. Sama. The Yondaime took a few steps back and motioned for Naruto to follow suit. They were about 20 feet apart, facing each other. The surrounding ground was covered in holes made by Rasengan. When the Hokage extended his right hand, a yellow ball of chakra began to take shape. He gave his son a smile. The younger blonde took a moment to respond, but then an identical grin split his face. When he extended his own right hand, an orange ball of chakra materialized. After standing for a short while and exchanging smiles, they both leapt in the direction of one another. It was in the middle that they met. Two voices called out, Rasengan, and put out their hands. The two balls of chakra collided and let out a blast. Minato was knocked backward, but he contorted and landed upright. His vision was obscured by a massive cloud of dust. He summoned a wind to blow it away after running through a few hand seals. When he saw the field, he blinked. The spot where he and his son had been standing was now a massive crater. On the other side, Naruto was just getting up off the ground. For a brief moment, Minato worried about his son, but he soon came to the conclusion that he didn't have to. Naruto laughed heartily. He gave the Hokage a wave before beginning to circle the crater. To meet him, Minato went. His son had a deranged smile on his face. With his fist pumping in the air, he began to crow. That was totally awesome, Otto. But he quickly looked down. Hokage. Sama, he concluded, raising his head again. Wasn't it? The smile reappeared, albeit a little smaller than before. Minato smiled back, saying, yes, it was. I feel sorry for whoever has to clean this place up. He was aware of the word that Naruto was going to use, and the sound of it made his own heart skip a beat. Naruto chuckled. Yeah. Minato leaned forward to position himself directly beside Naruto's ear. He said in a whisper, Masuko, I am so proud of you. Though it was too risky, he truly wished his son could call him father whenever he felt like it. You are an amazing ninja. And I would be honored if you wanted to call me father when we're alone. For the time being, anyway. Taking a deep breath, Naruto remained silent. Redrawing his steps, Minato grinned at his son's look. He had that genuine, radiant smile on his face that seemed to outshine the sun. Tears were welling up in his eyes, but he held them back. Breathing out, hi, Otou, Sama. Minato felt as though his heart would break. That was the name he had always wanted to go by. The only thing he said was, how about ramen for dinner, Because Jiraiya was approaching them. During team practice the next day, Kurenai received her first real shock. The Yondaime had requested that she assess Naruto's genjutsu prowess. It was not shocking at all that she had discovered he genuinely lacked the ability to cast genjutsu when she had first started. The Hokage claimed that Naruto struggled with the strong chakra control needed for genjutsu. Considering the boy's level of chakra, she could understand. But there was more to it, in her opinion. He was simply so open. Sincere. Genjutsus were falsehoods, illusions. She didn't believe Naruto was capable of such a drastic distortion of reality. That was okay, though. Many ninja were unable to perform genjutsu. It was crucial to be able to identify and refute them. Which, although not for the reasons she would have assumed, also caused Naruto problems. He struggled to recognize them because they didn't work on him, and he struggled to dispel them because he had trouble recognizing them. That's what she learned in a team-building exercise. The group had to locate a small chest that she had hidden in the grounds. It was good practice, because her team's missions frequently involved finding lost people or objects. She created an illusion over the area this time to give the impression that the chest was somewhere else. She thought Naruto and Kiba would fall for it, too, but the blonde had taken her by surprise. That's over there, Kiba-san. The new ninja pointed to the location where the chest was actually hidden. The Japanese mocked. No, it's not, it's over there, he answered, gesturing to the chest that was an illusion. Naruto gave a headshake. No, it isn't. Can't you smell Kurenai Sensei's trail? Kiba growled. The suggestion that his nose wasn't functioning bothered him. I can smell it perfectly well and it goes this way. Akamaru says the same thing, he said. Kurenai thought that Naruto had growled a little himself, out of frustration. The blonde was saying, no, louder now, it goes this way. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Kurenai, perched in the tree, gave a slight smirk. This was turning into a screaming war between the two in no time. However, if Naruto was aware of the chest's true location, why didn't he simply declare it to be a genjutsu or attempt to open it? The arrival of their other two teammates cut short the argumentative teens. Saying, "Naruto-san, Kiba," Shino spoke. Arguing in this fashion is not a wise course of action. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and huffed, while Kiba scowled. With a quiet voice once more, he exclaimed, "I know that." Kiba was pointed out by him. "He's the one that wants to go in the wrong direction. Kurenai. Sensei's trail goes this way." Kiba cut in, "No, it goes this way." Releasing his Kakaichu and preventing another argument, Shino raised his arms. The other two teenagers fell silent and watched the beetle swarm scatter. A short while later, the Aburame nodded slightly. "It's called genjutsu," he declared. "The target is indeed in the direction Naruto-san indicated." Kiba erupted, and Naruto smiled. Hinata lightly put her hand on Kiba's shoulder. "Kai," was her whisper. After blinking a couple of times, he sniffed. "Fuck it," he snarled. He activated Naruto. "Why didn't you say something?" "I did. No, about the genjutsu." "Oh, the fair-haired one shrugged. "I didn't know there was one." Kurenai gave a blink. "Fascinating." Kurenai asked the blonde after they had taken the chest and gone back to where they had started. "Naruto-kun, you said you didn't know there was a genjutsu?" "Hi, Kurenai. Sensei. Then how did you know where the chest was?" He cocked his head, perplexed. "I could smell your trail." She let out a sigh. It didn't seem like he got what she was saying. "Yes, but that genjutsu hid my real trail and laid a false one in the opposite direction. That's why Kiba wanted to go the other way. My question is, why didn't it work on you?" "Oh." He pondered for a moment. "I don't know, Kurenai. Sensei. I'm going to see if other genjutsus will work, alright? Just stand there and tell me if you see anything." The blonde gave a nod. She began with a modest illusion, something easy to pull off, not a reply. She attempted more intricate genjutsu techniques, but to no avail. Naruto merely gave her a glance. She let out a final sigh. "Okay, I'm going to try some high-level illusions," she replied. "These are offensive genjutsu. Ones I'd use in actual battle. As such, they will be threatening. I didn't intend to use these on you, but since nothing else is working, just remember you're not actually in danger, okay?" Naruto gave a nod. "Sure thing, Kurenai, sensei." She began with her signature move, which involved engulfing the subject in enormous plants and devouring them whole. With a slightly furrowed brow, Naruto peered around him. Kurenai pulled the veil away. She inquired, "Did you see something?" He gave a headshake. "Kind of. It was like the air was rippling." Was the air rippling? He only saw the rippling air, despite it being one of her greatest illusions? She was starting to grow irritated. She realized it was foolish. It was fortunate that Naruto was not vulnerable to genjutsu. However, she was an expert in it, and she was proud to be referred to as a Konoha Genjutsu master. She had worked hard to earn this title, and it seemed like this teen was making fun of her a little. She brushed those emotions aside. They treated her and Naruto unfairly. She prepared for another try. "Okay, Naruto, give it one more try." That was her most powerful deception. "I understand he said he liked Jiraiya." She found herself hoping he wouldn't see this one. It would not be kind. She threw it and kept a close eye on his response. She received one this time. He took a deep breath and his eyes grew wide. His expression was one of surprise, not anger or fear. She remained silent to see what else he might do, but she must be seeing something. He cast a quick glance around him before focusing on a spot 3 feet in front of him. The blonde took a few steps forward and knelt down, reaching out to touch the void. He then applied pressure until his hand made contact with the floor. He raised his hand, rubbing his thumb over the tips of his fingers as he gazed at them. He smelled it and licked his index finger. A big smile appeared on his face. He turned to face Kurenai. "Wow, Kurenai. Sensei, this one is really good." She gave a blink. It was not at all the response she had anticipated. Naruto made a simple seal with his left hand by raising it in front of him. "Kai," he whispered. As Kurenai dispelled the illusion, he could actually feel the blonde exhaling hot air. Someone at his level shouldn't be able to dispel it, but she was positive he had. He got up and continued to smile at her, but she gave a small shake of her head. This ninja was definitely not without his surprises. She questioned, "What did you see that time?" He said, "Matter of factly," as if it hadn't affected him in the slightest. "Jiraiya." Sensei, dead, covered in blood. A lot of other people dead too, but I didn't recognize them. But then, he had known that entering it was merely a delusion. It was strange though, I could see them all, but I could see the grass through them too. And I could still see you, although you were kind of faded out. Kurenai gazed at the youthful blonde momentarily, contemplating. It seemed as though he had been observing the genjutsu while simultaneously being aware of the outside world. She had never heard of anything as strange as this. To find out if something similar had ever been recorded, she would need to conduct some research. She questioned, "What were you doing when you knelt?" "Oh, I was seeing if I could feel Jiraiya Sensei's body, which I could, but I could also put my hand though it," said Naruto. "It was weird." "And after that?" His head was cocked to one side. "After that?" "You were rubbing your fingers. Then you licked one." "Oh," he smiled once more, but his eyes had returned to their wary expression. He gave his head a few scratches. "I was just testing the blood. It was almost like the real stuff, but not quite." Looking pretty disgusted, Kiba asked, "You tasted the blood?" Naruto looked over at the three people seated on the sidelines beneath the tree. Though his expression remained unchanged, Kurenai noticed his shoulders stiffening. "Come on, Kiba-san. Don't be so squeamish. I knew it was an illusion." "I'm not squeamish," Kiba muttered, as if to sidestep the conversation. Shino interrupted, "You mentioned that the blood wasn't exactly like the real stuff. That means you must have tasted real blood before." This time, Kurenai claimed to have seen a moment of panic flash through Naruto's eyes before it vanished, and his entire body tensed. His smile, though, never wavered. "Yeah, I have," the blonde said with a drawl. "Haven't you? We're ninja after all. I don't know how many times I've tasted blood after a good hit from Jiraiya Sensei." "That's accurate," Hinata said, blushing on her cheeks and lowering her gaze. "We've all G. Gotten hits L. Like that before." Naruto's smile grew as his gaze shifted to the girl with dark hair. That is, not that Hinata could see it, with her eyes firmly fixed on the ground. Kiba continued to mutter under his breath about being squeamish, and Shino simply nodded. Kurenai had Naruto in her sights. He gave a very logical and reasonable explanation. "So why do you worry so much about it? She would have to consider it at a later time." After saying, "Well, Naruto-kun," the blonde turned back to face her. "We know only high-level genjutsus work on you, but we still don't know why." She stopped. "I'd like Hinata to take a look at your chakra network, if that's okay with you." He blinked, as if he was thinking. He hesitantly said, "Okay," speaking slowly. "You don't have to if you don't want to." "No, Kurenai. Sensei, it's okay," Naruto grinned in response. The Jonin motioned to Hinata to approach. Kurenai said, "Whenever you're ready, Hinata. Just tell me if you see anything unusual," as she positioned herself to face Naruto. The girl with dark hair nodded and used her dujutsu. Naruto stood and gave her a nervous glance. The Hyuga studied the coils of chakra on the blonde. Distractedly, Hinata remarked, "Naruto-san is very bright and has quite a lot of chakra." Stillness. "Oh," she whispered to herself. Then "Oh. And more quiet," she said, "Thank you, and Naruto-san. I'm finished," as the veins surrounding her eyes vanished. With a sigh, the blonde eased up a bit. Kurenai said something. "Well?" Hinata started by glancing at her teacher and said, Naruto-san has very interesting chakra. And not just because he has so much of it, it's bubbly." Kurenai gave her a blink. "Bubbly? Why?" "Yes," was her response. I could actually see bubbles in it. They're constantly moving, popping, and forming. It makes his chakra very volatile." Once more, Kurenai blinked. "That clarifies it," she remarked. "Genjutsus are broken by disrupting the chakra flow. Naruto, your chakra flow is constantly being disrupted by those bubbles, all the time. So a genjutsu can't even take hold unless it's high level, and even then it's incomplete." She paused for a moment. She thought to herself, "I wonder if the Sharingan would work? Maybe I can get Kakashi to try it out on you, although Itachi-san is better at illusions." "Sharingan?" a trembling Naruto inquired. Kurenai laughed. "The Uchiha Dujutsu. It can cast powerful illusions. Don't worry, I'll have to talk to the Yondaime first." Naruto nodded, but his anxious expression did not change. "I wonder how far around you the disruption extends," she thought. She gave a slight smirk. "Hinata, go stand by Naruto-kun." The kunoichi with black hair, who was observing her, blushed once more and lowered her gaze to the floor. Whispering, "Oh, Okay, sensei, she replied. She approached the blonde and took up a position 5 feet away from him. Kurenai laughed quietly to herself. That's a good place to start, Hinata, she remarked. The kunoichi with dark hair nodded. I'm going to cast a simple illusion, and you tell me if you see it, okay? Kurenai unleashed a blue-tinged genjutsu. Hinata gave a nod. With I see it, sensei, she spoke. Okay. Hinata, take a step closer to Naruto-kun. The girl obeyed her request, her fingers twitching wildly. Kurenai smirked to herself. Well, this was going to be fun for her. The Hyuga heiress approached Naruto little by little. Her cheeks were the darkest shade of red Kurenai had ever seen on a human being by the time she was standing beside him, their shoulders nearly touching. She was afraid the girl would faint. She was able to see the genjutsu, though. She muttered to herself, so it only really works for Naruto. She called, okay. Naruto-kun. I want you to try touching Hinata. Don't gather any chakra or try to dispel anything, just touch her. Hinata's eyes grew wide. Okay, Kurenai. Sensei. But before she could speak or act, Naruto had already moved. He took her hand in his, feeling awkward doing anything else because they were so close. With a squeak, Hinata's face turned almost purple from red. She stood unsteadily. Hinata-san, a worried Naruto inquired. The poor girl rolled her eyes back in her head and fainted, trying desperately to stammer out something, but it was lost. Before she could fall, Naruto called out to her, Hinata-san, and gently placed her on the ground. His eyes widened as he turned to face Kurenai. Kurenai. Sensei, what happened? He asked in a somewhat alarmed tone. Kiba and Shino were standing up and running to their friend's aid. Kiba, though, hurried. Shino just kind of broke. It was hurrying toward an Aburame, though. Naruto gave way to Kiba's push, and the novice ninja allowed himself to be pushed aside so that Kiba could join Hinata. He uttered her name several times as Shino bent down across from him. One tiny bug flew out and landed on the bridge of Hinata's nose. Hovering behind Kiba, Naruto studied Hinata's face warily. Kurenai moved over at a slower pace. Guys. Their concern was endearing, but they had no idea what to do. Hinata was the only reason she had fainted, Naruto's touch was the only reason she was concerned. The Jonin was positive Hinata harbored feelings for him. In 1 or 2 minutes, she would awaken. She said as much to the 3 men, and sure enough, a short while later, Hinata let out a small moan and sat up. Muttering, gee. Gomen, everyone, she said. I'm fine, I just got a little overheated. Kiba gave him a look and snickered. Naruto smiled, looking relieved. Hinata-san, it's okay, he remarked. Kurenai. Sensei, the kunoichi with dark hair said. It worked. When Naruto-san touched me, the genjutsu broke. Kurenai gave a nod. Interesting. Well, I want to explore this ability a little more, but for now, I think we should take a 5-minute break. Shino went up to Naruto after Kurenai dismissed them for the day. Naruto-san, he said at first, I have a request. Naruto asked, yes, Shino-san. What is it? With curiosity. What could be the wish of the insect? User on him. In her usually emotionless voice, Shino said, my Kakaichu are confused about you. They want to get to know you better. Her tone also seemed a little ashamed. I am sorry if this seems too forward. I understand if you don't want to comply. Naruto smiled. It's okay, Shino-san. But what are they confused about? And how exactly will they get to know me better? They find your chakra to be unusual. Perhaps because of the bubbles. They want to feel it more closely. You just have to stand there, Naruto-san. They will only land on you. Naruto thought about that request. He, too, had assumed the insects couldn't pinpoint precisely why his chakra felt different to them, just like Akamaru had. Given how infrequently the Kyuubi container appeared to use its chakra, it was highly unlikely that they had previously come across a demon. One could interpret his refusal as suspicious, as if he had something to conceal. In addition, he desired to comply. He made it a point to comply with requests from others, particularly when that other happened to be a recently acquired ally. He had an afternoon appointment with Guy, but Guy wouldn't mind if he arrived a few minutes late, particularly if he explained to the elderly man that it was because he was supporting another Leaf Nin. Guy would utter something about the flames of youth, and perhaps shed a tear or two. No, Guy would not be bothered. He smiled. He repeated, they will only land on me. Shino gave a nod. Shino nodded once more. Then that's fine, Shino-san. I just stand here, right? Okay then. When Shino lifted his arms, 2 black clouds emerged from his sleeve. Naruto was surrounded by clouds that formed whirling patterns in the atmosphere. Reaching out to his sides, he raised his arms. The insects began to land on him, as though this was a cue. Before long, everything on his body was covered, barring his face, but more were in the air, presumably waiting for their turn. He chuckled. He was fond of insects. Unlike most animals, they did not run from him. His skin tingled at the sensation of their tiny feet. It was a comfortable feeling. Naruto gingerly pressed his hand up to his face in order to get a closer look at the tiny beetles. When you looked at them, they were actually rather lovely. After taking off and seemingly satisfying their curiosity, some would be replaced by others who hadn't had a chance yet. All of the Kakaichu eventually made their way back to their host, though. Naruto was almost depressed. However, he grinned. All done? Shino gave a nod. He wasn't sure if it was the appropriate way to ask, but he had run out of other ways to find out what the insects thought. Well, what do they think? He said. Shino remained silent for a while. They still don't understand why your chakra is different, but they are content with that. They accept the fact that it simply is unusual. He made a bow to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-san, for allowing them the opportunity. Naruto smiled. No problem, Shino-san. I like insects. They're welcome to land on me anytime. Shino fell silent once more. Though it was difficult to tell with the Aburame, Naruto suspected he might be surprised. He turned to leave. He yelled over his shoulder, well, I'll see you tomorrow, Shino-san. Shino just bowed his head and observed the blonde walk out of the clearing.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.